Chapter 532. Just as he leaped out of the flames, Klein, who was wearing a golden glove on his left hand, had 2 points of light in his eyes grow larger and brighter, as though lightning had suddenly streaked across the sky. After using paper figurine substitutes to attract the attention of Steele Mavady and company, he had already activated Creeping Hunger and switched to the soul of the interrogator, preparing to use the beyonder power of psychic piercing. Ah! Steele Mavady suddenly let out a tragic cry. It was as though someone had stabbed a knife into his head, stirring his grayish-white brain. The pain burst out from the depths of his soul, instantly filling all his thoughts. At the same time, his beyonder powers erupted in response, turning into a hurricane that swept in all directions. Beautiful and dreamy snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and a transparent layer of ice constantly spread out from the ground. The trees on both sides of the road were covered in white spikes before they rapidly withered, revealing obvious signs of decay. The lingering, vengeful remnant spirits were awakened one after another. They whimpered, sobbed, and screamed, dyeing the surroundings with a grayish-white and oppressive color. Klein naturally descended from midair, his left glove emitting a brilliant light that resembled the sun's rays. He spread his arms and leaned back as though he was hugging something. Just as his feet touched the cold ground, a pure, blazing, and thick pillar of light descended from above. This holy light enveloped Steele Mavady, illuminating his dark skin, his firm muscles, and his curly hair that resembled steel balls. Priest of light, holy light. Silently, Mavady's expression became more and more contorted as the surface of his skin showed clear signs of melting. At that moment, he was like a candle that had been thrown into a burning fireplace. Compared to the corrupted Bishop Millet, who had lost control, he, as a zombie, was even more restrained when facing such attacks. The damage he suffered was even more severe. The falling snowflakes stopped as the layer of ice on the ground rapidly melted. The trees that had white spikes on them revealed their brown color. This magnificent pillar of light had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Blood Brambles, Hendry, and Squall. The former's expression changed abruptly as he reached into his hidden pocket, about to take out the casting materials and save Steele Mavady with the advantage of being higher up. At this moment, a crow made of pure flames suddenly jumped out of his eyes. 1, 2, 3. Countless fire crows filled Hendry's field of vision like scarlet stars. They flew over from all directions, fluttering their wings in a dense mass. The scorching temperature was extremely high. Hendry's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes almost froze. He immediately changed the direction of his palm and grabbed another material. Schwa! He sprinkled a cluster of fine, light blue powder above him as he chanted in ancient Hermes. "I'm going to kill you." Ocean waves. The powder instantly expanded and turned into deep blue waves that swept out in all directions. They collided with the fire crows and produced sizzling sounds, creating a large amount of white fog. The fiery waves from the previous explosion had subsided a little. Through the remnant scarlet, Squall saw Steele Mavady, whose skin was melting like wax as his flesh and blood disintegrated inch by inch. He also saw the unfamiliar man in a black cloak who was facing him from the side. He didn't panic. Like a cold-blooded venomous snake that had lost its emotions, he calmly raised his arms and suddenly pressed down with his palms. In an instant, he saw the thin and cold-looking young man's body turn heavy and slow, as though his wings for flight had been snapped. As for Steele Mavady, he began to struggle and roll to the side in a bid to avoid the second round of light of holiness. Right on the heels of that, Squall realized that the man had lost his weight and thickness, once again turning into a thin paper figurine. He was pressed to the ground by an invisible force and immersed in the mud after the snow melted. Klein protruded from another spot as he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together. As he charged forward, he snapped his fingers 3 times. Pa! 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 The dark golden brooch in the shape of a sun bird flashed continuously, augmenting the air bullets with purifying powers. Bang! 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 The 3 bullets were closely connected and extremely fast. One after another, they hit Steel Mavati, who was still rather slow. They hit his right chest, penetrating his half-melted skin and flesh, creating an exaggerated and hideous wound as golden flames spread in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Squall threw scalpels one after another, but they were all dodged by Klein's dexterous acrobatic maneuvers. At this moment, Steel Mavati had already recovered. With a push of his palm, he stood up again and charged at his enemy. He wanted to display his best melee combat abilities and his body's uniqueness, which made him unafraid of being hit. A layer of ice formed beneath his feet again, and his fists were already suffused with the smell of decay. Then he saw 2 bolts of lightning shoot out from Klein's dark brown eyes like bullets, shining into his pupils. Steel Mavati subconsciously raised his head and clenched his teeth. Blood seeped out of his nostrils, mouth, and ears, mixed with the melted skin from before. At the same time that Klein shot out the air bullets, he had already grazed his soul. It was still the interrogator, and it was still psychic piercing. Against a beyonder with a body as hard as steel like a zombie, damage at the spirit body level was more effective. The continuous blows made Steel Mavati's body temporarily stiffen, and at the same time he lost the shackles of reason. Black, hard hair grew on his face, and his teeth and nails constantly grew longer. His skin squirmed in an attempt to reform, fading from black to pale white. He was like a real, crazy zombie that thirsted for blood. Taking this opportunity, Klein had already closed in. He crouched down and brushed past Steel Mavati's right shoulder. In passing, he stuffed an item in his palm into the hideous wound he had created and into his opponent's body. It was a glass bottle with a few ordinary brass bullets tied to it. Inside, it was a large amount of sun-holy water that Klein had prepared ahead of time. Uft! Without stopping, Klein caused Squall's attempt to control him to fail once again. With a spin of his heel, he spun behind Steel Mavati, their backs facing each other. Pah! He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before Steel Mavati could take out the glass bottle. Bang! A light explosion sounded as scarlet flames leaped, shattering the already fragile glass bottle. Large amounts of holy sun water immediately poured into Steel Mavati's body. This famous pirate, with a bounty of 6,000 pounds, froze on the spot as he let out a painful groan. He plopped to the ground as black-green gas constantly spread out from his body before disappearing into the air. Upon seeing this scene, Squall's eyes darkened. He immediately took out a black iron-colored charm and chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Screech! The talisman suddenly shattered and disappeared. The sacrifice was complete. An invisible sound wave spread out like a tsunami, drilling into the ears of everyone in the surroundings almost at the same time. Klein's mind buzzed as his nose felt a cold wind. Blood seeped out. On the flying carpet, Blood Brambles Hendry was in an even more tragic state. His face contorted as his body convulsed and collapsed. He couldn't even let out a scream. On the other hand, Blazing Donis, who was on a distant roof, wasn't affected. He happily threw out a white fireball that had been repeatedly compressed. The fireball landed on the defenseless Hendry and exploded with a boom. Flesh and blood splattered outwards as his fingers, calves, and head were wrapped in flames as they fell to the ground. As a result, the flying carpet lost control and slowly sank. Squall took the opportunity to turn around and run without any hesitation. However, he was shocked to discover that the terrifying man who had nearly finished off Steel Mavati in 10 seconds didn't hesitate at all. He had turned around and chased after him. How can this be? This is the screech charm created by the Admiral. Squall didn't have the time to consider the reason as he ran with all his might towards another street. At that moment, his head was suddenly struck heavily by a person. The tearing pain made him spasm all over. The lightning in Klein's eyes receded as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Bang! An air bullet traversed a distance of about 10 meters and accurately drilled into the back of Squall's head. Squall didn't have the inhuman endurance of steel. His vision immediately turned black as he slowly collapsed. Klein took a few steps forward and reached out his left palm, allowing the joyful creeping hunger to enjoy its feast. I've heard the true Creator's voice, and I've withstood Mr. Door's cries for help. In this aspect, my resistance to such things is very strong. Even a wraith scream can be quickly recovered, much less a charm. Klein silently muttered to himself as he watched Squall's body turn into flesh and blood before being thrown into Creeping Hunger's gaping mouth. A few seconds later, Creeping Hunger stopped in satisfaction. Klein quickly returned to Steel Mavadi's side. This zombie had been purified. Although his head wasn't smashed, he had lost his life. Klein took a few steps forward and picked up the peacock blue carpet that had fallen to the ground. He wrapped it around Steel Mavadi's body and lifted him up. Looking back at the chaotic 15, Amiris Avenue, listening to the zombies and puppets losing control, and sensing that the mandated punishers were approaching, Klein tugged at his cloak's hood and bowed slightly in that direction. "Pa!" With a rub of his fingers, Klein ignited the surrounding paper fragments, producing a scarlet column of flames. Under the illumination of the flames, his body turned incorporeal, turning into a shadow along with the items as he vanished from the spot. As for the beyonder characteristics of Squall and Hendry that were slowly seeping out and condensing, he didn't look at them, nor did he care about them. Greed would cause people to fall into unnecessary danger. His current harvest was already sufficient. After leaving behind a number of mandated punishers to deal with the zombies and puppets that had gone out of control, the pirates that had been injured by their companions, and the beyonder adventurers that had been captured, Cordova Roy led the rest and rushed over. However, all he could see were corpses scattered all over the ground, scattered scalpels and withered trees. He could distinguish the slowly receding aura of the sun and the evil that came from deep within the flesh and blood. Chapter 5:33. It was early in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. The alley was mostly quiet and motionless. With the help of Donna's cloak, Klein fused into the shadows and quickly traversed through them. He found his surroundings grayish-black and transparent. Reality was blurry, and all the sounds seemed to come from the depths of the cosmos, empty and distant. After distancing himself from Amiris Avenue as much as possible, he identified his location and grew out of the shadows, appearing in an empty alley filled with broken bricks and gravel. With a shake of his hands, Klein threw Steel Mavadi, who was wrapped in the peacock blue flying carpet, in front of him, hoping to complete the grazing before his spirit body began to dissipate. He threw away the flying carpet and took a step forward. He extended his left palm, spread his fingers slightly, and looked down at the corpse that still had some warmth left in it. Creeping Hunger revealed its original appearance. It was thin, as though it was made of human skin. 2 eyes cracked open on its palm. Its pupils were bright red, as though they were dyed with blood. Whoosh! A bone-chilling breeze suddenly blew in the alley. It swirled around Steel Mavadi's corpse, twisting into a nearly transparent human figure. One could vaguely see thick lips and curly hair that resembled steel balls. Mavadi's spirit body wore an abnormally pained expression as it tried its best to resist the attraction of Creeping Hunger. As for the grayish-white and black-green light, it was like a surging galaxy as it rapidly flew out of its body of flesh and blood, fusing into the transparent figure. No, Mavadi let out a silent scream. It was too late for him to beg for mercy. All he could do was crawl into the human-skinned glove in despair, and he was fixed to the empty finger. He also released his Beyonder characteristic, causing it to have a certain connection with the environment. This connection determined what powers Steel Mavadi could use when grazing his soul. Perhaps 1, 2, but no more than 3. Before the exact content was fixed, it wasn't under Klein's control. It was purely random. Creeping Hunger quickly covered the paleness, and finally, it returned to its previous disguise, an ordinary black glove. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it for a few seconds. He let out a sigh of relief and relief. This time his luck wasn't too bad, but it wasn't too good either. He had successfully obtained 3 Beyonder powers of Steel Mavati, but none of them were what he wanted the most. A body of steel that didn't fear gunshots, fire, or bombs. The first is the power of a zombie, which allows me to make violent attacks, making up for the shortcomings of my previous agility-based combat style. The second is my mastery of ice. Although I can't condense an ice spear like the Demoness pathway, creating a blizzard, or make the most direct attack, I can freeze the surrounding ground and lower the temperature of the air, effectively affecting the opponent's movements. If there's physical contact, I can even freeze the enemy and stiffen his flesh and blood, perfectly matching my combat abilities. The third is zombie controlling. Ha! I won't have to worry about not having enough people in the future to form a card game. After some thought, Klein bent down to check Steel Mavati's belongings. He quickly found 26 pounds, 11 soldi, and 8 pence in cash, as well as a bunch of seemingly normal but strange items, such as candles, clamps, a spiked whip, etc. Considering that Steel Mavati was likely a member of the Rose School, and that he belonged to the line of indulging his desires, Klein vaguely understood something. He spat and put away the cash. A werewolf has super self-healing abilities, and a zombie has a body of steel. There's really no need to bring any healing medicine or items. It's just as Donna's judgment. Mavati doesn't have any mystical items. That's right. There are very few mystical items, and many of them have obvious flaws and negative effects. Not everyone wants them or can have them. Previously, the combination of wraith, zombie, and werewolf only had 2 mystical items: Scarlet Lunar Corona and Biological Poison Bottle. Klein nodded and took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. He unfolded the yellowed piece of paper and placed it on Steel Mavati's body, covering his face. It was a bounty notice with Mavati's portrait and the corresponding bounty amount printed on it. 6,000 pounds. Klein straightened his body, took a step back, stepped on the peacock blue flying carpet, and pulled out a paper figurine. Pa! With a flick of his forearm and a flick of his wrist, he threw the paper figurine out. It turned into sparks that scattered everywhere. Right on the heels of that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the alley with the item. After 2 to 3 minutes, Cordoba Roy rushed over with a number of mandated punishers, just in time to see a cold breeze blow away the bounty notice, revealing Steel Mavati's disintegrated flesh and eyes wide open. Whoosh! The bounty notice fell to the side, still facing up. Having lost track of their target, Cordoba and company brought Steel's corpse back to the area where the battle had taken place in silence. Looking at the team members who were inspecting the scene, the deacon, Cordoba restrained his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "A believer of the sun?" This was the most important question for him and the diocese. The mandated Punisher team member who was in charge of searching for clues and using supernatural means to restore the truth wasn't a Beyonder of the Storm Pathway, but a reader's corresponding sequence 7 Knowledge Keeper, also known as a detective. He wasn't in a hurry to answer as he walked over and crouched down to examine Mavati's corpse. After a while he looked up and said, "He's not a believer of the sun. He likely borrowed the power of a mystical item." "Reason?" Cordoba asked with a frown. The mandated Punisher team member said, "There's a sense of evil that comes from the depths of flesh and blood. One of the corpses was devoured in such a manner, leaving behind only its uniqueness and items. If it were a believer of the sun, even if they relied on items, they wouldn't do such a thing. To them, anything in the true Creator's domain is filthy. It has to be immediately purified or sealed. It shouldn't be used, nor should it be." Cordoba thought for a few seconds and agreed with this judgment. He then asked, "Someone from the Aurora Order?" "No. A real Rose Bishop or Shepherd wouldn't be so crude. They would definitely wrap the corpse within their bodies and deal with it after they leave. There's no reason for them to dismember it on the spot. It would be a waste of time and leave behind a pile of items that are still of value. To be in such a rush to devour is like a negative effect of a mystical item, the knowledge keeper said calmly. A mystical item that possesses the domains of both the sun and secret suppliant, or something similar to the powers of a shepherd. Berg, which is your judgment. As a deacon, Cordoba had the authority to understand the shepherds and their special powers. As for the knowledge keeper, it was based on his position in the team. The other mandated punishers didn't understand what they were talking about. Knowledge keeper Berg stood up. It's possible. Any suspects? Cordoba asked in a deep voice. Berg shook his head. There's no target for now, but there's one thing that can be confirmed. The Blood Brambles was killed by Blazing Danes. The other person is his helper, a rather terrifying powerhouse. He's in no way weaker than the pirate admirals. A terrifying powerhouse. Cordoba muttered with a heavy expression before his eyes lit up. Could it be Edwina? She can simulate some of the beyonder powers she has seen. Knowledge keeper Berg pondered for a moment and said, We can't rule out that possibility. However, according to the intelligence, she was near Sonia Island a few days ago. Unless she can simulate the corresponding powers and use the spirit world to travel over. Cordoba paced back and forth a few times, then looked around. Deal with the scene. Don't alarm the nearby residents. I'll submit the mission report. I hope to receive more and more effective intelligence. This involved a powerhouse whose combat strength was at least equivalent to a Sequence 5. All he could do was restrain his irascible emotions and make the most rational decision. In Old Quinn's house, in the basement, sealed by a heavy stone door, sitting on a short bed, Alger, who was quietly looking at the candlelight on the table, suddenly saw his vision blur. He saw a gray fog, as well as the fool, who was sitting on a high-backed chair deep in the fog, looking down at everything. A blurry figure stood beneath him with his hands clasped together in front of his face. He said in a sincere tone, Honorable Mr. Fool, the matter has been successfully concluded. The matter has been successfully concluded? That's Steele Mavady and a few other beyonders. The world sure does things efficiently. He's stronger than I imagined. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. Ha ha! He can peddle beyonder characteristics on the tarot again. Perhaps there's more than one. How did he bypass the influence of sealed artifact 2 to 37? The uniqueness of a blessed? A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he instinctively thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he took out a small metal bottle and smeared the mint-flavored extract into his nose. A strong, pungent smell drilled into his head, and Alger instantly became abnormally clear-headed. At some point in time, he had a white gauze mask in his hand and had poured moon essence oil onto it. After methodically putting on the mask, Alger stood up and slowly walked to the heavy stone door. He calmly took out a sealed metal can from the inside of his clothes, twisted the mechanical switch, and pulled out a tube. Then he stuffed the tube into the gap of the stone door and extended it out. Without a sound, the gas in the metal can quickly spread out. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas provided by the moon Emlyn. It could knock out strong, ordinary people, Sequence 9 beyonders who were known for their bodies, and targets of higher sequences whose physiques weren't good enough. Even if Old Quinn could hold on, he would still be clearly affected. As for his helpers and friends, Alger leaned against the stone door and waited patiently. When nearly a third of the gas in the can was released, he retracted the tube and closed the switch. He turned around, listened to the commotion outside, and received a satisfactory answer. Alger revealed a smile as he quickly converged his aura and suppressed it. Suddenly, all his muscles swelled up as he threw a punch forward. Furious strike! Bang! The heavy stone door's lock shattered, and the door itself opened. Alger retracted his fist and walked out. There were sleepers outside. P.S. Creeping hunger has two modes, grazing and devouring. The former targets spirits and beyonder characteristics, while the latter targets spirits and flesh and blood. Chapter 534. 48. Sour Lemon Street, outside the Wind of Azure Inn. Blazing Donis, who was wearing a thick jacket and wide-legged pants, took a detour back and stuck to the corner of the wall. He didn't move for a long time, hesitating if he should take the opportunity to escape so that he wouldn't have to face the terrifying lunatic German Sparrow. Unlike the battle at Banksy Harbor, he was hiding on a rooftop far away, allowing him to see the entire battle zone. Therefore, while assisting German Sparrow and fighting Blood Brambles Hendry, he finally saw the crazy adventurer's battle process and grasped the Beyonder powers and uniqueness that he displayed. Paper figurine substitutes, Flaming Flash, Psyche Blast, the Holy Light of the Sun domain, the rubbing of his fingers to shoot out air bullets, the ability to completely disguise himself as another person, as well as the mystical glove that changed its appearance several times and devoured Squall. The number exceeds my imagination. Furthermore, a few of them are incompatible. This isn't something that can be explained by simply adding one or two mystical items to a sequence. Also, the hunger that comes from the depths of the soul indicates something. Vice Admiral Hurricane's glove, Creeping Hunger. Captain specially reminded us that the glove can graze the souls of many Beyonders, allowing us to use their powers. Donna's thoughts and final judgment flowed through his mind. German Sparrow is the current owner of Creeping Hunger. He didn't look down on him just because he relied on a powerful, mystical item to appear so terrifying. Instead, he felt even more reverent. Firstly, the extent to which a mystical item could be used depended on one's own standards. If German Sparrow didn't have a certain level of strength and rich combat experience in the Beyonder domain, he wouldn't have been able to finish off Steel Mavady and the Calm Squall in 10 seconds, even with Creeping Hunger. Secondly, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, had learned from secret channels that Vice Admiral Hurricane hadn't died at the hands of the Church of the Storm. Instead, he had been quickly killed by a powerhouse while escaping. Donis had no lack of understanding of how powerful Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings was at his peak. He knew where a powerhouse that could easily finish him off was. It was equivalent to a king that stood at the pinnacle of all pirates. Furthermore, it was one of the two most powerful and terrifying ones, the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic. Although there's the element of a surprise attack, I can only lower his evaluation. He's not much weaker than the King of Immortality, and he's stronger than Admiral Hell and Admiral of Blood. Creeping Hunger now belongs to German Sparrow, which means that either he's the powerhouse who killed Kalengos, or he has an important figure at the level of one of the four kings standing behind him. Regardless of which possibility it is, it's more terrifying than what I originally imagined. Donna's body tensed up. He really didn't wish to face the adventurer who had crazy blood coursing through his veins. Phew! He exhaled and felt that he had been hesitating for too long. He needed to make a decision as soon as possible. German Sparrow knows divination, and he's rather confident in his abilities. With my shadow cloak in his hands, not only will it be difficult to escape, but it will also infuriate him. Shadow Cloak is a rare mystical item. Donis gritted his teeth and turned around the corner. He entered the hotel's main entrance and went all the way to the luxurious suite. After cautiously waiting for a few seconds and observing the situation, Donis took out his key and opened the door. He saw that the room was dark. The gas wall lamps weren't lit, and the not-so-bright morning sunlight shone in through the window, illuminating the German Sparrow who was facing the door. This adventurer had already changed back into his original attire. He wore a black coat and dark-colored trousers. He held a half-top hat in his hand as he raised his right foot and placed it on his left thigh. He leaned back slightly. His face was dark and blurry because his back was to the window. Only his dark brown eyes were abnormally clear as he calmly stared at the door. Donis subconsciously lowered his head and laughed dryly. According to your instructions, I circled to a few newspaper offices and wrote the news of blazing, killing Steel Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall on a piece of paper before throwing it in. Of course, in this piece of news, I have a powerful helper. He is mysterious and unknown. He is a top-notch adventurer and an experienced bounty hunter. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. Very good. Danes heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw the peacock blue flying carpet. He was stunned for a few seconds before he asked in confusion, "What about Steele and Huntley's heads?" Klein said calmly, "That's right. I didn't take them." "You didn't take them?" Danes blurted out in astonishment. "Then what about our bounty?" As long as he had the heads of Steele and Blood Brambles, he could obtain the corresponding bounty through people with connections and background. Although he would lose 15 to 30% of the money, as a pirate, he couldn't claim the bounty himself. He could only use such a method. The military and the church used bounties to encourage pirates to kill each other, but that didn't mean that they would let go of a gift that was delivered to their doorstep. To Donna's surprise, the German sparrow, who was crazily thirsty for money, didn't take the heads of Steele and Blood Brambles. It was equivalent to him giving up on the bounty. Klein didn't answer him as he pointed at the flying carpet on the ground. "You are a collaborator. You have two choices. One is 3,000 pounds in cash. The second is this flying carpet. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Exceeding that time will be considered as giving up. 3,000 pounds in cash or a flying carpet. This flying carpet seems to only have the ability to hover and fly. Furthermore, it's not that fast, so it's not that useful." "That's not right. At sea, such items are very precious to beyonders other than the sailor pathway. At the very least, I don't have to worry about what happens if the ship sinks." Danes was momentarily hesitant. Then he heard German's sparrow count. 3, 2. Danes was alarmed as he hurriedly said, "Flying carpet!" "Flying carpet." Klein nodded. "All right." Knowing that the other party was trustworthy, Danitz finally relaxed and grumbled in a half-mumbling, half-complaining tone. He grumbled, "Why didn't you count to 5 and 4? "We agreed on 5 seconds," Klein replied without a change in expression. "I counted to myself. I counted to myself." Danes took a deep breath and revealed a twisted smile. Klein slowly stood up, flicked his wrist, and threw the top hat in his hand, letting it hang steadily on the rack before walking to his bedroom. Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who had entered in the name of a morning prayer, met the diocese bishop, Chogo, and recounted what had happened last night. The only thing that had been modified was that the sanguine anesthetic gas had been changed to the slumber charms of the Church of Evernight. Chogo nodded in appreciation. "For the sake of your faith, you dared to venture deep into the enemy's lair and risk your life. Such behavior is worthy of praise. You are a true attendant of the storm. Last night we captured 5 Beyonders and killed 2 of them on the spot. Mavady, Hendry, and Squall also died as a result. The heads of these 3 pirates will either never appear again, or they're in our hands. The government's bounty will be ours. This totals to more than 10,000 pounds. You will receive most of it, which is 6,000 pounds. Don't decline. The Lord tells us that those who fight for their faith must not be trapped. Holy Lord of Storms." Alger pounded his left chest with an excited expression. Although he and the world hadn't agreed on how to split the spoils of war, he believed that the 2 of them had a certain tacit understanding. For example, they wouldn't interfere with each other's hunting of the pirates. The bounty would be split equally between the 2 because they had to clear the church's name. As for the bounties from countries and organizations like the Intis and FASAC, Alger didn't have any extravagant hopes. This was because every claim required him to hand over the target's complete corpse or head. Therefore, he could only choose one of them. Only people with deep backgrounds and good relationships with various countries and organizations could receive all of them. 3,000 pounds belongs to the world. I've suddenly lost 3,000 pounds, which will definitely arouse suspicion. Yes, I have to find an opportunity to buy a mystical item. As such items are rare, they often come at a premium. It's even more so when I'm in urgent need. No one will suspect me if I offer £5,000 if I buy it for £3,000. I'll sell the items I obtained from Old Quinn, and this account will be settled. Alger quickly came up with a follow-up plan. Knowing that he would receive £3,000, Klein happily sat on the fool's high-back chair and considered a serious problem. That was, after grazing Stilmavady, he would release a soul from creeping hunger according to his promise. Their beyonder powers are very useful. It's quite a pity to release them before I find a replacement. Besides, I've already released that faceless. There doesn't seem to be a need this time. Hesitation, and reluctance fermented in Klein's heart, making him unable to make a decision for a long time. After a while, he leaned back and exhaled. I can't lie to myself. He shook his head and laughed. He felt relaxed because he had made up his mind. He would keep his promise and release a soul. The faceless from before had been released ahead of time because he wanted to obtain the corresponding information. In essence, it was an equivalent exchange. Which one should I release? Miss Justice has bought the ingredients for a psychiatrist and a mystical item worth £5,500. No matter how rich she is, she should be short on funds. It's not appropriate to sell the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic at this time. She still owes my adorer £2,000. She'll repay it in February or March. Klein rejected his previous idea and planned on releasing the nightmare first. As a former Nighthawk, he always had an enhanced impression and feelings for beyonders in this domain. Therefore, without any other factors, it wasn't difficult for him to make a choice. After calming his emotions, Klein picked up the human-skinned glove that he had previously brought above the gray fog. He closed his eyes and sensed the distorted and illusory souls. Without any hesitation, he released the nightmare. Chapter 535. At the side of the long bronze table, Nightmare appeared. This was a man in his 30s. He had black hair and blue eyes. His cheeks were long and thin, and there were obvious grooves on both sides of his nose. His mouth and chin were covered with a thin beard. As the pain and distortion he could feel eased, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed. Compared to the faceless from before, this nightmare was clearly not as muddle-headed and weak after being released. It was unknown if it was because the Evernight pathway enhanced the spirit more than the Seer pathway, or if it was because he had been grazed for a shorter period of time. Klein sighed inwardly and asked directly through telepathy, "Why did you die at the hands of Zillings?" The corners of the shapeshifter's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. "I'm a red glove of the Nighthawks. I'm currently investigating a batch of ancient documents from the Balam royal tomb. They're suspected to be related to the Fallen Death. I found that some of them might have fallen into the hands of a rich man. So I took 2 companions and boarded the ship he was on. Unfortunately, when we were about to investigate, we were attacked by the Zillings fleet." "Where are your companions?" Klein asked. The nightmare said with a pained expression, "That's right. We had a chance to leave and even kill Zillings with our skillful teamwork, but our ship sank and we could only take lifeboats. Everybody died. No, they died in the line of duty. May the goddess bless you." Klein silently drew a crimson moon in his heart. This made him realize that battles at sea were very different from those on land. The environment was very important. Those who weren't beyonders of the sailor pathway would be at a great disadvantage. If it weren't for the fact that the flying carpet was large, inconvenient to carry, and its slow speed making it an easy target, Klein would definitely have chosen to keep it and give Donis the cash. Thankfully, I have the bladder of a murloc. I can get an artisan to create a mystical item that allows me to move underwater. Unfortunately, artisans are very difficult to find. Most of them are from the Church of Steam and Machinery. There aren't many in the wild. Otherwise, the mystical items in circulation wouldn't be so rare. If it really doesn't work, I'll have to seek Mr. the Hanging Man's help. Klein looked at the nightmare who had died in the line of duty and leaned back gently. "What's your name? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" The nightmare's figure was already slowly dissipating. Upon hearing that, he smiled. "My name is David Raymond. I lost my parents, wife, and siblings in a black magic incident. I only have a daughter left. Her name is Nilu, and she was born in 1330. She's a very cute girl. I regret that I joined the Nighthawks in order to investigate the truth of the black magic incident. Later, I became a Red Glove, but I didn't have the time to accompany her. While she lost her mother, she nearly lost her father. Ha ha! I believe that the church will definitely give her the pension and give her some help in secret. I'm not worried about her life. I only wish to see her enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess. She will have her own family and no longer be lonely. It's 1350 this year. She might already have someone to marry," Klein said with a sigh. "Time really flies." Davy Raymond replied dreamily. "Tell her that all the murders have been punished. I died because of an accident. There's no need to hate anyone. Tell her that Daddy loves her. Daddy is very sorry." His figure became more and more transparent as he was about to disappear. Klein closed his eyes. "Where does she live?" "What's the name of the tycoon who collected Death's documents?" "We live in Desi County's Conant City. It's a beautiful coastal city with abundant rubber nearby. If she hasn't moved, she's still living at 67 Red Indus Street. That tycoon's name is Jimmy Necker. He should have also fallen into the hands of the Zillings." Before Davy Raymond could finish his sentence, his figure had completely dissipated, leaving behind a deep, black, gem-like, gelatinous object on the surface of his glove. Klein watched this scene silently. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. He said in a deep voice, "If there's a chance, I'll visit your daughter and see how she's doing." Beneath the palace that looked like a giant's residence, the gray fog was endless and unchanging. Klein put away Davy Raymond's Beyonder characteristic, rubbed his temples, and turned his attention back to the matter regarding Death's documents. The Death pathway and Evernight pathway can be interchanged at high-sequence Beyonders. There's nothing strange about the church sending people to track down the corresponding documents. I wonder if Jimmy Necker is dead or not. I have to find out if he has already passed away in that tragedy and the items have fallen into the hands of the Zillings. Then I have to start investigating from the pirates. Zillings' fleet is now under the control of Vice Admiral Aylmont Tracy. As it involved Death and might be able to help Mr. Aztec, Klein decided to investigate in passing. If there were any difficulties, he could directly write a letter to inform the big shot. After clearing his thoughts, he quickly returned to the real world and used a ritual to bring creeping hunger out again. After doing all of this, seeing that it was already late, he gave up on the idea of catching up on sleep. He decided to summarize the experience and lessons from last night's operation. To Klein, the biggest lesson was that he had overestimated the patience of the mandated punishers. He had originally hoped that even if there were certain accidents at the beginning, the mandated punishers would be able to restrain themselves and wait for the true protagonist, the true target, Steel Mavady, to appear. When that happened, they would definitely use a sealed artifact that allows many people to enter a dream and control all the wild Beyonders who were involved. And with my unique nature, being able to sense the dream and forcefully break free, I would be able to deal with Steel Mavady and his helpers with ease, completing the achievement of instant kill and taking away 1 or 2 corpses. In the end, just as there was an accident, that bunch of irascible brothers all rushed out. They didn't even leave any backup teams to prevent any accidents. At most, they would let the sealed artifact wielder stay in the periphery with 1 or 2 protectors. The more Klein thought about it, the more he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't for the fact that Steel Mavady and his pirates were more cautious, sending at least 2 Beyonders and all the puppets and zombies to block the mandated punishers that might be chasing after them, Klein would have likely faced a situation where it was 2 against 5. If that happened, he would have chosen to give up and switch his strategy. And what satisfied Klein the most was that he had done a rather good job of making targeted preparations. This was a professional habit of a magician, as he had long learned of the characteristics of the first 5 sequences of the mutant pathway for Miss Sharon and Marek. Klein knew very well that Stilmavady, who had gone through the lunatic stage, could use irrational factors to resist interference and affect one's mind. He had very strong resistance in this aspect. Therefore, he gave up on the psychiatrist dragon's might and frenzy, as well as the nightmare that was clearly inferior to the mandated Punisher's sealed artifact. He only targeted the interrogator's psychic piercing and the Priest of Light's purification powers. Psychic piercing wasn't a beyonder power that interfered with one's thoughts or affected one's mind. Instead, it was a means to directly attack a spirit body. In essence, the other powers were used on the body of heart and mind, while its target was a soul body. There was a clear difference between the two. As long as one of the parts of that combo didn't produce the desired effect, Stilmavady would be able to recover, making it impossible for me to complete a quick kill. And in the environment back then, this also meant failure. Yes, I also targeted the carnal faction's trait of being easily controlled by their emotions. I believe that once they suffer mental damage, there's a high chance that they will go crazy and counterattack without considering anything else. Actually, the safest way to deal with a zombie is to set up Matchstick or Doniz. I'll use Flaming Jump and Light of Holiness to kite Mavady. I'll make him unable to catch up to his opponent if he wants to fight, or escape if he wants to. I'll be able to chase up to him with a fireball. Unfortunately, this is too much of a waste of time. The environment doesn't allow it. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and looked at the time. Seeing that it was almost 9 in the morning, he turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Doniz was lying in a reclining chair, sleeping so soundly that the room was filled with the snoring of a steam engine. He was rather alert. The moment Klein came out, he opened his eyes and sat up. "You're going out?" Doniz saw German Sparrow take down his top hat from the coat rack. Yes. Klein maintained his persona and didn't explain that he was attempting to act and help someone confess. What about me? Stilmavady and his subordinates are basically finished. I don't have to worry anymore. Even if the newspapers don't publish this news, I can spread it myself. There are plenty of pirates and adventurers who have nothing better to do and use it as bragging material. It will spread to the sea and remind Captain that bunch of *T doesn't know anything other than drinking and bragging. But even so, it's still of some use. Doniz thought for a moment and asked with a hint of fear, "Mr. Sparrow, can I leave now?" Klein revealed a smile bit by bit. "You've always been free." "That's right. I wasn't captured by him this time. I'm only asking for help. I've always been free." Doniz was first taken aback, before he was pleasantly surprised. At this moment he heard German Sparrow say in a light voice, "That's right. But it ends now." "Ah, what?" Doniz wore a blank look. It took him a full 3 seconds to understand German Sparrow's true meaning. That meant that he had been captured by the other party again. Why? Doniz asked angrily and aggrievedly. Klein put on his top hat and said in a deep voice, "I want to see your captain." Doniz's eyes widened as he stood up abruptly and blurted out, "What do you want?" "This guy is a little agitated." Klein calmly replied, "I have some things to ask her." "I have some things to ask her." Chapter 536. He has something to ask, Captain? Danitz frowned as he watched German Sparrow leave the room. He didn't know what the man's true motives were. What exactly is this fellow after? Money? Wealth? But he had the time and opportunity to take away Stilmavady's and Blood Bramble's Hendry's heads and exchange them for a bounty of nearly £10,000. After taking a cut, it would be £7,000 or £8,000, but he didn't do so. Instead, he generously split the spoils of war with me. This is very contradictory. When he heard that I'm blazing, his first reaction was to point to the £3,000 bounty. According to Captain, this doesn't make sense Why would he deliberately give up on the bounty? Unless he has a better way to obtain it safely. Or does he leave it for someone else? Yes, he was prepared for the appearance of the mandated punishers ahead of time. He has his own network and intelligence channels. This way, everything can be explained, coupled with the possibility of the demigod who killed Zillings. Man, German Sparrow has a secret and powerful organization backing him. Donis was alarmed by his own speculations. He instinctively wanted to use body language to express his feelings, but he forgot that his left arm was still fractured. He immediately grimaced in pain. This made him even more terrified. He didn't want Captain to meet such a dangerous and crazy fellow. He even suspected that German Sparrow's true goal was the Captain's 26,000-pound bounty. In a one-on-one battle, that madman might not be able to defeat Captain. Besides, we still have the first mate, second mate, third mate, and a few bosuns. However, he has a terrifying organization backing him. If he wants to harm Captain, he'll have to do it over my dead body. Donis puffed out his chest and raised his neck, filled with the tragic sense of self-sacrifice. He raised his hand to smooth his hair, gave a long grunt, and muttered to himself, "Let's observe a little longer. Perhaps German Sparrow really only wants to ask some questions." He subconsciously looked around and found that the flying carpet and shadow cloak were still there. They weren't missing. In other words, German Sparrow left everything that belongs to me behind. Isn't he afraid that I'll take the opportunity to escape? Or did he secretly take my hair for his divination? No, he's a crazy guy. Even if he wants to use his hair, he'll just walk over and pluck a strand out. It's impossible for him to do it secretly. That's right, there's a powerful and secretive organization behind him. Maybe at this moment, there are people from that organization secretly monitoring me, waiting for me to leave, waiting for me to find the Captain. Sinister. The German Sparrow must have gone out on purpose. Donis felt that he had grasped the truth with his experience and wisdom. He paced back and forth a few steps and sat back on the reclining chair. "I'm not leaving. I want to see what you guys are up to. I will not bring danger to the Captain." 3:15 in the afternoon, Syme Island. This place was also part of the Rørsted archipelago, but it was the furthest from the city of Generosity, Byam. It would take nearly 5 hours for a passenger ship to get there. On the way, Klein purchased a set of local clothes and bought a small suitcase to store his clothes. He spent a total of 14 soldi, which was less than £1. How cheap! It's only a fraction of the cost of a formal suit. Wearing wide-legged pants, a thick coffee-colored jacket, and a light brown cap, Klein walked off the liner and entered the somewhat old harbor of Syme Island. Having spent time buying clothes and changing his appearance, he had missed the 9:00 ferry and could only take the 10:00 one. Thinking of the expenses of this acting, he couldn't help but calculate his current financial situation. The faceless characteristic was sold for £3,825, and the pirate bounty was £3,000. Although I haven't received the £6,825 yet, as long as Mr. the Hanging Man isn't exposed, it can basically be included in my budget. The remaining money from Donna and the others' gratitude and myself is £255. £26, 11 soldi, and 8 pence were found on Stilmavady. Yes, there are also 5 gold coins for ballast. I haven't spent much money recently, and it's only a little more than £1 in total. This is really a delightful matter. In that case, I'll have £7,110, and I'll also have the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic and the Murloc's bladder. The value isn't low. Thinking about it, I've earned £3,000 in bounty, and the Zombie Beyonder characteristic. The latter is £3,000 to £5,000, which means that I've earned £7,000 to £8,000. And this is just Stilmavady, Blood Brambles, Hendry, and Squall. Furthermore, I've wasted quite a bit of it. Hunting pirates is really a good job. I can uphold justice, punish evil, protect the weak, and become rich overnight. Klein subconsciously turned his head to the side and saw that the seawater here was a lot clearer than Byam's. It was like a green, huge, crystalline gem that reflected a golden luster under the sunlight. Indeed, it's not without reason that generations of adventurers go out to sea in search of wealth. Even after deducting the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle, the spring water from the Sonia Golden Spring, and other supplementary ingredients for a marionettist, the remaining money is enough for me to buy a pretty good manor here, in Desi Bay, in the southern continent's colonies, or in a non-metropolitan area. The rural scenery in Rouen is said to be very beautiful. If I really can't return, I can consider settling down in a similar place. Yes, I still have 10% of the Bakeland Bicycle Company shares. The future returns won't be low. With confidence, Klein straightened his back and thought about the future. After letting his imagination run wild, Klein began to consider a more realistic problem. Should he sell the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic, find an opportunity to return it to the Church of Evernight, or use an artisan to make it into a mystical item? Depending on the situation, the most ideal solution is to sell it to the church. Martyr Klein, who had taken 2 potions from the Nighthawks, thought with uncertainty. At the same time, he hoped that Little Sun could quickly reach Sequence 7 so that he would have the right to come into contact with the method to remove the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic. As for releasing the Priest of Light inside the glove, he wasn't in a rush. Little Sun had just obtained the Sequence 7 potion formula, so he temporarily didn't have any need for it. He would have to wait for a long period of time. As for the Priest of Light's powers, it was very effective against Admiral of Blood and his pirates. It was much stronger than the Brooch of Sunday. As his thoughts slowly settled, Klein entered the port town. The people here were basically natives. Their skin was nearly bronze, and their black hair was naturally slightly curled. Their bodies emitted the smell of being in contact with spices for a long time. After changing his appearance and asking about Rainey's situation and if there was any news of Went's death, Klein found a secluded corner and wiped his face with his hand, turning himself into the thin and tall Went with deep facial features. He carried his suitcase and circled to the outskirts of the town, where he saw Rainey's brewery. The flaxen-haired girl could no longer be called a young lady. Compared to Went's memories, she was clearly a lot more mature. She was cleaning the entrance, and there wasn't anyone around. Phew! Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling his heart filled with conflicted emotions. As a keyboard warrior, he knew about acting theories such as method theory and experience theory, but he lacked a deeper understanding. All he could do was try to figure out Went's mood and how he should behave in such a situation. Finally, he closed his eyes and walked over. When Rainey heard the footsteps, she looked up and saw the visitor clearly. She opened her mouth slightly and let out an awe in surprise. Then she straightened her face and said, "Why did you suddenly come back?" "Remember, you're just acting." Klein revealed a smile. "I'm here to bid you farewell." He spoke in the local dialect with a nondescript Byam accent. The language of the Rorstad archipelago also originated from ancient Faisac, and it was a different variant. To Klein, who was half a historian, it wasn't difficult. It only took him a little time to master it. "Farewell?" Rainey asked in surprise. Klein turned his head, looked to the side, and smiled. "I'm going to chase a treasure, and I don't know when I'll be back. When the time comes, I'll appear with a large sum of money, buy a manor in the suburbs, plant some rubber trees, get a vineyard, have my own mill, wine cellar, and blacksmith shop, and fill the air with the smell of all kinds of spices. Then I'll buy a few slaves and hire some servants, just like those old masters. Ha! I'm still lacking one thing." He fought the goosebumps that were about to appear and turned to look into Rainey's eyes. "I'm still lacking a wife and the mistress of the manor. Rainey, I like you. I want to marry you. I'm saying it today not to obtain an answer, but because I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to tell you again." Rainey listened quietly and suddenly cursed angrily. "Winter, you're a coward." "Ah, This reaction isn't right. Klein deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Rainey suppressed her voice and said, 3 years ago, I was already prepared to go to Byam with you. In the end, you didn't say anything. You coward. What's the point of telling me now? You're about to go out to sea, and you might never return. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. By saying it, you'll be happy and won't have any regrets. But what about me? Will I keep thinking that you'll return and continue suffering? You selfish bastard. She waved the broom in her hand and slammed it at Winter, who was opposite her. Klein knew that the Real Winter would throw away the broom, hug the girl, and tell her that he wouldn't go out to sea again. But he couldn't do it. He could only pretend to be chased away in a sorry state. He ran all the way to a nearby alley and knocked his head against the wall, silently cursing to himself. This is 2F** King awkward. This is 2F** King awkward. Rainey returned to the door, held the broom, and squatted down. Her face was ashen, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Vaguely, she heard a voice, and then she fell into a deep sleep. After using the charm, Klein turned around and pushed Rainey, who was sitting on the ground against the wall. Then he quickly left and hid in the distance to watch the outcome. Rainey quickly woke up and realized that she had fallen asleep at some point in time. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. She still sat there for a long time without moving. Suddenly, she lowered her head and let out a sharp, thin curse that seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat. Winter, you selfish bastard! Sigh. Klein, who felt a little digested, sighed, changed his appearance, and left the place. He had to stay on Simim Island for the night because there was a liner to Byam in the morning. Chapter 537. Turning into one of the two main streets, Klein, who had changed his face, went straight to the green mailbox and took out a letter that he had long prepared from his pocket. This was a death notice that he had written in imitation of the police station's official document format. It was addressed to the sheriff of Simim Port Town. The content was about the sudden death of a local resident in Byam. When he decided to do this acting, Klein had already formulated a corresponding plan. He wanted things to proceed smoothly without deviating from the track, and he didn't want to cause irreparable harm to the girl, Rainey. His plan was to use the slumber charm to disguise the real acting as a dream. This way, if the girl, Rainey, had no love for Went and directly rejected his confession, she wouldn't feel any guilt when she heard of his death later. At most, she would feel afraid, and this could be effectively appeased by praying and confessing to the church. If the girl, Rainey, also liked, Went, and responded to his confession, the reason of the dream would help Klein escape. The subsequent death notice would cut off Rainey's expectations, and it wouldn't have a negative impact on her future life. But even so, it's still a little cruel. No matter what kind of woman it is, when faced with a dream confession from a boy she likes after his death, they would definitely be devastated. They wouldn't be able to get over it for a long time. Yes, if I don't do anything, Rainey will definitely be abnormally sad when the news of Went's death comes back, but it might not be that serious. However, the knot in her heart might never be untied. She will be conflicted for the rest of her life over whether Went out on an adventure to pursue their future, or if he simply didn't like her, it's not a bad ending. Once she's relieved of her pain, she'll treat her future life with the gentleness of having been sincerely loved by someone. Sigh, no matter what, for the sake of acting, I've forcefully interfered with the lives of others and affected the innocent to a certain extent. Even if I have the excuse of fulfilling a wish, it's not really a good thing. Just as Roselle said, the further I go down the Beyonder pathway, the more warped and sinister it becomes. The acting method might be a catalyst. All I can do is try my best to minimize the effects. After delivering the letter, Klein exhaled and walked to the only inn in town with his featureless local face. On the way, he summarized his experience. It was that disguising as another person and receiving feedback should be the main clause of the faceless rule, second only to you can disguise as anyone but yourself. If it were some other faceless, they might seal off the news of Went's death and agree to Rainey's confession. They would spend 1 to 2 years in a relationship with her, marry her and have children. Then they wouldn't be bound by the various relationships of this identity. They would remember who they are and coldly leave. During this process, if they don't expose themselves, the potion will almost be completely digested. But I really can't do it. I can't get past myself at all. All I can do is play by the edges. Klein sighed and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He shook his head and silently mocked himself. What a Beyonder must constantly resist is not only danger and madness, but also all kinds of evil thoughts that originate from themselves, as well as the gravitational pull of depravity that can cause them to sink if they aren't careful. Even so, in the end, they might still be corrupted by the abyss and become the kind of monster they swore to get rid of. Sigh reining in his thoughts, Klein stepped into the hotel and said to the boss behind the counter, "An ordinary room." The thin boss looked up and said, "An ordinary room? A valid identification document. Why would I have one on a face that I had just created?" Klein gave a sheepish smile. "I forgot to bring it with me." "Then you can't stay here. That's a rule of our town." The boss buried his head again and calculated the day's income and expenditure. Klein took out a 1 soldi note and pushed it over as though nothing had happened. The boss immediately widened his eyes. No, keep it. I don't want to be locked up by the sheriff. Get out, you filthy fellow without any identification documents." Klein was chased out of the hotel in shock. He couldn't believe that the almighty money had just lost its effect. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned into an empty alley and transformed back into the German sparrow with deep facial features. Klein returned to the hotel, tapped the counter, and spoke in Rouen with a Bakeland accent. "A room." The boss looked up and immediately put down the item in his hand. As he stood up, he nodded and smiled. All right. Do you need a room with a view of the sea, or one that's relatively quiet?" He switched to poor, heavily spiced Rouen and never mentioned anything about his identity again. What a realistic world. Klein silently lampooned and politely replied, "That's right. Quiet." Yes, okay," the boss answered repeatedly. Then he called for the waiter to guard the counter, took the key, and led Klein to the second floor. "Sir, how many days do you need to stay?" 1 soldi and 5 pence a night. Tonight. Klein couldn't stand the enthusiasm and answered simply. At the Wind of Azure Hotel, he and Donna stayed in a luxurious suite that cost 5 soldi a night. Without a doubt, the room chosen by the boss was clean and tidy. The usual humidity of a port hotel was basically absent. Klein looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. It's my honor." There was an obvious fear in the boss's flattery. Klein put down his luggage and rested for a while. He then got up and returned to the ground floor in preparation for dinner. Apart from the counter, there were many messy tables on the first floor. Their surfaces were slightly greasy, and in the corner, a fireplace was burning, emitting light and heat. The Rörsted archipelago was in the south, and the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees Celsius. However, to the locals, this was still cold weather that required a fire. Klein randomly found a seat and ordered a local specialty, roast meat and mushroom soup. His main course was potato bread. While waiting, he quietly scanned the diners in the restaurant, and his gaze instinctively landed on a lady. This lady had black hair that was simply tied up and a pair of extremely unique greenish-gray eyes. Her looks were pleasing to the eye, and the more he looked at her, the more charming she became. She was clearly not a local, but she was wearing a man's shirt and a thick brown jacket. Beside her was a round hat with a dent in the middle. This was a common outfit for adventurers at sea. The 3 men at the same table were the same, and they had obvious characteristics of being exposed to the sun and rain. Klein had never hidden his appreciation for beautiful women, but the reason why she attracted his attention wasn't because of her looks. There was a strong discrimination against women at sea. Women who could achieve a certain level of status among adventurers and pirates were either very scheming, very strong, or both. They were targets that he had to be careful of and wary of. There are fresh mud spots on their leather boots. Did they just come back from the jungle? Haha, what adventurers! Klein made a preliminary judgment based on some clues. If these 4 adventurers had taken a boat from Byam, even if they had stepped on dirty water and encountered mud, the traces should have long since dried up. And because there hadn't been any rain in the past 2 days, the roads in the town were still relatively clean, just a little dusty. Eliminating these 2 possibilities, the only explanation left was that they had returned from exploring the outskirts of the jungle. Klein had previously heard that many adventurers would go deep into the primeval forests of colonial islands in search of abandoned and forgotten pagan temples or altars. Those places often had gold and jewels consecrated in ancient times, but for various reasons, they were later buried in places that no one cared about or knew about. In the bars of various islands, there was no lack of legends of someone who had returned from an adventure in the jungle overnight. There might be evil spirits lingering in those places. I might as well hunt pirates. At least I can obtain the corresponding information in advance. Klein retracted his gaze and focused on waiting for the food. The 7 major churches classified the various gods and the primitive beliefs of the colonies as evil spirits, but Klein believed that some of them were natural spirits. After a while, the special barbecue was served. It was cut into many small pieces and skewered on wooden skewers. The surface was smeared with a brownish-red sauce, and the aroma was rich and the color was tempting. It's a bit like the kebabs in my previous life. In Rouen, large pieces of meat are roasted one by one, and the chef will only divide them after they're done. The method here is more flavorful. Klein picked up a wooden skewer and bit a piece of meat. He felt the juices overflow, and there was a hint of sweetness in the salty aroma. It's my type. He nodded in satisfaction. Klein was quite satisfied with the meal. He even tasted the local guru tree sap. It was a special drink like lemonade with sugar and milk. When he returned to his room, he hadn't slept all night because of the hunt last night. He washed up early, extinguished the fireplace, and got into bed. And sleeping too early was bound to have a problem, and that was waking up in the middle of the night to pee. Klein's sweet dream was interrupted. He opened his eyes and slowly gathered the courage to lift his blanket. The temperature in Simeem in the middle of the night was about 8 to 9 degrees Celsius. In terms of body temperature, it was considered cold. After lying quietly for a while, Klein stretched out his arm and silently retracted it. After thinking for a few seconds, he reached out again and picked up the sun brooch on the bedside table. Although it only provided mental heat and didn't actually provide him with heat, he could at least deceive himself that he wasn't cold. Klein moved out of bed and went straight to the bathroom in the room. He narrowed his eyes and eased the pressure in his lower abdomen. After everything was done, he pulled up his pants and was about to wash his hands when his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein frowned slightly and looked up at the bathroom vent. Suddenly, something black and slippery fell down and hung there. It was a venomous snake with a forked tongue. Klein jumped in fright. He opened his mouth and made a sound. Bang! The venomous snake was brutally hit and split into 2. What happened? Klein stared for a few seconds. Seeing that there was no more movement, he walked out of the bathroom and took out a gold coin from his pocket. P.S. Please give me a boost card for the Golden Keyboard Award. You can get it with your previous purchases. Give it to the character. Give it to Little Coat Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 538. There's danger in the hotel. Klein recited a divination statement, entered cogitation, and flicked the gold coin upwards. Clang! A weak but clear sound echoed in the quiet room as the gold coin tumbled down and landed in Klein's palm. This time, the number was up, indicating a negative result. There's no danger. Klein frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. He took out a bottle of essential oil that had the effect of repelling pests from his coat on the coat rack. He sprinkled it around him, quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the world above the gray fog to make a confirmation divination. In just 10 seconds, he received a revelation that there was still no danger. Returning to the real world, Klein shook his head, put the gold coin and bottle back, put on his coat, pants, and leather boots, and sat on the edge of the bed. He leaned back against the pillow and treated it cautiously. He still remembered his seer's rules, especially the one that divination isn't omnipotent. Therefore, even if the answers were very safe, he didn't dare to relax and continue sleeping. This wasn't to say that he didn't believe in the gray fog's ability to block out interference, but that there were too many possibilities. His divination statement might not be accurate or inclusive, resulting in an incorrect interpretation. He already had a certain guess about what had just happened. The 4 adventurers in the restaurant had indeed found an abandoned and forgotten ancient temple in the primitive forest of Simeem Island and obtained wealth or cultural relics. However, they had also alarmed the evil spirits that were struggling at death's door, causing them to be haunted by evil thoughts or curses. As time passed, Klein suddenly felt a subtle spirituality, fluctuation, spread out from the nearby room, quickly merging into the surrounding darkness. The hidden undercurrent that he had sensed disappeared, and the tranquility of the night returned completely. Indeed, they do possess beyond our powers. It settled just like that? Wait a little longer. There's still another hour or 2 before daybreak. If anything were to happen, there's still the cathedral and the mandated punishers here. Klein half closed his eyes and began cogitation. Byam, a Miras leaf bar. Donis, who had made up his mind to fool the monitors, was holding a lanty proof as he drunkenly watched the girls in the boxing ring perform a sexy dance. Dogsh *T. You haven't lost a single piece of clothing all this time. He shouted along with the other drunkards. Then, regardless of whether there was a response, they laughed heartily at each other, clinked glasses, and took a gulp of strong liquor. Have you read the newspaper? A man who was still fooling around in a bar late at night let out a long burp and said to his companion, Was your brain eaten by a donkey? Do you think I can read those squiggly letters? By the storm. I am only interested in such wriggling. Ha ha ha. His companion raised his glass and pointed to the dancing girls and laughed at what he thought was a humorous reply. The man who had spoken earlier smacked the back of his head. Steele is dead. He was killed by raging flames. Donis, who was nearby, was stunned for a moment before he sat up straight and tilted his head slightly. He cleared his throat and gulped down a mouthful of hard liquor. He pretended that nothing had happened, but he secretly moved towards the other side, wanting to hear what the others had to say about this matter. The adventurer and pirate who had brought him into the business had once said that life at sea would be meaningless without liquor, women, and bragging. Steele? What Steele? Let me tell you, when I was young, I once defeated a steel pipe. Another drunkard interjected. What did you do to the steel pipe? Should I say, Oh, you're so meticulous? The man who spoke first revealed an I understand smile. He didn't wait for an answer as he continued. Steele Mavady is dead. Steele Mavady is dead. Admiral of Blood's second mate is dead. He growled the last half of his sentence, scaring a man who couldn't stand still and causing him to slide under the table. He muttered in horror, It wasn't me. I didn't do it, Dogsh *T. Bars are always so chaotic. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm waiting for you to praise Lord Raging Flames. The disguised Donis wished he could throw the glass in his hand at the group of people's heads. The newspaper said that the Navy and the Church worked together. Steele is dead, Blood Brambles is dead, Comsquall is dead, and John Smith and his gang of scoundrels have been arrested. A sober drunkard squeezed his way over and joined the conversation. No. That's not the truth. The man who first brought up the topic shook his head with a smile. I have a friend in the newspaper. He told me that they have accurate information, but they were unable to publish it. The Navy and the Church are just targets to be used. The real murderer is Raging Donis and a mysterious, experienced, and powerful adventurer and bounty hunter. Impossible. There's no way Raging Donnas can defeat Steel. Even if it was a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Steel. A few nearby patrons gave similar opinions. The main point is that powerful adventure. I suspect that he's an adventurer close to the level of a pirate admiral. The man who led the conversation emphasized. I wonder where Donna's got to know such a fellow. He also contributed. It's said that he was the one who killed Blood Brambles. Didn't you notice? Raging Flames' bounty has changed. It's been raised to 4,200 pounds. That's right. Really? Raging Flames isn't simple. What a ferocious pirate. No, a great pirate. Great pirate? I really couldn't tell when I was drinking with him the last time. Pooey, you son of a bitch, when did I drink with you? I don't know you at all. Amidst the exclamations, Donnas thought happily. 4,200 pounds. If those fellows were to learn of this, they would definitely wake up at night in envy to wipe the deck. Ha ha ha! I can now be said to be the strongest boatswain of the Golden Dream. At that moment, Donnas wished he could fly back to the ship and brag with Iron Skin and Bucket. He wanted to tell them about the horrifying incident at Bancy Harbor, how he defeated the fallen bishop, how he escaped from Steele and Company's ambush, and how he set up a trap to wipe out all his enemies so that he could no longer play this game of life. Unfortunately, for the sake of Captain, I have to continue being the servant of that lunatic German sparrow. Sigh, I'm already a great pirate worth 4,200 pounds. Donnas sighed and allowed himself to continue being numbed by the alcohol. As the Storm Cathedral's bell rang, the orange-yellow sun rose from the horizon. The surroundings remained so quiet that only the sound of water could be heard. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't see any abnormalities. He took off his clothes, returned to his bed, and slept for more than 2 hours. With his strong spirituality, he woke up at 8:30. He slowly washed up and changed his clothes. He went to the first floor to buy a loaf of bread with cooked chestnuts and a cup of gurgle tree sap. As he ate, he walked to the dock. As he had already bought a return liner that departed at 9, Klein timed it and prepared to board the ship. At that moment, saw the lady with greenish-gray eyes and the 3 male adventurers in her team. They were buying tickets at the ticket booth. The ship is about to depart. They definitely won't be able to make it for the 9. I wonder what they took from the abandoned temple that attracted an existence similar to an evil spirit last night. Don't let any accidents happen when you board the liner. Klein used his body to block the adventurer's line of sight and took out a gold coin to do a divination. The revelation he received was that the liner behind him wasn't in danger. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds and looked at the passengers waiting for the 10:00 liner near the ticket booth. He silently rubbed his fingers and lit the ticket in his palm. He returned to the ticket booth as though nothing had happened and spent 4 soldi to buy a ticket for the 10:00 liner. Following that, he went to the bathroom at the dock and went above the gray fog to quickly divine the problem he was worried about. He had thought it through very clearly. If the results showed that there was a huge latent danger, then he wouldn't take the risk of boarding the ship. Instead, he would think of a way to prevent the ship from sailing. If necessary, he would secretly destroy the ship to prevent the innocent from dying. If it was the same as the divination revelation, he would take the ship normally just to prevent any accidents. In the end, the answer was no problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. He adjusted the position of the Murloc's bladder to the most convenient place to take it out. If an accident were to happen, this Beyonder material would be rather important in the vast sea. Beyonder materials could also be used in a basic and simple manner, just like the all-black eye that had been corrupted by the true creator. At 10:00 sharp, in his German sparrow appearance, Klein picked up a suitcase and followed the group of adventurers onto the liner. Along the way, he appeared to be taking a nap or reading the outdated newspapers and magazines on the ship, but in fact he was constantly paying attention to the lady with bluish-gray eyes and her companions. This vigilance continued all the way to the Byam harbor without any accidents. Did they solve all the problems? What did they get? Klein stopped by the side of the road and bought the latest newspaper from the newsboy. He watched the four adventurers leave through the corner of his eye until they disappeared. Phew! Klein decided not to think about it anymore. As long as it didn't harm the environment, he didn't care what those people had done. He was just a little curious. He lifted his suitcase and flipped through the newspapers as he walked toward Sour Lemon Street, like an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, he chuckled and muttered to himself, "Donna's bounty has risen to 4,200 pounds. If this continued, he suspected that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from handing the fellow over to the Governor-General's office. Strolling back to the Wind of Azure Inn, before Klein could take out his key, he heard waves of snoring coming from inside. He didn't escape. Klein was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. He had previously tampered with the shadow cloak. As long as Donna's left, he could use divination to track him and find Vice Admiral Iceberg. Although timid, he's still cautious. Klein opened the door and entered. Seeing the jolted Donnas, he grinned. "Congratulations, Mr. 4,200 pounds. Donnas instantly sobered up to the extreme. He wanted to give a dry laugh in response, but he couldn't. At this moment, he felt that his life might be in danger. P.S. Let me remind you again. It's little cool on the character rankings, not the author rankings." Chapter 539. Donna's worries didn't come true. Klein only glanced at him before walking into his bedroom to rest. During the 5 hours on the liner, he had been in a highly tense state. Furthermore, he had been disturbed last night and hadn't slept well. It was inevitable that he was a little tired. With a thud, Klein closed the bedroom door. Phew, that scared me. Donnas relaxed and slumped into the reclining chair. Just now, the scene of him turning into a gold pound appeared in his mind, one scene after another, and he found it difficult to stop. After a period of peace, Donnas, who had fooled around in the bar until dawn before returning to the hotel, unknowingly fell asleep again. He dreamed that his captain had come to save him, but failed. Instead, he was captured by German Sparrow, giving the crazy adventurer a maid. Just as Donnas was fuming, but didn't dare resist, he suddenly saw the blurry scene around him turn clear. He was fixed in the luxurious suite of the Wind of Azure Hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Donnas heard a slow and rhythmic knock on the door. Am I not dreaming? With such doubts in mind, Donnas walked to the door and turned the handle. The gap in the door widened, and he saw a familiar figure. It was a beautiful lady with a face shaped like a goose egg. She had a high nose bridge and thin lips. She had a pair of light blue eyes that were as clear as spring water. Her long brown hair was parted in the middle and tied into a simple but exquisite knot at the back of her head before it slid down smoothly. She didn't wear a hat. Instead, she wore a beige coat that was tightened at the waist. At the collar, there was a large patch of white lace woven into a palm-sized flower-shaped decoration that extended down. Paired with the coat was a dark, knee-length skirt. The hem of the skirt was pleated and slightly fluffy. On her feet was a pair of leather boots that were similar to the color of her hair. "Captain!" Donnas exclaimed. He immediately snapped out of his daze and hurriedly turned around. He took a defensive stance in the direction of German Sparrow's bedroom. "Be careful. Run. There's a lunatic looking for you. There's a terrorist organization behind him." As his feelings of sacrifice gushed out, Donnas heard his captain say calmly, "This is a dream." "Dream? That's right, I'm dreaming. What's there to be afraid of?" Donnas looked around, retracted his arms, and retreated as he turned. "Captain, did you imitate the ability of a nightmare?" "No, you were near Sonia Island last week." Sonia Island was the largest island in these waters, and it was also where the name Sonia Sea came from. It was almost equivalent to a small continent, and it was originally the only place where elves resided after the cataclysm. But with the passage of time, this ancient Beyonder race was plagued by all kinds of factors and gradually perished. Only the occasional, sporadic appearance proved that they hadn't been completely wiped out. At the end of the fourth epoch, The Ruan Kingdom occupied the island, but in the 20-Year War, they suffered a crushing defeat and handed Sonia Island to the Fasak Empire. It had been more than 700 years since then. Sonia Island was located north-northwest of the Rørsted archipelago. It took nearly half a month to reach by boat. It was impossible for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwards, who was near Sonia Island last week, to arrive in Byam this week unless she could fly or use the spirit world to traverse. The beautiful lady whom Donna's addressed as Captain nodded. We just entered the Rørsted archipelago, 1,000 nautical miles from Byam. That also means that we still need another 3 to 4 days to arrive? That's normal, Donna's said out of curiosity. This should already exceed the range of a nightmare. Furthermore, it far exceeds it, he added inwardly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina entered the room and walked to the table and chairs. It's not a nightmare. It's a secret ritualistic magic. With the help of certain items you left on the ship, it can enter your dream from a great distance away. Upon hearing the captain's meticulous explanation, Donna's instantly felt like he had returned to the golden dream and was beginning a lesson. I've never heard of such ritualistic magic before. That's right. Captain has grasped many strange and rare spells and witchcraft. No one knows how much knowledge she has. She seems to have mentioned that her sequence title is Arcana Mentor. Sigh, if I had known that she had such a mystic spell, I wouldn't have been vexed over how to inform her of the changes in Byam. Donna's thoughts were in turmoil as he interrupted Edwina's description. Captain, have you noticed that there's a problem with the contact point here? Yes, it's another kind of mystic spell. Edwina seemed inclined to describe the exact method in detail. Upon seeing this, Donna's hurriedly sighed. Poor old Lynn and the rest. Edwina stopped, her back facing the window, and she simply asked, what happened? This needs to begin from Demir Harbor. Donna's felt his mind jolt. He felt that his long repressed feelings had finally paid off. He described in a long-winded manner how he had attempted to recruit German Sparrow, only to realize that he was a lunatic. He also exaggerated his tragic encounter on the White Agate. According to the script he had prepared last night, he described the strangeness and horror of Bansi Harbor, Steel Mavadi's ambush and encirclement, and the counterattack and hunt after he joined forces with German Sparrow. He also seriously elaborated on his guesses of German Sparrow's abilities and background, including creeping hunger and the secret and powerful organization. During this process, he tried his best to restore the truth, only slightly exaggerating the role he played. He raised his status from servant and attendant to assistant and collaborator. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina listened silently without interrupting him. Finally, she nodded slightly. He means no harm. Him. German Sparrow doesn't have any ill intentions. Danitz hurriedly said, that's right. Captain, no matter what, he is a dangerous guy. Are you sure he means no harm? I'm not sure, Edwina replied very calmly. Then just now. Donna's took a silent breath. He felt that the captain was similar to the German Sparrow. They were the type that couldn't be talked to properly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said with an unperturbed expression, that's right. That's my speculation and judgment. Donna's rubbed his temples with his right hand. In short, he's very dangerous. There's a secret organization behind him that we don't know about. Captain, I don't think you should take the risk of communicating with him, even if he claims that he has something to ask. Edwina thought for a moment. There's no need to take risks. I can communicate with him through you. Donna's heaved a sigh of relief, then asked curiously and expectantly, Captain, what should we do? Or, how should I cooperate with you? Edwina raised her right hand and conjured a frame and a blackboard in the dream. I need you to hold a ritual. It's called the Soulfall Ritual. It allows my psyche to pass through the spirit world and attach itself to your body, allowing me to directly communicate with German Sparrow. The effective range doesn't exceed 500 nautical miles for those below the demigod level. It involves reason and communication. It belongs to the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom. You need to draw the corresponding symbols and magical labels. In mysticism, the corresponding blue star is the god of knowledge and wisdom. It requires mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint as materials. The blue star corresponds to Saturday. The blue star time is from midnight to 1 on Friday, and from 11 to 12 on Saturday. As Edwina explained, she wrote down the key points that needed to be remembered on the blackboard. Danes instinctively sat down and adopted a posture of attentively listening to the lesson. As he listened, he suddenly felt a little lost. Why do I have to learn even in my dreams? In the bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly jolted awake, vaguely sensing something. He got up and listened attentively. He discovered that although Danes was snoring in the living room, it was a lot calmer than before. This wasn't a strange behavior, but to a veteran in mysticism like Klein, who had experienced many things, it was abnormal enough. He walked softly to the door that separated the bedroom and the living room. He reached out to grab the handle and slowly twisted it. Silently, Klein walked out of the bedroom and saw Danes lying on a reclining chair, sleeping soundly. Everything around him was as normal as before. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and checked on Blazing, but he didn't discover any problems. Be it the color of the aura or the changes in its emotions, there was nothing abnormal about it. It was within a reasonable range. After looking down for a while, Klein frowned slightly and reached out to take out a silver charm. Dream charm. In the dream, Danes studied the soulfall ritual with a bitter expression. He didn't suspect that the captain in front of him was someone else in disguise. No one could impersonate such a style, such hobbies, and such specialties. At this moment, he heard the sound of a lock turning. Subconsciously, Danes looked back at the bedroom and saw the crack in the door widen. German Sparrow, who was wearing only a white shirt, walked out with a deadpan expression. "You, why did you come out?" Danes suddenly stood up and blurted out in shock. He quickly snapped to his senses and stammered, This is my dream." He quickly snapped out of his daze and stammered, This is my dream." Why did this fellow, German Sparrow, appear just like that? With one hand in the pocket of his dark-colored trousers, Klein walked towards the lady with her back facing the window. He replied in a deep voice, a charm. Following that, he looked straight at the woman and asked with near certainty, "Edwina Edwards? This attire is a little strange. She doesn't look like an adventurer, nor does she look like a pirate. She looks like a woman who has a respectable job and is able to support herself independently. This style of clothing seems to have been passed down from Intis." Klein thought, feeling a little unaccustomed to it. Edwina nodded gently and returned with a question. "German Sparrow?" "Yes. Good afternoon, Ma. Klein revealed a smile bit by bit as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Edwina nodded in response. "Good afternoon." Maintaining his persona, Klein didn't say another word as he waited for her to ask his motives. He looked at Edwina. Edwina looked back at him. A few minutes of silence suddenly appeared in the dream. Danes looked to the right and to the left from time to time. For some baffling reason, he felt that all of this might really be a dream. P.S. There's only one draft left. There's no way to update it in the wee hours of the morning. Let's stick to the usual time. Yes, but please recommend it next Monday. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 540. Danes, who couldn't stand such a scene, decided to do something. He coughed twice and said to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, "Don't worry. Captain, Mr. German Sparrow has some questions for you." Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. If the confrontation continued, his persona would be ruined. Edwina nodded slightly and looked at Klein. "Mr. Sparrow, have you received any education?" What kind of question was that? Klein's expression didn't change. "I graduated from university." Huh. Danes looked at the German Sparrow in shock. unable to believe that this crazy adventurer and bounty hunter had actually gone to college and even graduated. He had no way of associating university, the Temple of Knowledge, with the German sparrow, unless it's Hunter University, Assassin University, or a university that only exists in the imagination of lunatics and mental patients. Donnes couldn't help but criticize silently. Edwina didn't see anything amiss as she continued asking, "What languages have you mastered?" Klein resisted the urge to frown. Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, Ruan Edwina tersely acknowledged. "Do you have any understanding of other fields of mysticism?" In a trance, Klein seemed to have returned to the time when he first entered elementary school in his previous life. Because he was too young, he was tested by the teacher with a series of questions, such as how many Chinese characters did he know? Did he learn the 4 basic operations? Did he know the English alphabet? How many Tang poems could he memorize? "Calm down. You're German sparrow now," Klein said expressionlessly again, proficient. Edwina thought for 2 seconds and explained in an unhurried manner, "That's right. I have to consider how to answer the question based on your knowledge level so that you can understand it more easily." Klein was shocked. He felt that the beautiful lady in front of him did not look like an adventurer who moonlighted as a pirate at all. She was simply a teacher with a cold expression, but a kind and patient attitude. When he thought about the vampires who visited the Church of Mother Earth every day, he calmed down. This is the first pirate admiral I've officially met. He's really unique. Klein sighed inwardly. First question, where do beyonder creatures appear at sea? Very much. He didn't directly ask about mermaids, afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would see through his true motives and bring about unnecessary accidents. Edwina thought for a moment and wiped off the soulful ritual on the blackboard. If you sail 1,200 nautical miles from Sonia Island, you will enter a sea that has never been officially explored by humans. There's a Naga tribe active there. They've been working hard to find the undersea city that's rumored to be sealed with a powerful monster. That's the object of their worship. Edwina spoke one by one. Some of it was what she had discovered while searching for treasures, while others came from the exchange of knowledge and rumors. It took her a while to finish the story, but to Klein's dismay, there was no legend of mermaids in other places except for the sea east of the Gargas archipelago. He quickly adjusted his mood and said, "Second question. Do you know of a way to remove the mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic?" He didn't hide the fact that he knew of beyonder characteristics. For the first time, Edwina's eyes flickered, as though she was getting to know German Sparrow all over again. She shook her head. "I don't know, but I once had an idea. With the help of powerful external forces, I can completely shatter the corrupted beyonder characteristic, reducing it to the tiniest point of light. This way, be it corruption or curses, they will dissipate due to losing their host, quickly or slowly disappearing. As for the shattered beyonder characteristic, it will gather bit by bit and take form again based on a particular characteristic. Unfortunately, only the gods can do such a thing. If you receive the blessings of any deity, you can attempt to please them, offer sufficient sacrifices, and pray for a response. The law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Klein filled in what Edwina hadn't mentioned. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Vice Admiral Iceberg, the captain of the Golden Dream, was extremely knowledgeable in mysticism. She wasn't inferior to him, who had read many of Roselle's diaries and experienced many things. Rumor has it that Vice Admiral Iceberg can replicate or simulate the beyonder powers an opponent has used in front of her. This is very similar to Mr. Eichinger Stanton's 2-81 ring. Just as Klein's thoughts wandered, he forcefully pulled them back. He nodded as though he was considering something. "I agree with this hypothesis. Unfortunately, it hasn't been put into practice. It can only be a hypothesis." Edwina rarely used words to express her emotions. Donnes, who had been listening by the side, had a blank look on his face. He couldn't keep up with the pace. What are they talking about? What are they discussing? Why do I know every word? But I don't understand what they mean when they're put together. What's a beyonder characteristic? What's the situation with shattering? What does convergence represent? Donnes looked left and right as his eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Klein threw out the third question he had considered. Where are the ancient, vengeful spirits? He only mentioned this type of monster because the corresponding materials could also be used in the undead domain without exposing the secrets of his own sequence. Edwina glanced at Donnes. I'll keep an eye out for you. If you want to participate in Byam's Beyonder gathering, he knows a little and can take you there. Not bad. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Klein added, do you know of anyone who can use Beyonder ingredients or characteristics to create mystical items? I met him at the party, but he never showed up again. Edwina answered frankly, I have the corresponding knowledge and can attempt a simulation, but I can't guarantee the success rate. Then I'll wait for a while. Klein didn't dwell on this topic anymore. How much do you know about Death's Key? I don't know. An iron-black key suddenly appeared in Edwina's hand. It was about the size of a 7-string zither. It looked ancient and had a dark luster. The pirate admiral half-hugged and half-carried the sunken ship's relic. If you're talking about this key, I can tell you with certainty that it belongs to a giant. Klein glanced at Donnes. Your bosun told me that it might also belong to a dragon or a demonic wolf. That was my earliest guess. I recently found some historical documents, and together with the other items on the ship, I have a preliminary confirmation. Edwina wasn't vexed at all. She was filled with patience, but her expression remained cold. Donnes finally found his sense of existence as the owner of the dream. He asked curiously, Captain, is it really a giant? Yes. Edwina gave an affirmative answer. That batch of documents shows that there were still many giants active in the fourth epoch. Some of them converted to the god of combat, while others were scattered everywhere, becoming the targets of humans. One of the tribes built a ship and attempted to head out to sea in search of the lost giant king's court, but they never returned. The sunken ship we discovered and the items inside are extremely similar to the ancient items they left behind in their original settlement. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to believe that the key belongs to a giant, and it might very well point to the lost king's court before the cataclysm. Giant king's court? Little Sun said that it's not far from their city of silver. Klein didn't say a word as he quietly listened to Vice Admiral Iceberg's description. I have to say that the city of silver and the forsaken land of the gods are things that completely surpass other beyonders in my knowledge. Yes, even the 7 orthodox deities are unable to find that place at present. It's difficult for them to figure out the exact situation. On this point, I'm better than them. Klein thought in a smug and self-deprecating manner. He then said in a deep voice, If I pay a sufficient price, are you willing to sell this key? Of course, unless I obtain other clues to the giant king's court. Edwina continued speaking at an unhurried pace. Very good. If Taro were to organize an expedition to the giant king's court one day, I'll buy this key. Klein was about to ask the final question when he suddenly recalled the 4 adventurers he had previously encountered. With the power of the dream charm, he conjured a lady with bluish-gray eyes and a man's shirt, as well as her 3 companions. Do you know them? Edwina took a glance and said, without recalling the process, Letitia Dolera! Letitia Dolera, an archaeologist and adventurer. Rumor has it that she's a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Moses Ascetic Order, that ancient organization that believes in the hidden sage. Indeed, it's not for money. Their goal must be something inside the abandoned temple. Klein casually asked, What do you know about the Element Dawn? What do you know about the Element Dawn? This mysterious organization was similar to psychological alchemy. It had only been around a century or 2 ago, and it was a combination of elements from various schools of mysticism. It had its own set of theories, and its members were all good at casting spells and grasped many ancient witchcraft. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "They have always been fighting against the Moses ascetic order. Rumor has it that it was established by Roselle the Great's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. The leader of the element dawn is Bernadette. Zeridal's prophecy is rather accurate. She's really an important figure in the Beyonder world." Klein came to a realization as he sighed. He held back the urge to sigh and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. He calmly said, "One last question." When the beautiful lady and blazing Danitz focused all their attention on him, the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. "Are you interested in cooperating?" "What kind of cooperation?" Edwina returned with a question. The smile on Klein's face widened, and there was a hint of madness to it. "Hunting, Admiral of Blood. P.S. Monday's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 541. What? Hunt, Admiral of Blood? Donis almost raised his right hand to pick his ear. His first reaction was that he had misheard. But German Sparrow's maniacal smile and his captain's unusual frown reminded him that what he said just now was true. This crazy German Sparrow really dared to dream. This was one of the 7 great pirate admirals. A character like Steel Mavady definitely couldn't compare to him. Donna's pupils shrank, and he was almost screaming in his heart, ignoring how powerful Admiral of Blood Seigneur was. Just the powerful pirates and famous pirates under him were enough to strike fear into people's hearts. The first mate, third mate, and the captains of the various ships were all capable of independently leading a large pirate crew. Steel Mavady had brought Byam's team, and there were quite a number of them in the Blood Pirates. Back when Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings died silently in Bakeland like a stray dog, it was mainly because he wasn't with his pirate crew. As for Admiral of Blood Seigneur, he was different. He rarely left his flagship or his subordinates. Even if we return to Seigneur's personal strength, he is still extremely terrifying. He is mysterious, strange, and one of the strongest in the sea, second only to the 4 kings. Even the captain doesn't dare to say that he is stronger than him. The madman's boldness is beyond my imagination. No, he doesn't know fear at all. The death and replacement of a pirate admiral was definitely something that would shake the 5 seas. Thoughts flashed through Donna's mind, but in the end he strangely calmed down. This was because he remembered that German Sparrow himself was a powerhouse of the 7 generals, and there might be a secret terrorist organization behind him. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina fell silent for a few seconds. "Do you know the Rose School?" "Not only do I know, I've also killed their people and snatched their mystical items." "Wait, why did I describe myself as a baddie?" Klein wiped away his smile and said without batting an eyelid, "That's right. I've hunted their members." Edwina fell silent again. Beside her, Donna's once again had thoughts like, "What are they talking about? What is Rose School? Where am I? And whose dream is this?" After a brief moment of silence, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said, "After the battle with Vice Admiral Dusk's pirates, Seigneur's fleet disappeared. No one knows where they are at the moment, so we have to wait patiently." Did that mean he agreed? Klein smiled again. "I do not lack this. How do I contact you?" Edwina turned to look at Donna's. "He knows how to contact me." "Me? Soulfall ritual?" "Wait a minute, Captain. You mean I have to follow that lunatic German Sparrow during this period of time?" "No. No one knew when this fellow would go crazy." Danitz shuddered and hurriedly said, "That's right." "Captain, I've already left the Golden Dream for too long. I've missed too many lessons. I can't wait to return." He tried his best to make his eyes appear sincere and filled them with a thirst for knowledge. "I think we can change to someone else, such as Iron Skin or Bucket." Before he finished his sentence, Edwina suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it against her ear. She turned her head slightly and said without any expression, "What are you talking about?" I can't hear it. Roselle's dream materializing spell is approaching its limits. The pirate admiral's skirt fluttered as she took a step back. Her figure quickly faded away, turning into fragments of light. Donna's subsequent words were stuck in his throat. He extended his right hand in an attempt to grab something, but he was powerless to do so. Roselle's dream materializing spell? The Emperor's presence in mysticism knowledge is also very strong. Vice Admiral Iceberg's full name is Edwina Edwards. Edwards. Isn't that the surname of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Descendant? However, Vice Admiral Iceberg's tone indicates that she isn't familiar with the Emperor's eldest daughter, Bernadette. They might not even know each other. Klein glanced at Donna's, whose expression had completely collapsed, and chuckled. Perhaps one day I'll call you Mr. 10,000 pounds. Donna's straightened his back in fright before seeing German Sparrow's figure disappear from his dream. If I'm only a sequence 7 and have a bounty of 7 to 8,000 pounds, I'll be targeted by others no matter where I go. Donna's paused in his dream as his head ached the more he thought about it. In the evening, Donna's looked at the German Sparrow, who was dressed like a native. We're visiting a local faction today. Perhaps we might find something good there. Ha ha! They have quite the demand for Beyonder ingredients, food, and weapons. At this point, Donna's sized up German Sparrow and smiled after finding a rare psychological advantage. Their area is filled with natives, and there aren't even many mixed bloods. They'll be discovered if their attire is slightly abnormal. It's fine for you to match your wide-legged pants with a brown jacket, but you can't wear a shirt underneath. The real natives wear Taraba shirts, which are similar to sea sole shirts, but they're all blue or white. They don't wear caps, headscarves, or anything else. Also, with your obvious Rouen appearance, you'll be met with severe rejection and hostility. You're like a wolf that has infiltrated a flock of sheep, completely unable to conceal your existence. Before he could finish a sentence, he saw German Sparrow turn his head and glance at him. His deep facial features quickly softened, and his fair skin was instantly dyed bronze. In just a single movement, he had undoubtedly become a native without any special characteristics. Donna's was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he laughed dryly as if nothing had happened. I'm the same. I have to disguise myself. Your disguise? Huh. Klein took off his cap and sat on a chair. What local faction? They're actually buying Beyonder ingredients, food, and weapons. Ahem, to put it simply, the resistance. Donna's suddenly wasn't sure if German Sparrow and the Rouen officials had any sort of connection. Klein was taken aback for a second. The resistance. Donna's smiled awkwardly. They're the ones who shout about independence. The natives are in charge of local affairs. Their base is deep in the jungle, above the sea. They cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, they're mainly supported by Phasacians and Intis. Missionaries from the god of combat and the eternal blazing sun often sneak over. Bayam isn't too peaceful. Only after leaving the kingdom and coming to the sea did Klein truly understand what the international situation was. It wasn't something that could be compared to reading about the war in East Balam from the newspapers. He nodded slightly and didn't object to paying a visit to the local faction. After leaving the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was led through the streets and alleys by the black-faced Donnas as they headed southeast. After leaving the earliest confines of the City of Generosity, they entered a zone with completely different architectural styles. There were houses that were erected with wooden stakes, and the ground floors were empty. There were 3 to 4-story buildings that had evolved from Loanese-style buildings. The roads that separated them were narrow and dirty, with a large number of stalls on both sides. They sold all kinds of headwear, earrings, and accessories made of stone. Among them, bright red and colorful ones were the most common. What a bunch of strange people with strange aesthetics. They like especially bright colors, just like the venomous snakes in the jungle. Donnas mumbled softly. You people with Intis aren't any better. You advocate the color gold, luxury, and exquisiteness. It's obvious that you're a nouveau riche. Klein lampooned inwardly. They passed by dark-skinned, thin and shriveled natives, passing through alleys with clothes hanging on their heads. Suddenly, the area in front of them opened up as they arrived at a square that wasn't too big. On the square, a group of natives surrounded a pool in the middle. They were either kneeling, prostrating, mumbling, or singing softly. Their expressions were pious but numb. The moment they sensed someone approaching, they suddenly got up and ran into the surrounding alleys in a panic. The windows on the second, third, and fourth floors of the surrounding buildings closed with a bang. The square turned rather quiet, but Klein's spiritual perception told him that many people were behind the windows, at the corners of the alleys and in dark corners, watching the strangers who had suddenly barged into this world. Danas lowered his head and suppressed his voice. Don't mind them. This is their way of protecting themselves. Oh. Klein expressed his puzzlement. Danas chuckled. Before it was completely colonized, the natives of the Rorstad archipelago had always believed in sea god Cavituous. They believed that this deity, who often appeared in the form of a gigantic sea serpent, protected all the islands here to prevent them from being engulfed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Now, this belief has been banned on the surface. The Church of the Storm has also been cracking down on heretics. Even the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam are unable to expand their influence here. There are only a few cathedrals. But in fact, how can such a belief that has existed for hundreds or even thousands of years be eliminated so easily? There are still many believers of sea god in Biam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad Sea. Even if a batch of people is captured every month or two and sentenced to all kinds of extreme punishment, it's impossible to reverse the situation in a short period of time. The main pillar of the resistance is the believers of sea god. In my opinion, it'll take at least another 100 years for the sea god's faith to completely disappear. Of course, that's assuming that there are no other factors interfering. Sea god Cavituous. His image is a gigantic sea serpent. Klein listened in thought as he followed Danas into a 4-story building in front of him on the right. They followed the narrow staircase to the top floor. Dong, dong, dong. Danas knocked on the door on his left. Who is it? Someone asked in a low voice. Danas chuckled in response. Friends who brought good wine and roasted meat. Where? The person inside asked a strange question. Danas took a step back. On the sea. Creek. The door slowly opened, and Klein saw a naked arm. There was a blue, ferocious sea serpent tattooed on his arm. P.S. Looking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 542. Standing behind the door was a bare-chested man with a ferocious blue sea snake tattooed on his arm. On both sides of his cheeks, chest, and abdomen were short stripes smeared with red paint, in groups of 3. How exotic! But aren't you afraid of being too conspicuous and being stopped by the police the moment you leave? You are the resistance army that operates in secret. Just as Klein was about to retract his gaze, he nearly frowned when he saw the man's coarse eyebrows and cold-blooded eyes. He's killed many people. Klein made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. To be frank, due to his identity and knowledge from his previous life, he initially had a lot of sympathy for the rebels of colonial rule. He didn't have the self-awareness of being a Ruan, but when he heard that the other party and sea god Cavituous's believers almost overlapped, he became more wary and repulsed. This wasn't to say that he was discriminating against the local faith, but according to his understanding, the traditional faith of all colonial islands remained at the primitive sacrificial stage. They advocated blood and living sacrifices, and they were in a rather ignorant state. In addition, based on the Emperor's experience and my own, this world's beyonder nature has crazy and distorted elements. A deity that's still in the primitive sacrificial stage can't resist such tendencies. It's obvious what his style is. Klein didn't say a word as he followed Danas into the room. Edmonton, who's here? A mellow voice sounded from a seat by the window. The tattooed man closed the door and said, They'd disguised themselves. At this moment, Klein had already taken in the situation in the room and gained a basic grasp of the situation. The living room wasn't big. It was cramped with a cabinet, a table, and a few chairs. On the right were two doors that led to what appeared to be a bedroom. On the left was a kitchen separated by a cabinet. As for a bathroom, there was no doubt that it didn't have one. When Klein went upstairs, he discovered that there was a public bathroom at the corner of each floor's staircase. The smell of something that hadn't been washed in a long time emanated, urging the passers-by to quickly head upstairs. There was a window right in front of him, with two bamboo poles sticking out of it to dry a lot of clothes. At the door of the bedroom and in the living room, there were 4 or 5 men standing or sitting. They were all locals with darker skin and slightly curly black hair. They wore dark blue Taraba shirts and had more or less red paint smeared on their exposed skin. As for the sea snake tattoo, Klein couldn't see it because it was blocked by their clothes. Some of them had revolvers on their waists, some were carrying brownish-red hunting rifles, and some were even carrying grayish-white steel backpacks and long, thick, high-pressure steam rifles. They formed a semicircle around Donnes and Klein. The person who asked the question was a man in his 40s, sitting in an iron wheelchair. He had a blanket on his knees and was wearing a jacket. He had a shaved head, and a green beard grew on both sides of his cheeks. His dark brown eyes were reserved and seemed to be emotionless. He glanced at the visitor and slowly revealed a smile. Raging flames. Donnes was stunned for a moment before he forced a smile. "Colot, you have a good eye." "Bullshit. Is my disguise really that bad?" He roared inwardly, unwilling to accept it. Colot ignored Raging Flames's insincere praise and chuckled. "I heard you killed Steel and Blood Brambles." "Why else would they die?" Donnes asked without hesitation. Colot narrowed his eyes and slowly shifted his gaze to Klein, who had an ordinary face. He knew very well that Raging Flames Donnes alone wouldn't even be able to kill Blood Brambles Hendry, much less Steel Mavady. For him to succeed, it was rumored that he had obtained the help of a powerful adventurer and veteran bounty hunter. Is it the person beside him? Colot stared into Klein's eyes and didn't find any nervousness, worry, or wariness. His eyes were like a deep ocean. It's very likely that he's at least stronger than Raging Flames. He signaled to Edmonton and the others with his eyes, secretly raising their guard. "What are you doing here?" Colot didn't dwell on the previous topic. Danitz subconsciously glanced at Klein, and after seeing his affirmative nod, he replied, "That's right." "Let's see what you have." Colot pointed at the table. "It's all up there." There were many oddly shaped objects placed there, including a whistle made of bones, a simple and crude bagpipe, iron black leaves, stones stained with blood. Without waiting for Klein and Donnes to examine it, Colot clapped his hands. "I have a mission. If you can complete it, you can freely choose an item from here without paying any price." He chuckled and added, "According to the definition of foreigners like you, they aren't mystical items, but they have some supernatural powers. However, they will slowly, yes, not too slowly, weaken until they disappear." "What mission?" Klein asked calmly, not hiding the fact that Donnes was only a follower. Colot reached into the blanket on his knees and took out a stack of white paper. "Find their whereabouts. If you can directly capture them, you will obtain even more." He raised his arms and began to display a lifelike portrait. One of them was a lady with greenish-gray eyes and a man's shirt. Letitia Dolera. Klein immediately recognized the person the Resistance was looking for. It was the female archaeologist and adventurer he had met last night and was on the same ship this morning. She was suspected to be a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Donnes looked at her carefully for 2 seconds and found her vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he recalled where he had seen her before. The German sparrow beside him had shown it in his dream. He had just questioned the captain in the afternoon, and he had encountered a related incident at night. Isn't this intelligence gathering ability a little too powerful? Donnez resisted the urge to look at the crazy adventurer beside him, afraid that Colott and Edmonton would discover something amiss. In this regard, he was very experienced. The resistance who believes in Sea God is searching for Letitia. The faith of Sea God is spread throughout the Rørsted archipelago, including Simime Island. A snake appeared last night. The image of Sea God is a gigantic sea serpent. Klein overlapped the two matters and quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. Archaeologist Letitia and company had obtained an important item related to Sea God from a forgotten temple in the primitive jungle of Simime Island. This led to last night's probe and the Resistance's search. Klein thought for a moment and replied perfunctorily, "I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out. I won't meddle in matters related to evil spirits. Of course, if necessary, I'll report it," he added inwardly. Colott nodded. "Let's see what you want first." Klein walked over, and just as he was about to pick an ask, he suddenly sensed something and subconsciously looked to the right of the pile of items. There was a short sword made of slender bone. It was slightly longer than a forearm, and it was milky white in color with a few deep, dark red stripes. "It can trigger my spiritual perception." Klein reached out his right hand and tried to pick up the sharp bone sword to examine it carefully. As soon as his fingers touched the bone sword, cries of despair and pain suddenly echoed in his mind. A thick stench of blood vaguely appeared at the tip of his nose, and it was as if he could see a distorted, rotten, illusory figure wrapped in mucus in front of him. Klein felt a pain in his forehead, as though he had been pricked by a needle. He subconsciously retracted his finger. "It's a little sinister. It's not a simple item." Klein, who had experienced it more intensely, only had a slight change in expression. He resisted the urge to activate his spirit vision, afraid that he would see something he shouldn't. Upon noticing this scene, Colott and Edmonton looked at each other and said with a smile, "This bone sword can suck the enemy's blood dry." "This bone sword can suck the enemy's blood dry. Not bad. Do you want it?" "A little proactive." Klein frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows and said in a deep voice, "No, there's nothing I want here." If Colott hadn't asked, he had planned on buying the bone sword and studying it above the gray fog. However, Colott's initiative to promote it made him wary. Therefore, he rationally gave up on his original plan. Colott clasped his hands and said, "It's not expensive. Or should I look at the others?" "No need." Klein's pupils constricted. He turned around and walked to the door. Donnez hesitated for a moment before hurrying to catch up. Edmonton, who had a sea serpent tattoo on his arm, watched silently, as if he would reach out to stop them at any moment, but in the end he didn't take any action. He was the powerful adventurer who had killed Steele Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and company. After exiting the room, Klein didn't say a word and stomped down the stairs. Donnez chased after him, inexplicably frightened. He understood the situation and didn't ask any questions. All he did was follow. The two quickly returned to the square, and the crowd that had gathered once again, either kneeling or prostrating, dispersed again. But unlike before, there was a man who remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Klein didn't look sideways as he walked past him without stopping. Donnez subconsciously took a glance and discovered that the man's face was as dry as a rock that had been weathered for a long time. Pah! A piece of flesh on the man's cheek suddenly peeled off, bringing with it a piece of bearded skin. It fell to the ground, its color gray. He seemed to have lost all his moisture. Donnez jumped in fright and didn't dare look around again. He felt that things had become strange and dangerous at some point in time. The two passed through the streets, left the city, and boarded a rental carriage. The carriage driver was clearly a local native. He was in his 40s, and his smile was very likable. But along the way, he didn't say a word. He was so quiet that it made Donna's heart beat like a drum. Klein pursed his lips and remained silent as well. The rental carriage soon arrived at the dock. As he wanted to change his attire, Donnez made it stop far away from Sour Lemon Street. After getting off the carriage, Klein didn't pay the fare or stop. He strode away, leaving Donna stunned. He threw 2 solely to the carriage driver and hurriedly chased after the German sparrow. After a few steps, he subconsciously looked back and saw the carriage driver kneeling down with a face full of fanaticism and devotion. He prostrated himself on the ground and kissed the spot Klein had just stepped on as tears flowed down his face. Chapter 543. What's going on? Donnes couldn't believe what he was seeing. It didn't shock him. Instead, it terrified him. It was as if he had jumped into a bucket of ice cubes after getting drunk. He felt a bone-chilling coldness from his feet to his head. What's going on? How did it become so strange? Donnes took a deep breath and forced himself to turn his head back. He chased after German Sparrow. He realized that the crazy adventurer was walking faster and faster, to the point that he had to jog to keep up. Passing through the streets and alleys, Donnes suddenly saw a green shadow fall from a tree. It was covered in scales and twisted, its slippery body. It had a triangular head and a long, scarlet tongue. It was a rather long venomous snake. **T. Why would there be snakes in this season and in this weather? Donnes wasn't afraid of such creatures. He had even roasted snake meat before. What shocked him was this abnormal situation. Bypassing the venomous snake, Donnes subconsciously looked to his left and right. He discovered that in the gutters on both sides, in the broken walls of the houses, and inside the rusted water pipes, there were pairs of cold, vertical, and different-colored eyes looking outside. Donnes instinctively shuddered. He felt as if his scalp had been pricked with needles. He didn't dare stay or leave. He sped up again and followed closely behind German Sparrow. After entering the Wind of Azure Hotel and going up the wooden stairs, he couldn't help but raise his head to ask something. Suddenly, he felt his chest tighten, and his breathing stagnated for a moment. At that moment, he felt as if he had dived into the bottom of the sea. He was being squeezed by a heavy current from all directions. Splash! Vaguely, Donnes heard the sound of the surging tide. He saw illusory waves rippling around German Sparrow, as if they were forming a boundless, bottomless blue ocean. In that ocean, there was a huge, blue figure that was like a tower supporting everything. Donnes' right foot stopped in midair, unable to step down. He wasn't unfamiliar with such a feeling. During the previous pirate meet, King of the Five Seas Nast was even more imposing and terrifying than this. Nearly all the pirates couldn't lift their heads, and only captain-level powerhouses could barely resist him. Donnes knew very well that this was not the performance of the German Sparrow. If the other party was at the level of a demigod, there was no need for him to use the mandated punishers when hunting steel mavati. Ocean, tide. These two terms quickly flashed across Donnes' mind before he thought of how the Resistance basically believed in sea god Cavituous. Could it be that when the German Sparrow touched the bone sword earlier, he was cursed by the sea god due to some unknown reason? Was the corpse of the worshipper, which had lost all its water, one of the conditions for the curse to be activated? Was the carriage driver prostrating and kissing the ground because he sensed the aura of the sea god? Man, German Sparrow will probably die here today. Should I flee further away to prevent myself from being implicated? At most, I'll come back later to collect his corpse. Perhaps there's still hope. I'll use the soul fall ritual to consult Captain. She knows so many strange mystic techniques, so she should be able to resolve this problem. No, Lord, the condition for the soul fall ritual is to be within 500 nautical miles. They still have to sail for at least a day and a half to enter that range. As he racked his brains for a solution, Donnes no longer panicked. With steady footsteps, he followed the German Sparrow into the luxurious suite. Klein remained silent as his dark brown eyes seemed to be dyed with a blue so rich that it was almost black. He went straight to the bedroom and locked the door with a click. Donnes stood outside. He wanted to run, but he also felt that he could still save the other party. Inside the bedroom, Klein closed his eyes and waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, he took 4 steps counterclockwise. Each step was accompanied by a chant. A series of manic or sharp ravings quickly sounded in his ears. His spirit body turned illusory as it headed straight into the gray fog. Soundlessly, he heard a shrill, painful, and indescribable howl. Klein appeared in the ancient palace and appeared at the end of the long mottled table. In the silent and motionless gray fog below, an illusory, gigantic, azure-blue sea snake appeared. It was in an ancient and dark ruin, coiled around a half-collapsed pillar. Its hideous head was raised as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing curved fangs that were longer than a human's forearm. The milky white fangs were stacked with layers of blood as mucus flowed. The sea snake swung its tail crazily, stirring up terrifying waves and exaggerated ripples. It caused the entire ruin to shake as though it was about to collapse. This scene quickly shattered and dimmed. No matter how the unimaginably large sea snake struggled, it was unable to turn the situation around. All it could do was hiss in pain as it transformed into specks of light before vanishing into the gray fog. Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool and silently watched all of this. He didn't do anything for a long time. The gray fog silently spread out, and the scene seemed to remain the same since time immemorial. After nearly a minute, Klein leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said the other party's name. "See, God, Cavituous!" After touching the bone sword, he had already sensed the abnormality. Furthermore, in his conversation with Baldy Colot, he acutely discovered that a tiny, weak, but intrinsically cold and sinister energy had invaded his body at some point in time. It was slowly corrupting his soul. Klein made a prompt decision and turned to leave. Then he sensed that the sinister energy was forming a connection with his surroundings. It gradually became stronger and connected to an unknown location. Therefore, while diverting his attention to resist the corruption, he controlled himself to not interact with his surroundings. Klein believed that as long as he reacted to the abnormalities along the way, the corrosion would become even more intense and even irreversible. He originally wanted to find a nearby bathroom and use the gray fog shielding and isolation to melt away the sinister and cold powers. However, after careful consideration, he decided to stay far away from the area. This was because there were many sea god believers around, so it was very likely that an accident would happen. During this process, Klein grasped another point. If he were to exorcise ahead of time, a portion of sea god Cavituous's power would remain in his flesh and blood. The consequences and effects were unknown. He had no choice but to patiently wait for the opportunity, waiting for the cold and evil energy to completely permeate his spirit so that he could purify it in one go. After recalling the entire incident, Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger and muttered to himself, "He's not that strong. The sea god's level was much lower than he had imagined." His original plan was to use the same method he had used on Amon's avatar to deal with sea god Cavituous's projection, which was attempting to corrupt his soul and occupy his body. However, before he could fuse with the Dark Emperor card or throw out the paper angel, the other party had been dispersed by the gray fog without leaving a trace. Based on this, Klein came to the conclusion that sea god Cavituous's level was lower than Blasphemer Amon's. Although the latter might be better at infiltration, it was only an avatar back then. Was it smashed to the ground by the Lord of Storms? Or was it a demigod that wasn't at the angel level and was only a relatively powerful demigod that could respond to believers within a certain range? Klein recalled in puzzlement and discovered that sea god Cavituous's condition was rather abnormal. The foundation of this evil spirit's existence is rather weak, as if it could collapse at any moment. Furthermore, it and the ruins it was in have the feeling of fusing with the spirit world. It's because of this that it was able to escape the encirclement of the Church of the Storm. Klein leaned back in his chair and had a vague guess. Today's matter isn't a coincidence. It's all because the archaeologist Letitia took away an important item from the Forgotten Temple, causing sea god Cavituous's situation to worsen, making it difficult for him to maintain his existence for long. As it gets its believers to find that item, it makes preparations to possess a body to survive. That bone sword should originate from its demigod body. It hides a bit of its power that it projects over. As long as the target is suitable, it will invade the body of the person it touches, corrupting the soul, establishing coordinates, and allowing its spirit to transfer over before dissipating. However, it's clearly not good at such matters. Yes, it's not the snake of Mercury. It's unable to self-circulate and reincarnate. It's also not like blasphemer Ammon, who can reside in the souls of others. If it really occupies this body, it will only cause the flesh and blood to completely collapse, creating a terrifying monster. According to this logic, Cavituous, who is on the verge of complete destruction, will do many more crazy things. Klein frowned slightly. Without further delay, he fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. He unlocked the door, opened the door, and entered the living room, which startled Donnez, who was pacing back and forth. Donnez scrutinized him from head to toe and asked cautiously and warily, "Are you all right?" Klein maintained his persona as Gairman Sparrow and calmly replied, "That's right. Done." "It's settled?" Donnez looked left and right before glancing at the bedroom. He suspected that what he had felt was an illusion and that there was no sea god's curse at all. What is he doing in the bedroom? It only took a minute or two to remove the sea god's curse. Hiss, this guy has a lot of secrets. Donnez took 2 steps back and gave way. Beside a table with a lot of junk, Baldy Calotte, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said to the tattooed man, Edmonton, with a look of regret, "What a pity. Just a little bit more." He didn't pick it up. All he did was touch it. Edmonton sighed as well. Calotte looked at the slightly curved bone sword and fervently muttered to himself, "When an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on the earth." Edmonton knelt down as though he was confessing to the gods. As time passed, Calotte and Edmonton suddenly heard 2 screams. They looked up and saw that 2 of their companions had fallen straight to the ground. Their skin was like weathered rock, losing all its moisture. Calotte and Edmonton looked at each other and sensed a strange atmosphere. The 2 of them straightened their bodies at the same time and looked at the table. The milky white holy sword cracked and shattered into countless small pieces. Please remember the domain name of this book, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 544. When an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on the land. But what if the holy sword shatters? These 2 sentences echoed in Calotte and Edmonton's minds, completely touching on the blind spots of their knowledge. For dozens of seconds, they looked at the shattered holy sword with blank expressions, unable to say a word. They couldn't believe that the holy sword, which had only been touched by an outsider in the evening, would suddenly shatter. What did this mean? What did this mean? The 2 of them didn't dare to think too deeply about it. It was as if they had returned to the past. Back then, a secret stronghold of the resistance had been discovered by the Rouen military and had been wiped out without any warning. Their fathers had all died in that massacre, and their female relatives had been abducted and sold to different places. Before receiving the bad news, Calotte and Edmonton's emotions were the same as they were now. They were heavy, flustered, expectant, and uneasy, mixing into a strong sense of repression. Return to the jungle and find the high priest to figure out the reason. Perhaps this is God's latest revelation to us, Calotte said in a deep voice as he turned his wheelchair. Edmonton immediately stood up and said to his remaining subordinates, "Continue searching for those blasphemers, but don't stay here. Also, instruct the believers outside not to hold any rituals or even pray for the time being. Also, instruct the believers outside not to hold any rituals or even pray for the time being." The unexpected turn of events made him especially vigilant. By him, in the corner of the street where the Cathedral of Waves was, Donnez held a stack of folded white paper and turned his head, a little nervous, worried, and puzzled. "You mean to put them up in different parts of this street, and finally at the door of the Cathedral of Waves?" He was very afraid that the cathedral's door would suddenly open and a group of fist-waving priests and bishops would rush out. They would attack him without asking why he had posted the notices. Klein maintained his cold state. Yes, his original plan was to hand over the matter of C. God Cavituous to Mr. the Hanging Man so that he could alert the Church of the Storm. However, considering that the other party still held the secret of Bancy Harbor and might have even handed it over, it was easy to arouse suspicion if he received any more important information in such a short period of time. Therefore, he ultimately decided to do it himself. As for the solution, it was very simple. Put up a few notices at the entrance of the mandated punishers so that they could see them the moment they came out. There was a small problem with the execution of this plan. Klein couldn't tell which shops and companies around the Cathedral of Waves were the mandated punishers' identities to the public. He had no choice but to get Donnas to put in a little more effort and paste them in all the conspicuous places, including but not limited to the main entrance of the Cathedral of Waves. I should have just run away. Why would I think that this fellow has saved my life? Perhaps it's because if it were any other powerful adventurer, I would have already turned into a gold pound. No, who would have thought that this lunatic would so easily resolve the sea god's curse? Escaping might have been worse. Donnas lamented inwardly as he unfolded the stack of paper and casually scanned the contents. After Letitia Dolera and the others entered the sea god ruins on Sime Island, they were pursued by the resistance. At the same time, Kalat and the other resistance members were selling a strange, slightly curved bone sword. See, God Cavituous's body is on the verge of collapse, and his mental state is extremely crazy. Donnas was stunned for 2 seconds as he subconsciously glanced at German Sparrow. I can understand the first part, but why would there be descriptions of sea god Cavituous's body on the verge of collapse and his mental state being extremely crazy? How did German Sparrow know of this? Did he discover a problem in the process of resolving the sea god's curse? And how did he resolve the sea god's curse? The organization behind him is much more powerful and terrifying than I imagined. Could it be similar to the Aurora Order, serving a true deity? The more Donnas thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The first time he heard of the Aurora Order came from a raid at sea. At that time, he saw the captain's solemn expression for the first time. After that, he was taught some of the so-called mysterious world's general knowledge. Klein responded to Donna's gaze with an emotionless gaze. In the notice, he excluded his own subjective guesses and only described the things that were certain, so as not to interfere with the judgment of the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm. Among them, the content of Letitia and the others taking an important item was deleted. The Lost Temple was changed to the more inclusive Sea God's ruins. The stronghold that Kalat and the others would obviously give up after realizing that something had happened to the Sea God was also omitted. Donnas quickly retracted his gaze, not daring to look again. The captain said that the more secrets, the more dangerous it is. He thought for a while and said, worriedly, pasting it on the front door of the church will definitely attract a lot of attention from the Church of the Storm. Will they find out that I did it? Klein gave a concise answer. Yes. Donnas forced a smile. Then wouldn't I be in danger? Klein used his clown powers to control his expression and calmly replied, You're a pirate with a bounty on your head to begin with. Do you think you can swagger down the main streets of Byam now? Klein lampooned inwardly. That's right. No matter what, they'll capture me and put a bounty on me. No, there's something wrong with that. Donnas blurted out. But my bounty will increase. Klein looked at him without saying a word, but the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. At that instant, Donnas seemed to hear a rhetorical question. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing that a donkey kicks. Danitz chuckled dryly, took the stack of notices, and posted them in a conspicuous spot on the street near the Cathedral of Waves in the middle of the night. It really looks like a small advertisement. Klein, with one hand in his pocket, looked from afar and commented inwardly. He then sighed. It's great to have an assistant. At least I don't have to do something so degrading myself. If I were in Tingen or Bakeland, if something similar were to happen. The scene would be too beautiful to imagine. Donnes finally arrived outside the Church of Waves and pasted the notice on the front door. Then he clenched his fist and knocked on the door. After doing all of this, he turned around and ran, as if there were 10 mandated punishers running behind him. Klein didn't dare to delay. He took out the paper doll and flung it away, letting it burn to ashes. He quickly moved to another street. After his recent encounters, he had a deep understanding of the mandated punisher style and didn't dare to be careless. It was not until they were far away from the Church of Waves that they slowed down and resumed their normal walking speed. Donna's physique was not bad. At this moment, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. Puzzled, he asked, "Why don't you just write a letter to the police station or throw it into the governor's office?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, he already understood. That's right. The lower-ranking police officers and the staff of the governor's office are all locals. It's very likely that they sympathize with the resistance, and they might even be hidden believers of the sea god. As they spoke, the two turned a corner and saw a red building that occupied an extremely large area in front of them. It was brightly lit inside, and music could be heard faintly. There were people coming and going at the entrance, and carriages alternated. It didn't feel like it was late at night at all. We actually came here. After a second of surprise, Donnes revealed a smile that all men understood. Red Theater? Klein, who had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, was instantly enlightened. Donnes chuckled and said, "This is one of the most famous places in the entire Sonia Sea." This is one of the most famous places in the Sonia Sea. There are mysterious and charming Balam girls, passionate and hot Fainapotter girls, open and seductive Intis girls, tall and beautiful Fasak girls, conservative and quiet lone ladies, gentle and docile locals. This fellow knows quite a lot. He comes here often? Klein swept a glance at Blazing without saying a word. For some baffling reason, Donnes felt like he had been seen through as he immediately smiled awkwardly. That's what pirates say when they brag. I've only been here a few times. In the past, I didn't have much money, so I could only find ordinary ones. Furthermore, they were mainly from the Fog Sea. Later, I joined the Golden Dream. No wonder. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg subordinates are treated well and often receive a share of the treasure, it's rather difficult to save up a few houses in Byam. Compared to the typical pirate, this fellow at least knows how to control himself and save money. Klein thought in enlightenment. Donnes didn't wish to continue the topic as he changed the topic. In Byam, there are many street girls, especially there. He pointed into the distance. In the end, 3 to 4 out of 10 families agreed. TSK, if it's someone with your standard Loanese looks, almost no one would reject it. They would only secretly hide their daughters from you. Every year, Loan's Navy commits many murders and rapes here. They aren't much better than the pirates, but they will only be chased back to their countries. At most, they will have to pay a small fine. Klein listened in silence as he suddenly recalled the group of sea god believers who were praying by the pool in the evening. He recalled their fanatical and numb faces. Bakeland, inside the villa of the Odora family, having exposed a certain problem. Emlyn White nervously followed Cosme into the underground area and once again arrived in the grey stone hall with the black iron-colored coffin. Honorable Lord Nibs, why have you summoned me? Although Emlyn had rehearsed such a scene dozens of times in his mind, he still couldn't completely eliminate the tension and anxiety in his heart. In such a state, he suddenly understood a problem. From a drama point of view, the character he was playing should be secretly worried and afraid. There's no need for any special disguise. I did well. Emlyn suddenly calmed down. A deep and aged voice sounded from the coffin that was covered in symbols and magic labels. To commend you. For the ancestor, you risked praying to the fool. Although you didn't receive a response, you still took on a huge risk. This is an act that needs to be rewarded. Here's a bill of acceptance for £7,000. It's a reward for you. I didn't give it to you in time due to the great smog of Bakeland, but it's not too late now. At the same time, You have to pay attention to yourself at all times. Don't relax. Immediately inform Cosme if anything abnormal happens. He really gave me money. Emlyn nearly forgot to close his mouth. Chapter 545. Even when he left the Odora family's underground area, Emlyn White was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that he had received the £7,000 so easily. The draft in his hand felt light and weightless, but it made him realize the absurdity of reality. The hanging man's method really worked. Lord Nibs didn't expose me or punish me. Instead, he gave me a generous reward. And all this was to feign ignorance and encourage me to continue experimenting, so as to observe in secret. Are the thoughts of the sanguine that complicated. Emlyn sighed as he fell into a daze. Soon he reined in his wandering thoughts and turned his attention back to the £7,000 reward. With this, I can buy the Baron's relics from the hanging man and concoct them into a potion. I'm about to become a Baron, Sanguine Baron Emlyn White. Emlyn's eyes lit up as his footsteps sped up. Within the Sanguine, without the bestowment of a senior or the corresponding ritual, the level 1 was born and would be fixed at that level. It was almost impossible for one to advance through time. As for the Sanguine, who were about the same age as Emlyn, apart from the extremely lucky ones whose ancestors were nearing the end of their lifespans and had no choice but to bestow power to their descendants through a ritual, most of them were still stuck in the concept of adulthood. It was impossible for them to obtain the title of Baron in the next few decades. Emlyn's father and mother had lived for so many years, but up to now, they still hadn't become a Baron. They didn't even see any hope. When he walked out the door, Emlyn couldn't help but glance at Cosme Odora. This old sanguine who was active during Roselle's era is only a Baron now, and I'm about to reach this level. One day, I'll become a sanguine marquis like Lord Nibs. No, a duke or even a prince. Only then can I shoulder the responsibility of being the savior of the sanguine. Yes, the Baron's relics are only about £4,000. There's still quite a bit of money left. I can buy a few more dolls and get them some new clothes. Emlyn subconsciously straightened his back as he walked in high spirits. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek lit the candles and prepared for the sacrificial ritual. After the frequency of the lightning alternated several times, he finally got his chance. He was very sure that the chief couldn't keep an eye on him at that moment. This was because he had left the City of Silver with Jack, who had recovered from his injuries, and an exploratory team. They were searching for the route that the other party had taken from the so-called seaside to the destroyed city-state. It didn't take long for Derek to set up everything. He devoutly and solemnly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. He very skillfully and methodically sacrificed the spirit-eater stomach pouch that Miss Magicians needed, as well as the beyonder ingredients that Mr. The hanging man had specified to the ruler above the gray fog. There were many gaps on the solid city walls of the City of Silver, but they were filled with black and hard soil. There were clumps of fine weeds growing on them, swaying gently in the wind like human hair. Suddenly, they all rose up, as if they wanted to catch something, but they fell back down without any strength. Early morning, Church of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had come to collect the bounty, heard a rather important piece of news from the diocesan bishop, Chogo. Letitia Dolera of the Moses Ascetic Order had used her identity as an archaeologist to enter the depths of Simeem Island's jungle. It was unknown what she had done, but it had caused sea god Cavituous, who had been in hiding for many years, to be on the verge of collapsing. It was frantically searching for an opportunity to continue its existence. Rumor has it that this evil spirit that calls itself sea god was defeated by 2 cardinal bishops and military powerhouses after it was discovered in the Rorstad archipelago a long time ago. It could only barely escape and hide. This situation has lasted for more than 100 years without any fundamental changes. Why is it suddenly on the verge of collapsing and unable to maintain its existence? Alger frowned slightly, thinking about what had happened recently that was different from the past. a situation deliberately created by the Moses ascetic order? But why didn't they do so in the past 100 years? In order to cooperate with their other plans? Amidst his speculation and puzzlement, Alger suddenly realized an important factor. The most fundamental difference between the past 100 years and the past 100 years was the world had come to buy him. Mr. Fool's Blessed had come to the Rorstad archipelago. Wherever he appeared, it meant that something major was about to happen or brew. Previously, there was the great smog of Bakeland. In the middle, there was the anomaly in Bancy Harbor. Now, there see God Cavituous's near-death struggle and the unknown plot of the Moses ascetic order. No, to be more precise, Mr. Fool's Blessed would appear wherever something major was brewing or about to happen. They had accepted Mr. Fool's arrangements and were pursuing the secret organizations and the activities of the evil gods and angels. With a change of thought, Alger was suddenly enlightened, feeling that he had grasped the truth. It wasn't that something would happen wherever the world went, but that wherever something was about to happen, the world and the other blessed would appear. What benefits does this have for Mr. Fool? Is it purely to destroy the enemy's plot, or is it beneficial for him to remove the seal and reveal more power? Alger held back his puzzlement and decided to seize this opportunity to submit a certain piece of information he had previously received. He clenched his right fist and pressed it against his left chest. With a hesitant expression, he said, "Your Excellency, while I was tracking down the remnants of steel, I heard some news." What? Chogo had originally planned on arranging for this bishop-level captain to search for traces of the resistance at sea, but he was forcefully interrupted. He was momentarily vexed. Alger recalled and said, "Someone mentioned Bancy Harbor in the chat. Someone mentioned Bancy Harbor in the chat, saying that something happened there, but the descendants of the Medici family hid themselves well and weren't discovered. Bancy Harbor, something happened." Chogo took a step forward and pressed. "What else did they say?" "They said that the church had a bishop who had fallen there, but nothing else." "Your Excellency, is the Medici family a darkness family from the fourth epoch?" Alger deliberately asked. Chogo's expression sank. "That's not something you should know. I will report to His Excellency Cotman immediately." This referred to the Cardinal Bishop of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Rorstad Sea, and the true ruler of the extraordinary world of the archipelago, John Cotman. Chogo thought for a moment, then asked, "Who was the one who mentioned this? What does he look like?" Alger was prepared. "I don't know them, and they didn't appear again after that. I remember that the person who mentioned Bancy Harbor and the Medici family was an ordinary-looking young man. He had a thin face, a wide forehead, black eyes, black hair, and wore a monocle. He seemed to notice that I was eavesdropping, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled at me." Alger was describing Blasphemer Amon. He wanted the cardinals to believe that the exposure of the secret between the Medici family and Bancy Harbor stemmed from a battle between kings of angels. This is really a very suitable target, for a reason. He won't come out to defend himself, and even if he does, no one will believe him, and divination on him clearly won't have any effect. If I use beyonder means to confirm the source of my information, there will be strong signs of interference because it involves Mr. Fool, preventing me from obtaining an accurate answer. From the looks of it, it's equivalent to what Amon did." Alger thought in relief. Chogo nodded gently. "Find these people and track down the whereabouts of the resistance." "Yes, Your Excellency." Alger replied with a pious look as he punched his left chest with his right fist. Dark clouds gathered high in the sky, and the sky was extremely dark. Heavy rain poured down, splashing white mist as it dripped to the ground. In Byam Harbor, the blue seawater slowly but surely rose. Cargo ships and passenger ships swayed like leaves floating in midair. The rain didn't stop, and the sea level gradually approached the embankment. There were many spots in the city, and the environment was abnormally oppressive. Zealous and numb locals, dressed in taraba shirts and tattered jackets, came to the edge of the cliff or the embankment one after another, and jumped into the sea. Their flesh and skin rapidly lost their moisture, and when they fell into the sea, they had already turned into long weathered corpses. A group of people cried as they hugged a Navy soldier who had walked out of the base. They angrily and sadly bit him to death with their teeth, leaving a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The streets were in chaos. Splash! Boom! The embankment collapsed, and the rising seawater surged into Byam City. Klein woke up, and his mind was filled with the scene from his dream. To a seer, this was a very obvious revelation. The sea god Cavituous couldn't find a way to survive. It completely gave up and went completely crazy. It wants to create a storm, set off a tsunami, and drown the entire Rørsted archipelago, dragging countless people to die with it. And at the same time, its believers are also doing all kinds of extreme things. I've already informed the Church of the Storm. They should be able to stop it in time. No, even if I didn't inform them, they would still be able to sense the problem and deal with it. Klein got out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He saw blazing Donnes standing by the window looking out. He saw the clouds were low, and the rain was continuous, as if it would never end. Are there signs? Klein walked to Donna's side and also looked at the oppressive weather outside. He could vaguely hear the abnormal sound of the tide. In the silence, an explosive thunder suddenly sounded in the air. The leaden clouds quickly split open, and the falling rain lost its backup. Everything returned to normal in the direction of the pier. The first rays of the morning sun shone down from the sky, and Byam seemed to be bathed in holy light. Danitz hissed and muttered to himself, "That's right. John Cotman changed the weather. John Cotman, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm? He suppressed the power of Cavituous?" Klein retracted his gaze thoughtfully. Donnes heaved a sigh of relief. "I was quite worried just now. Ha ha! I was afraid that sea god who was about to collapse would cause a disaster. But John Cotman is here." Seeing that German Sparrow didn't say anything, he added, "If we were at sea, even the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic wouldn't be able to defeat him." Captain said that he's a Sequence 3 demigod, and the potion's name is, it's the Sea King. Please remember the domain name of this book. Ju Tian Shun Huang Mobile Version. Chapter 546. Sea King. Upon hearing John Cotman's sequence name, the first thing that came to Klein's mind was the complete honorific name of the Lord of Storms. King of the Air, Emperor of the Seas, Monarch of Calamity, God of Storms. Sequence 3 is Sea King. Sequence 0 contains the elements of Sea King, so it's quite corresponding. I wonder what the Sequence 0 of the storm pathway is called. Klein looked out the window again and saw that although the weather was still gloomy, dawn had already set. The tides had receded, and the rain had completely stopped. He pulled back his thoughts and analyzed the situation from the information Donnes had revealed. The potion's name is Sea King, which also means that the corresponding Sequence 3, demigod or saint, has to act as Sea King. And all acting has a prerequisite. One has to have all the required abilities. As a Sea King, even if there's a range restriction, he's definitely a powerful ruler in the waters he controls. He can walk freely at the bottom of the sea, stir up tsunamis as he pleases, raise the seawater and dominate marine life. In their home ground, they're definitely able to suppress all demigods at the same level. The King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic are about this level. However, due to the different levels of digestion and the different control over their powers, there's certain difference in strength. But regardless, as long as they're at sea, it's very difficult for them to defeat Sea King. With the abilities displayed by the Sea King, coupled with the ocean environment, it wasn't difficult to understand why people would worship him, believe in him, and pray to him if they hadn't seen the eternal blazing sun, the true creator and other true deities. Many of the deities worshipped in the primitive world might be at this level. There's a high chance that they aren't even angels. Yes, not to look directly at deities refers to true deities. Previously, Sea god Cavituous didn't give me such a feeling. Neither did Amon's avatar. Of course, I can't be sure if a king of angels' true body also has the attribute of not to look directly at deities. One was a sea god who was on the verge of collapse and was at most a sequence 3. The other was a sea king who was in good condition and could use a sealed artifact at any time. The outcome was obvious. John Cotman would definitely be able to suppress Cavituous's madness and prevent the seawater from drowning by him, preventing the entire Blue Mountain Island and the many cities on it from becoming lost underwater ruins. After a few more days, the last of Cavituous's madness would pass, and it would completely collapse and dissipate, and the matter would be resolved. This was the simplest and most effective way to deal with it. It would not bring about any panic, and most people here would not even notice anything unusual. However, there were also some problems. First of all, there couldn't be any accidents. It was unknown what the archaeologist Letitia had done on Simeem Island and single-handedly orchestrated the destruction of Sea God. The Moses ascetic order or element Dawn backing her might take the opportunity to seek something. This was the greatest latent danger. Yes, the Governor General's office and the military should also have a high sequence beyond her here. This is the kingdom's colonial stronghold in the central Sonia Sea. Things wouldn't worsen too much. Secondly, there were the fanatical believers. As Cavituous became crazier and crazier and closer to death, there was a high chance that they would become sacrifices. They would be like stalks during a harvest, falling one after another. However, this wasn't too bad of a development for the Church of the Storm. The most devout believers would die along with their deity, saving them the trouble of subsequent screening and processing. Those who weren't so devout wouldn't be too affected, and they would have the possibility of reformation in the future. The only drawback was that the Rorstad archipelago would have a labor shortage for a long period of time. Although such a problem was troublesome, it could be resolved by clenching one's teeth. Therefore, the Church of the Storm and Sea King John Cotman would most likely sit back and watch. Phew, I wonder how many people will die in the slums where the locals gather. Klein's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the uniform sound of footsteps and the roar from high up in the sky. He instinctively raised his head and saw several airships painted in dark blue with their muzzles exposed and machine guns protruding out, flying past him in different areas. On the street, Rouen soldiers in red coats, white pants, and black leather boots carried rifles and dragged cannons as they passed by in neat rows. The tense and somber atmosphere suddenly expanded. This is a colony. Klein sighed and muttered to himself with inexplicable emotions. I wonder how long it will take for the church to kill that sea serpent and find its previous hiding place. It's definitely a treasure trove with countless valuable items. Donis, who was a treasure hunter, suddenly said with some anticipation and some regret. His attitude changed very quickly. He had already degraded Sea God to Sea Serpent and referred to it as the church isn't doing anything. All it does is suppress it and wait a few days to see Cavituous perish. Of course, the people of the Church of the Storm might not have the patience, especially when I heard that John Cotman was originally a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. It's just that the archipelago is isolated overseas. In order to unify the authority, he took on the role of a cardinal. His style of doing things might be closer to that of the mandated Punishers. The place where Cavituous is hiding, that ruin has almost fused with the spirit world. It won't be easy to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived to this day. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. It was very difficult to find the ruin where Cavituous was hiding in the real world. Even if he had already perished, it wasn't something that could be discovered in a year or so, unless they obtained more accurate information. But if I were to start from the spirit world, it's even more impossible to locate the spirit world. But it's not completely impossible. Snake of Mercury, well, a Septon had used his folded paper crane to perform once. I still don't have any ideas on how to do it, but that's not important. I can ask Mr. Aztec. Death's domain controls a portion of the spirit world's authority. The underworld, or should I say hell, was created in the spirit world by Phoenix ancestor Greg Race, the ancient death. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. He believed that even if he returned to his bedroom or entered the bathroom, the messenger's massive body would definitely be discovered by Doniz, who had considerable spiritual perception. Therefore, he didn't avoid him. Doniz was imagining sea god Cavituous's treasures when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He sensed something and hurriedly activated his spirit vision to look behind him. He saw white bones spewing out from the floor and flying upwards, forming a gigantic skeleton with an illusory head that pierced through the ceiling. The skeleton lowered its head slightly. 2 pitch-black flames could be vaguely seen even through the ceiling. The oppressive feeling from its massive body made Doniz leap to the side, bend his body, and gather a scarlet flame in his right palm. What kind of monster is this? Doniz looked at German Sparrow in surprise, only to see him holding a copper whistle as he raised his head and looked at the skeleton monster in silence. Klein looked up at the gigantic messenger, and the gigantic messenger looked down at him. Both of them seemed to be frozen in place. Man, I'm in too much of a hurry. I didn't even write the letter before summoning the messenger. Should I get it to wait here, or should I return first and come back later? I'm now German Sparrow. Right, German Sparrow? Klein didn't say a word as he indifferently retracted his gaze. He unhurriedly found a pen and paper and began writing the letter. He roughly described the matter regarding Sea King Cavituous, but he hid the fact that he was nearly possessed and had to use the gray fog to disperse it. He mixed the ruins where Cavituous was hiding into the dream. Perhaps I can think of a solution from the spirit world, but I lack the corresponding knowledge. I hope to receive your guidance. Klein folded the piece of paper and turned his head, only to discover that the messenger's lowered hand had clenched at some point in time. He pretended not to notice anything and threw the letter up. The messenger paused for a second before opening his palm and catching the letter. Its body suddenly disintegrated, and the white bones fell down, drilling into the floor. What is this? Doniz finally spoke. Klein glanced at him and calmly replied, Messenger. Messenger? Doniz was taken aback before he understood what he meant. Such a massive and terrifying monster is actually a messenger? German Sparrow does have a powerful and secret organization behind him. If I had such a messenger, everyone on the ship would be envious of me. That would be really, really cool. Doniz imagined the scene of him bragging and showing off his messenger when he returned to the ship. Putting away Aztec's copper whistle, Klein found a chair and sat down, preparing to enjoy his breakfast in a while. After a while, he heard knocking on the door. Doniz warily went over, and with the peephole, he discovered that the person knocking on the door was a middle-aged man wearing a boat-shaped hat. Erland, how did you find this place? Doniz opened the door and asked. The visitor was none other than the captain of the White Agate Impartial Erland. Erland, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, looked into the room and chuckled. When you checked into this hotel, you registered with the identity of German Sparrow. It's easy to find out, because this identity is very legitimate and clean, and in the eyes of the Church of the Storm, I'm part of the military. Klein slowly got up and said to Erland, who had entered the room, What's the matter? Erland pointed outside. There was an accident in Byam, but it's not a big problem. The military and the church are conducting a city-wide manhunt. They are a few powerful beyonders, archaeologists in name. In order to find the target as soon as possible, the military has used all their resources, but it's still not enough for such a large city. Ha! They believe that although your origins are unknown, you are very friendly to us. They hope that you can help with the investigation and prevent any accidents. They will pay you after the matter is over. This should be your credit for exaggerating my friendliness. In other words, after the Church of the Goddess and the Church of Steam, I can receive money from the military again? Klein was momentarily filled with mixed feelings. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, Erland added, Don't worry. Although it won't be a big problem, the earlier we find the target, the earlier we can control the corresponding disaster. Klein fell silent for a moment and nodded gently. And this might save a few more people. Okay. Chapter 547. Seeing German Sparrow put on his coat, hat, and pick up his cane, Donis realized that he had been forgotten. He coughed and said under the two pairs of eyes, "Do I need to go with you? It's best not. Who knows what will happen?" Previously, he was only temporarily off duty in West Harbor, but he had encountered a rather strange incident. Last night, he had brought German Sparrow to visit the Resistance's liaison, but he ended up incurring the curse of Sea God. Today, he was following this madman to investigate Letitia and the few archaeologists. Who knew what would happen? Donis looked down at his left arm, which was still bound with a splint. He felt that in the past few days he had encountered more things than he had in the past few months, or even half a year. "You can stay here, but someone will come to investigate later." Erland chuckled. "Someone will investigate? Then the great pirate, Blazing, will be caught and turned into gold pounds?" Donis frowned and laughed dryly. "Apart from receiving bounties, there aren't many opportunities to earn money from the military. I'm very willing to give it a try. The only problem is that you will have to wait a few minutes. I'll put on a disguise, Mr. Captain. I don't wish to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings and put you in a difficult position. If I don't put on a disguise, I'll only be pinned down on the spot and arrested when I, a great pirate, work with the military and the church." Donis imagined himself being pinned down, kneeled in the back and struggling like a catfish. Erland thought for a few seconds, took out an iron black mask from his inner pocket, and threw it over. "Just wear it. I'll explain the rest." "Yes, there's no need to waste time on a disguise that isn't very useful." Klein evaluated inwardly. He didn't say a word as he turned the handle and walked out the door. Erland followed closely behind. Donis, who was wearing the iron mask and taking off his coat, hurriedly chased after them. When they came to a street with a lot of puddles and no pedestrians, Klein pressed down on his hat. "How do we find them?" Erland smiled. "Search by area. My Beyonder job has some characteristics. As long as I see a real person, a picture, or a sketch, I can firmly remember the target's appearance and obtain additional senses at the Beyonder level. Yes, I can also detect abnormal factors and grasp inconspicuous traces. By combining the two, I can carry out an effective investigation. Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter Pathway." Klein nodded in thought. As he walked, he asked, "What about you? Do you have their belongings?" Letitia's portrait was attached to the notice that Donis had posted last night. This was completed by Klein using ritualistic magic and praying to himself. "No," Erland shook his head. "We haven't figured out their previous whereabouts. What we can confirm is that they only returned from Simeem Island at around 3:00 yesterday afternoon. After 2:00, no passenger ships left the port. Due to the weather this morning, they only entered but not left. In other words, Letitia and the others haven't left by ship yet." Klein understood what Erland meant. Donis suddenly scoffed. "That doesn't mean anything. Perhaps they had already left Byam yesterday afternoon and headed for other cities on the island." Blue Mountain Island was the largest island in the Rorstad archipelago. It covered a large area and was rich in forests and mineral resources. Therefore, there were many cities on the island. They were built around the fertile land and astonishing mineral reserves. For this wealth, the Ruan Kingdom first bribed the native princes, then forced them by force. Finally, they directly established the Governor-General's office. In a more efficient manner, they opened up wide roads that connected the various cities and completed a few important railroads. This was done in the form of establishing the corresponding railroad companies and selling shares at the Bakelin Stock Exchange to raise funds. Of course, these large projects were accompanied by the deaths of many locals. The dangerous construction environment, the excessive work, The treatment that was close to slavery and the rather meager salaries caused one corpse after another to be buried under the roadbed and railway sleepers. To this day, a large number of locals still hated the railroad, believing that it had devoured a large number of lives and brought about countless suffering. It was a symbol of evil gods and devils. Erland turned his head to glance at Donnes. If they leave by land, then there's nothing to worry about. Why? Donnes asked in puzzlement. Very simple. Those roads pass through the jungle and are directly threatened by the resistance. And most of the resistance are believers of Sea God. Therefore, how would Letitia and company, who were the cause of Cavituous's collapse, dare to pass through these areas at night? If they dare to, it can only mean one thing. They don't realize how serious the consequences of what they did in the Sea God ruins on Simim Island would be. This also negates the speculation that the Moses ascetic order or the element Dawn have other plans. Klein controlled the urge to shake his head and followed Erland into another street. Erland didn't explain anything. He took out a notice and handed it to German Sparrow. The main target is this woman on it. This woman was drawn by me. Klein glanced at it and threw it to Donnes. At this moment, they heard the sounds of an intense battle coming from a house to the side. Found it? Donnes asked the question Klein wanted to ask. Probably not. Erland shook his head. According to the arrangements, after discovering the main target, the first reaction is to release red fireworks. As long as this happens, everyone has to approach that place. If they encounter other wanted criminals that they can't deal with, orange fireworks will be released. The surrounding teams will rush over to provide reinforcements. If it's just ordinary pirates or criminals, they can handle it themselves. Let's wait and see. Perhaps there's no time to release the fireworks. As he spoke, the glass on the third floor of the house facing the street shattered with a crack. A bear-like man jumped down and ran into the distance at an extremely fast speed, like a cheetah. At this moment, a huge shadow enveloped him, and the sound of gunfire came from high up in the sky. The burly man's body was nearly torn apart by the machine gun bullets as he collapsed on the street without any resistance. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. If it weren't for the fact that residents were forbidden from leaving their homes, there would definitely be screams. At some point in time, the airship that had floated over didn't stop moving away as it turned elsewhere. Goltat. Donnes recognized the deceased. Seeing German Sparrow turn his head to look at him, he forced a smile and said, "This is the leader of a pirate crew. He's from Faysac, and his bounty is 950 pounds. People from Faysac. Are they really all barbarians? To think that they're running on the streets under martial law, completely unaware of the attacks from above. That's right. These pirates have just led a befuddled life for a night. They have no idea that even an airship has been dispatched. If he had planned his escape route, he might have been able to dodge the machine gun fire in the air." Klein retracted his gaze and watched the dark blue monster fly across the roof. When Donnes saw the pirate's outcome, he was glad that he had followed him. Seeing that the alarm had been lifted, Erland didn't stay any longer. He led Klein and Donnes in the direction of the area he was in charge of. After walking briskly for 5 minutes, they saw a barricade at the intersection in front of them. Guns and cannons had been set up, and red-clothed Rouen soldiers were silently standing guard. On the other side of the barricade, 20 to 30 corpses were strewn across the ground, forming a charging formation. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were thin. They were all locals. Further away, a few young native children were hiding in a corner, quietly cowering as they looked over. They looked at the deep, steel-like muzzles, their eyes black and their faces dirty. Klein and company fell silent for a few seconds before circling around the area. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs picked up the ceramic cup on the table and felt a little hot. She focused her mind and quietly waited for any changes. The temperature of the hot water quickly dropped, and a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the liquid. White frost appeared on the edges of the cup. "I'm a trick master." Furs closed her eyes in joy. After receiving the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, she didn't delay. She immediately concocted the potion and completed her advancement, obtaining many weaker spell-like powers. Among them, Furz's favorites were Fog Creation, Wind Blast, Flash, Freeze, Electric Shock, and the Fall spell that made people slip. Only at this moment did she feel that she was a complete beyonder. She no longer only knew how to pass through walls and open doors, nor did she have to rely on ritualistic magic. Near noon, Erland, with the help of Klein and Donnes, had completed most of the investigation. "Eat a loaf of bread and drink some water before continuing," he said with dry lips as he took off his boat-shaped hat. Klein was about to nod when he suddenly saw an orange firework soar into the sky and bloom not far away. Without any hesitation, Erland immediately put on his hat and ran in that direction. "I'll head over first to provide support. Orange means that there are other wanted criminals that I can't deal with. Who could it be?" Donnes muttered to himself with interest. He walked forward with his legs raised high, hoping to arrive only after the battle was over. Then he saw a German sparrow abandon him and follow just Erland. Glancing at the dark blue monster flying towards him, Donnes laughed dryly and quickened his pace. 2 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. They saw a house with a lawn facing the street. There were 3 or 4 military personnel lying on the ground. Their faces were green, and their bodies were trembling, as though they had been thrown into a frozen lake. The more Klein walked in that direction, the more he felt like he had encountered a cold disaster, as though he had arrived at the polar region. Soon he discovered that the ditch outside the house was filled with a thick layer of snow. At that moment, a woman's laughter suddenly came from inside the house. It was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes crazy and sometimes strange. "Ha ha ha, he, ha ha ha, he." Donnes couldn't help but stop and use his right hand to touch his neck, which was covered in goosebumps. With a clang, the window opened and a charred body flew out. He landed heavily on the ground as though he had encountered a fire. With just a glance, Klein relied on his spiritual intuition to recognize that this was one of the 3 male adventurers who followed Letitia. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 548. From the looks of it, I found the target. Klein retracted his gaze and made a rough judgment. As there are no portraits, and the dead adventurer's face had been charred black, Erland clearly didn't recognize him as one of his targets. After observing the situation and listening to the creepy laughter for a few seconds, he pointed at the 3 or 4 military personnel lying not far away from the house and said in a deep voice, "Drag them back first. Drag them back first and wait for the other teams to arrive before launching the attack." Or, he hesitated for a moment and looked up at the approaching dark blue airship. Erland didn't say anything else, nor did he instruct Klein and Donnes. He ran towards the military personnel who had fainted from the cold and had purple faces. Tap, tap, tap. The closer he got, the weaker his footsteps became. Eventually his body turned stiff, and every step he took was abnormally difficult. As a former boatswain of the Royal Navy, Erland was experienced. He made a prompt decision and stopped moving forward. Instead, he slowly turned around and walked back. The more he walked, the smoother it became, but his body was still trembling uncontrollably. His eyebrows and sideburns were covered in a thin layer of frost, a quick freeze that defies common sense, a catastrophic extreme cold. With Erland's attempts, Klein grasped the danger level of the area and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, the brooch of the sun can't produce true heat. It's a mental stimulation. Although it will also cause an obvious reaction in the body, it will at most allow a person to last 3 or 4 seconds in such a cold disaster. Glancing at Erland, who wanted to say something but couldn't open his mouth, Klein swept his gaze towards Donnes. He threw away his cane and said in a deep voice, "Fire." "Fire?" Donis was taken aback at first, but he quickly understood what German sparrow meant. He had also seen the entire process of Erland's failed rescue attempt. Donis condensed a scarlet flame in his right palm and threw it not far from the military personnel. The fireball traversed nearly 20 meters and landed on the ground. It didn't produce an explosion as it quietly rose into the air. The scarlet pillar of fire emitted a sizzling sound as it shrank and dimmed rapidly. Suddenly it expanded, as if it was struggling on its deathbed. Klein, who was wearing a black coat, jumped out and landed right next to the military personnel. He bent down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed her clothes. Then he pressed his feet against the ground, exerted strength from his waist and back, and fiercely threw himself outwards. The military personnel immediately soared into the air and flew out smoothly. He landed 10 meters away from the area where the chill was the most severe. After doing all of this, Klein snapped his fingers, and before the chill seeped into his flesh, he lit a match that he had specially separated from his pocket. The scarlet flames surged out like water and instantly drowned him. By the time everything dimmed, Klein had already disappeared. Flames leaped out, sometimes bright and sometimes extinguished. With Danit's fireball and his own matchstick, he constantly flashed in the extremely cold region and easily threw the few military personnel out. After 2 to 3 relays, he carried the last military personnel back to his original position. Erland had clearly calmed down as he gave him a thumbs up. "I'm very glad and honored to have made the decision to seek your help today. Captain, I like your tactful praise. Also, remember to increase the pay." Klein nodded politely, turned his body halfway, and looked at the open windows of the house. He heard the laughter inside turn stranger. Donis curled his lips and cursed Erland inwardly. "Didn't you see my contribution? Although my fireball has become like a prop for a magic show, it's still a real contribution. This fellow's nickname is the Just Erland, but he's actually not just at all." As he muttered, a shadow enveloped the area as the airship arrived in midair. "Evacuate the people in the surrounding houses!" an officer on the airship shouted from afar. After Erland and the 2 other teams cleared the nearby houses, the airship lowered its altitude and adjusted its cannons. Boom! 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 The cannons fired continuously, blasting at the house from which the strange laughter came. Hearing the explosions and seeing the intense flashes of fire, Klein held his cane and felt a little wistful. This was the firepower coverage tactic he advocated. He had once proposed it in Tingen City, but he had never been able to put it into practice. But today, the overseas colonial military had shown him the real scene. Amidst the deafening cannons, Erland and the others stood guard in different positions, preventing the people inside, or rather, the monster from breaking out. The house quickly collapsed, and smoke emanated from the piles of bricks and wood. All the snow and ice had already dissipated. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning flashed and struck the airship with bared fangs and brandished claws. Klein frowned as he saw the airship come to a complete stop. He heard the steam boiler emit a jarring sound. The dark blue monster in the air seemed to have lost control. It emitted a sizable amount of smoke as it floated to the side. From the looks of it, there's an external layer of protection from the ammunition. I thought it would explode and blow the airship into pieces. Klein turned his attention back to the collapsed house. When he first felt the deep cold and saw the charred male adventurer, he thought that he had encountered another demoness. He had the witch potion formula, and having dealt with the demonesses a few times, he knew that Beyonders of this pathway could control frost and black flames from sequence 7 onwards. However, the lightning had made him reject this judgment. He believed that Letitia was indeed a member of the Moses ascetic order or the Element Dawn, and that she was a genuine woman. Just as Klein had this thought, the pile of bricks and wood was lifted. A figure mixed with bright red and charred black crawled out with her elbows. She was a woman and could vaguely distinguish Letitia's original appearance. This made Erland and the others surprised to find that their target had been found. But compared to before, Letitia's current state was both terrifying and miserable. Her body was covered in black spots. Bright red wounds had been torn open by the cannonballs, and inside were white fascias that seemed to have a life of their own, squirming. The top of her head had split open, and brain juice gushed out, sticking to the surface like a child's palm. Her greenish-gray eyes had lost focus. One pupil hid flames, and the other flashed with lightning. On her abdomen, below her chest, were two heads that were screaming in pain. They were the other two male adventurers. Not only is she out of control, but she also feels like she's being corrupted. She's already seriously injured after that round of bombardment, and her aura has dropped to the extreme. Klein didn't take action. He watched as the military Beyonders launched their attacks. Psychic piercing, whip of pain, purifying bullets, small caliber cannon fire. With this round of attacks, the rampager Letitia, who only had time to dry up the ground and spread outwards, completely disintegrated and turned into a dismembered corpse. Pa! Her torso fell to the ground, and the heads of the two male adventurers rolled out. Klein narrowed his eyes and found a yellowish-brown sheepskin book hidden in the flesh of Letitia's abdomen. On the cover of the book, there was a line of words written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. Why do these books and notes always end up in other people's stomachs? It was the same with the Antigonus family's notebook last time. Klein lampooned before suspecting that this Book of Calamity was an item that the pseudo-archaeologist Letitia had taken away from the sea god ruins. At this moment, a military personnel grabbed the heads of the two male adventurers, as though they could still speak. What did you do in the sea god's ruins? The ruins of the sea god. One of the male adventurers answered in pain and confusion. We've never been there. He tried to move his eyes to check the condition of his neck and below. Sea god's ruins on Simeum Island, the military personnel reminded him. No. The male adventurer wanted to shake his head, but was powerless. We went to the ancient elven ruins. Letitia found a book inside. She liked it very much. She quickly began to study it. She went crazy. She's crazy. The male adventurer screamed, and the remnants of his mind completely dissipated. It's not the lost temple of the sea god, but the ruins of the ancient elves? This is different from what I imagined. Klein was about to listen carefully when Erland walked over and politely asked him and Donna's to leave the interrogation scene. Turning into another street, Klein slowed down and thought about the entire matter. Why did Letitia's taking of the Book of Calamity from the ancient elven ruins cause sea god Cavituous to no longer be able to maintain his existence and gradually collapse? What's the connection between the two? Elves. Sea god. According to Little Sun, the ancient god, elf king Sinaithrim, wields the authority of the present Lord of Storms. In other words, there's no doubt that the elves have a sequence 3 sea king, as well as an even higher sequence 2. Could it be that this sea serpent, Cavituous, happened to discover an elven ruin at the bottom of the sea and directly devoured the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a high elf, and he was lucky enough to survive the sudden death and loss of control before successfully obtaining the status of a demigod, gradually gaining the faith of the natives of the Rorstad archipelago? Klein slowly came up with an idea, and he had no choice but to thank Mr. the Hanging Man. Initially, Little Sun didn't reveal the corresponding authorities of the 8 ancient gods. Later, under the guidance of the Hanging Man, he explained some of them, including the general situation of Elf King Sinaithrim. As for directly devouring Beyonder characteristics or the corresponding ingredients to advance, it wasn't something that had never happened before. Before the potion system was perfected, human ancestors had made similar attempts in order to obtain Beyonder powers. However, only a small group of extremely lucky people survived and became Beyonders. They didn't turn into monsters or lunatics, nor did they die on the spot with their flesh and blood collapsing. The success rate of such an attempt was 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even lower. After the potion system was established, no one was willing to take such a huge risk. If that's really the case, then Cavituous was indeed very lucky back then. Of course, there's also the factor of his sturdy body. However, his intelligence doesn't seem to have increased much. He can only deceive people's faith, and he actually didn't discover that there was an elven ruin on Simeme Island. Furthermore, it's closely related to the ruin he was hiding in after Letitia and the others took away the Book of Calamity. The ruin collapsed, causing Cavituous's hiding place to undergo an anomaly, causing it to be unable to maintain its feeble existence. This can explain why Letitia and the others were able to succeed so easily. There weren't any resistance or sea god believers guarding the place. It wasn't until something happened that Cavituous discovered the problem and realized that the two ruins were related. Based on his previous train of thought, Klein tried to explain the part of the entire matter that puzzled him, and this included why sea god Cavituous, who was struggling on his deathbed, didn't let his believers become carriers. This could reduce many accidents and make things simpler. With the brutality that Cavituous had shown, it was only natural for him to make such a choice. The answer that Klein thought of was that the body that Cavituous wanted to corrupt and occupy had to have a certain amount of elven bloodline. Only then could it withstand the transfer of Beyonder characteristics to a certain extent. And when he touched it, due to the gray fog and its uniqueness, Cavituous found a better target. Chapter 549. Ahem, actually I didn't want to apply for leave. I've been stuck for the past few days, and I almost didn't have any drafts left. I was stuck until 1 p.m. every day before I went to bed. Other people who wanted to write short stories had to decline, and I only had enough energy to finish this one book. Damn, I don't even know how long it's been since I last updated my WeChat account. It's not that I don't know what to write about or what to lead to. This is already planned. I'm stuck on how to unfold, how to lead, and how to make the plot smooth and not abrupt. Just like last night's chapter, many friends asked why there was a plot about Furs becoming a trick master inserted in the middle. They asked if there was any connection, but the answer is that there isn't much of a connection. It's mainly for a transition. The front part of that page was mostly about preparing to find the person, how to find the person, and what they saw on the way. If they directly went into the last few paragraphs where most of the investigation was completed and the actual content of the investigation was found, it would seem abrupt, and the structure of this paragraph would be completely top-heavy. If they wrote about the investigation in the middle, there wouldn't be anything interesting to add, and it would seem very boring. Therefore, turning the camera, talking about what happened at the same time somewhere else, talking about the ability of a trickmaster, and then turning the camera back, it would naturally and gently omit the middle process of finding the person. This is because people will tacitly agree that when the camera moves away, things are still developing. Because I've been stuck on similar topics recently, I've been a little tired recently. Actually, I'm not stuck anymore, and everything that needs to be unfolded has been drawn out. However, my neck feels uncomfortable again, so I can only rest for a while. Today and tomorrow, I'll update a chapter at 12:30 p.m., and the day after tomorrow, it'll be back to normal. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for voting for Little Coup and my friends during this period of time. Finally, I'm asking for monthly votes. Also, Sequence 3, Sea King, wasn't the first one, but I didn't change it after watching the movie. I said it a long time ago, I'm a fan of special effects, and I can't watch blockbusters. In the beginning, Sequence 3 was Son of Wind, but not long after the serialization began, I realized that it overlapped with Sequence 2, Calamity, and could be combined. Also, the main oceanic domain didn't show much, so I started with Sea King from the Lord of Storms, Emperor of the Sea. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine, Emperor, mobile version. Chapter 550. Just as Klein sorted out his thoughts, Erland caught up to the two of them and said with a smile, "We've found the target. The investigation is over. I'll send you back to the hotel first. I'll bring the reward in 2 days. Also, it's best if you don't go out today." Klein maintained the attitude that a German sparrow should have. He only nodded slightly and didn't respond. On the way back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Donis clearly had questions or sighs he wanted to express. But due to the presence of the military personnel, Erland, he could only change the topic and discuss with great interest which pirates would be caught in the city-wide investigation today. To him, as long as those people didn't belong to the Golden Dream, they weren't considered friends. They weren't worthy of sympathy. After entering the hotel room and watching Erland leave, he closed the door and clicked his tongue. Book of Calamity. Ancient Elven Ruins. This is really interesting. However, why are elves like devils? Just by taking their book and casually flipping through it, that woman went crazy and lost control. What kind of image do you have of elves? Creatures that are active in the mountains and seas, good at cooking and like nature? According to Little Sun, the 8 ancient gods before the cataclysm were very tyrannical, cruel, and evil. Among them was Elf King Sniathrim, and the elves who believed in him and treated him as their king probably weren't any better. You can refer to the members of the Aurora Order. The Beyonder races left behind from the Dark Epoch basically don't associate them with the concept of good in the minds of ordinary people. Klein replied inwardly. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that after the ancient gods perished, dragons, giants, elves, sanguine, and other creatures would gradually get rid of the negative effects and eventually become more normal. However, this would only be limited to the middle and lower levels. It didn't include those demigod-level powerhouses, and the high elf who left behind the Book of Calamity was clearly the latter. With a thought, Klein suddenly realized something. Donis knew Elvish. He recognized the name of the ancient sheepskin book as the Book of Natural Calamity. Vice Admiral Iceberg's education of her crew has reached such a level. Not only does she popularize ancient Faesac, she even teaches them Elvish, which can stir the powers of nature. Perhaps Jotun and ancient Hermes are also part of the Golden Dreams curriculum. They really are a bunch of pirates with knowledge and dreams. However, Madam Captain, aren't you being too biased? Donna's performance, in many aspects, doesn't meet the mark. That's right, for a pirate whose main job is to hunt for treasure, the most important thing is to grasp the ancient language. Klein ignored Donna's sigh and cast his gaze out the window. At this time, the sky was still somewhat gloomy, as if a storm would fall at any time, causing people to involuntarily feel depressed. Klein nodded indiscernibly, feeling a little relaxed as he thought, after finding Letitia and learning of the ancient elven ruins on Simime Island. The Church of the Storm and the Kingdom's army should be able to quickly use the ruins connection with Cavituous's hiding place to find this increasingly crazy sea god. Or they can use the ruins to accelerate its collapse. This way, apart from the most fanatical and devout believers of the sea god who will die, the others won't suffer any harm. Klein had originally thought of using the spirit world to locate sea god Cavituous after his death and before the official Beyonders found his hiding place. He could sneak in and take away the treasure. However, before this plan could even begin, it seemed to be on the verge of failure due to the appearance of the Book of Natural Calamity. Phew, it's nothing. It only exists in my imagination and has never belonged to me. If it's gone, then it's gone. I don't even know what I can gain from it. It's best to resolve this matter this way. Klein retracted his gaze from observing the weather, feeling calm and relaxed. There was only an inevitable sense of disappointment. On this day, he and Donis followed Erland's suggestion and didn't go out again. They only moved around in the hotel. In Byam City, there were sporadic gunshots and explosions from time to time. It didn't completely subside until the sky turned dark. The next morning, Klein woke up on time and found that the sky was still dark and cloudy. This meant that the confrontation between the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, John Cotman, and sea god Cavituous, was still going on. Klein felt the pain in his stomach and was about to take a newspaper to the bathroom. But when he saw Donis, who was lying in a reclining chair with a piece of white bread in his mouth, leisurely reading the newspaper, he gave up on the idea. Reading a newspaper while sitting on the toilet doesn't match the persona of German Sparrow. Although it'll be boring, acting can't be relaxed. Sigh. I've found another difference in behavior between my true self and my disguised identity. Klein silently concluded and walked into the bathroom. He took off his pants and sat on the toilet. He stared at the pale white wall in front of him in a daze, as if he was trying to read words from it. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his teeth and activated his spirit vision. Two thick, tall white bones appeared in front of him. They were the legs of the messenger. The messenger stood there with its head sticking out of the ceiling, but the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets could still be seen. It lowered its head slightly and looked down at Klein, who was sitting on the toilet. Klein looked up and froze for 2 seconds. His mind was filled with baffling thoughts. Should I be like a lady, hurriedly covering my lower body, or should I be open and fearless before he could make a decision? The messenger threw down a letter and disintegrated into white bones. They fell like a rainstorm and disappeared into the ground. Klein received Mr. Aztec's reply in a daze. It took him a while to react. This messenger is becoming more and more impolite. Can't you see that I'm in the bathroom? Doesn't it know how to knock on the door first, or stuff it in through the crack under the door? Klein cursed in exasperation and amusement. On careful thought, he felt that it would be difficult for the messenger to stuff the letter through the crack under the door. A 4-meter-tall behemoth would have to crouch down to reach that spot. That scene is rather funny, just thinking about it. I'll add an additional paragraph when I write a letter next time. I'll get Mr. Aztec to educate the messenger so that it knows how to be polite. Klein unfolded the letter and read Aztec's reply. According to the knowledge I can recall, I can provide 2 methods. The first method requires sufficient prerequisites. That is, an item that belongs to you or someone else is with sea god Cavituous. This way, it can be easily located with the help of divination. The other precondition is that you can enter the spirit world. I have sufficient skills in this regard. Here are the 3 most commonly used methods. The second method is to use a secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He represents power and will. To a certain extent, he grasps the knowledge related to the creatures and locations in the spirit world. So one of the 7 pure lights, Red Light, is called Ire Moria. The principle of a secret deed ritual is to adjust one's state, open up one's body and mind, and allow oneself to match the target bit by bit. Finally, they will overlap and gain the corresponding knowledge. And this kind of matching and overlapping is relative. At the same time that I gain knowledge, my own secrets will also be revealed to the target. I can't trust Red Light. I have too many secrets. Klein's first reaction was to eliminate the second method. As for the first method, it lacked the possibility of success. Klein didn't have an item that belonged to him at sea god Cavituous's hideout. Unless I can use the resistance to send something to Cavituous or find the original owner of the item that the believers of sea god had once sacrificed. Furthermore, it has to be an exclusive item. Send something to Cavituous. As he thought about it, Klein suddenly had an idea. He focused his mind and deliberated over it a few times, believing that there was a certain chance of success. After squatting in the toilet, Klein washed his hands and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise. He arrived above the gray fog and attempted to divine what he wanted to do. He received a revelation that there was a certain amount of danger, but it could be endured as long as it was handled properly. After doing all of this, he returned to the living room and walked to the reclining chair. Donna sat up and laughed dryly. "What's the matter? Do you know the corresponding prayer for sea god?" Klein asked in a monotonous tone. Donnas spread out his hands and suddenly hissed, "Dogsh *T." He cursed his injured arm softly before smiling. "I know. I've seen the resistance hold a few rituals. To be exact, it's blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous." "Oh, right. The two that were effective were chanted in Elvish. Blessed of the sea and spirit world. That's quite a humble attitude. It's fundamentally different from my honorific name. That's right, I made it up by imitating the 7 true deities. Klein nodded gently. Do you know where there are empty warehouses and abandoned houses? Of course. Every great pirate has some. Doniz replied without hesitation. Klein immediately turned around and walked to the coat rack. Take me there. What for? Although Doniz was puzzled, he didn't dare ask. In a dirty and dilapidated warehouse in the dock area. When Danitz saw Gehrman Sparrow take out 3 candles and many metal bottles, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. And asked, W, what do you want to do? Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly replied, W, what do you want to do? Sacrifice. To whom? Doniz pressed with interest. After Klein set up the altar, he took out an iron cigar case and said calmly, that's right. He calmly said, Cavituous. The method he thought of was to directly send something to see God, Cavituous. As long as Cavituous accepted it, he could use divination and other means to find the other party's hiding place. As for whether Cavituous would accept it, he had obviously considered it. He believed that there was a certain possibility. This was because Cavituous was now in a state of near death. It was extremely crazy and basically didn't have any rationality. It only acted on instinct, and it might have a strong desire for the gray fog's aura. Therefore, Klein planned on sacrificing an iron cigar case that was often placed above the gray fog to see if Cavituous would accept it. If it didn't, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could just pretend that nothing had happened. Sacrifice it to see God Cavituous? At that moment, Doniz felt that his brain wasn't enough. He was completely unable to understand Gehrman Sparrow's thoughts. Are you crazy? How can it accept your sacrifice? Even if it accepts it, what's the point? It's about to die, and it's very dangerous. Doniz blurted out. Immediately after, he added in his heart, that's right. No, Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy because he has always been crazy. Klein glanced at him and simply said, I'm an expert in this aspect. I'm an expert in the field of sacrificial rituals. Klein wasn't modest about it. Chapter 551. Doniz was rendered speechless. He retreated to the side and watched as Gehrman Sparrow lit the candles, burned the powder, and dripped the pure dew. As he took a whiff of the fragrance, he couldn't help but raise his voice. W, did you use the wrong ingredients? He remembered that the resistance didn't use full moon essence oil, slumber flower, or chamomile when they sacrificed the sea god. It's not like they're praying to the Evernight goddess. Klein turned his head to glance at him before casting his gaze back to the altar. No problem. As a professional who often sacrificed and was sacrificed, he knew very well that there were 2 main functions of burning pure dew, essential oils and herbal powders. One was to help the host of the ritual better adjust his spirituality and enter the state. The other was to please the corresponding deity, to please the target of the sacrifice, and to increase the probability of the other party's response. In this regard, every deity had their own preferences, and the sacrifice this time mainly relied on Cavituous's abnormal mental state and his complete insanity, as well as his desire for the gray fog's aura. Neither of the 2 was missing, and the rest wasn't important. As long as the 2 conditions were met, it wouldn't affect the ritual's progress. It wouldn't increase the success rate, nor would it increase the chances of failure. It could be handled perfunctorily. If Cavituous was still rational, do you think he would respond even if I strictly followed the ritual's requirements? Klein lampooned as he took half a step back and prepared to begin the most critical segment. He thought for a moment and didn't turn his head. He directly said, stay away. Me. Doniz wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted as he hurriedly nodded. Okay. He scurried to the warehouse's entrance, planning to escape the moment something went wrong. Klein, half closed his eyes, and cogitated the countless spheres of light that were stacked together. He quickly entered a meditative state. He chanted in Elvish, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous, your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to accept his offerings. I pray for you to open the door to the kingdom." As the incomprehensible words were spat out one after another, the sound of the wind within the wall of spirituality grew stronger and stronger, as though it was about to be overturned. Klein's clothes fluttered in the wind. He took out another metal bottle that he had prepared earlier and poured about 5 milliliters of the remaining 1,000-faced hunter's blood into the air. This was an extremely spiritual material. The strong wind sucked away the drops of blood and drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Cavituous. Silently, the candle flame expanded into an illusory door. Its surface was covered with symbols and magic labels, and the sound of seawater could be vaguely heard from the inside. Suddenly, all movement disappeared. Only a panting sound echoed through the illusory door. It was as if there was a huge creature that was suppressing its hunger behind it. Who? The loud panting became more and more obvious. Even Donis, who was standing at the entrance of the warehouse, felt his scalp tingle. Bang! The illusory door suddenly opened, and a hurricane that was almost visible surged out. Amidst the sharp whooshing sound, Donis felt the invisible wall of spirituality shatter. He realized that he had been thrown into the air like a small boat in a storm. He slammed into the door with a muffled bang. He fell outside the warehouse, and there were many wounds on his back caused by wooden spikes. The scarlet fireball that he instinctively condensed in his hand instantly dimmed in the storm and quickly extinguished, like a candle that was about to be burned to the end. And while he was flying in the air, he saw a huge, ferocious mouth that looked like a blood-stained basin appear behind the illusory door. It revealed milky white fangs that were longer than a human's arm and were slightly curved. It slammed into the illusory door in a frenzy, trying to enter the real world. A beast-like howl reverberated inside the warehouse, causing Donna's ears and nose to bleed at the same time. Klein had also flown up from the hurricane just now, and his vision was immediately occupied by a bloody, forked, gigantic core that was emitting sizzling lightning. His body was charred black as he stiffened in midair. He had been penetrated by the snake's tongue and turned into ashes after burning paper. Klein's figure appeared on the other side. His hat had fallen off, and his clothes were in a mess. He looked rather pathetic. Fortunately, he knew that something would happen and that there would be danger. He had been on high alert and hadn't let down his guard. He had used paper figurine substitutes in time. At this moment, Cavituous, who was behind the illusory door that didn't shake at all, finally realized that his frenzied attacks were ineffective and stopped. It took a deep breath, causing blue seawater to surge in from all directions. Deep in its throat, it collapsed into a vortex that emitted a terrifying suction force. It was a vortex that could devour a freighter. The iron cigar case on the altar flew up and was thrown into the vortex. The small cauldron that contained the ashes of the herbs flew up and was thrown into the vortex. Many of the miscellaneous items in the warehouse flew up and were thrown into the vortex. Klein also flew up, unable to resist being thrown into the vortex. He attempted to snap his fingers, ignite a flame, and jump out of the vortex's range of influence, but his plan was ruined by the hurricane that accompanied the suction force. His figure suddenly turned thin, turning into a paper figurine. As the paper figurine was thrown into the vortex, Klein, who had appeared in another spot, rose into the air again. He was unable to escape the terrifying suction force. At this critical moment, he no longer hesitated. He made the black glove on his left hand turn pale, tainted with a dark green. He activated creeping hunger and directly controlled Steel Mavedi's soul. Klein's body instantly turned heavy as he pushed out his left palm. An ice wall that wasn't too thick froze in front of him, temporarily isolating him from Sea God's vortex. Taking this opportunity, Klein landed. With a heavy stomp, he sank into the ground. Crack! The ice wall only lasted for a second before it was torn to pieces by the majestic suction force and flew into the gigantic sea snake's throat. With the strength of a zombie, Klein used his legs to stabilize his body and didn't fly up again. However, he still slid uncontrollably towards the illusory door and towards Cavituous's gaping mouth, leaving 2 deep ravines in the ground. Outside the warehouse, Donnes wasn't affected by the vortex's suction force. He wanted to condense a fireball and smash it to the side to allow German Sparrow to jump out, but he was repeatedly blown away by the raging hurricane. As Klein got closer and closer to the illusory door, his nose was filled with the stench of blood and rot. In front of him was the stained, milky white fangs that emitted a cold aura. His thoughts raced as he quickly came up with a solution. The solution was very simple. It was to throw out the all-black eye that originated from Nimblewright, Master Rosego. Since you, Cavituous, have created a seawater vortex and want to devour everything, I'll let you consume another potion without any supplementary ingredients. I'll also give you the mental corruption of the true creator. This way, I don't believe that you, who are already on the verge of collapse, can withstand it. Klein gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket. Perhaps it had instinctively sensed his sinister intentions, or perhaps it was because the crazy Cavituous lacked patience. But at that moment, it suddenly raised its head and let out a long roar, causing the seawater vortex at its throat to collapse and disintegrate, turning into countless water droplets that sprayed outside the illusory door. Whoosh! A torrential rain poured down from the warehouse, and at Cavituous's throat, a silvery white, dazzling ball of lightning that was intertwined with countless bolts of lightning condensed. With a boom, it spat out the ball of lightning. Amidst the torrential rain, the silvery white ball of lightning transformed into eye-catching bolts of lightning that rapidly expanded outwards, destroying the simple altar and occupying the entire warehouse. Sizzle! In the sea of lightning, Klein's figure constantly appeared before being charred black and reduced to paper shreds. Outside the warehouse, Donnes was similarly affected. His hair stood on end as his body convulsed. After using several paper figurine substitutes, Klein, who was almost at his limit, finally waited until the lightning subsided, and the illusory door was affected by the complete destruction of the ritual, and quickly closed in an unstoppable manner. Creak! Sea god Cavituous's indignant roar was isolated outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the illusory door completely disappeared. The surroundings were in a mess, and there was only a candle left on the altar, weakly flickering with flame. Bang! Donnes leaned forward against the warehouse wall and barely managed to stand at the door. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't help but convulse. All he could do was use his eyes to express his grievance. German Sparrow is really a lunatic. Back in Bancy Harbor, I can still recall the horror I experienced. I still have nightmares because of it. Previously, when I was choosing the items produced by the Resistance, I incurred the curse of Sea God. Along the way, I was so frightened that I nearly ran away. This time, what kind of sacrifice is this? I nearly summoned Calvetua. It was really dangerous just now. Why does he love adventures so much? Why does he love doing things so much? Again and again, he seeks thrills at the edge of death. Is this a manifestation of his madness, or is there a reason behind it? This sea god of Cavituous is still very strong. Even though he's on the verge of death, even though he's separated by the door of sacrifice and can only use a portion of his strength, he nearly finished me off easily, as expected of a demigod who can fight against Sea King. Klein pulled his feet out of the ground and saw that his leather boots were in tatters. At the same time, he discovered that regardless of whether it was luck or necessity, in any sense, Cavituous had accepted his sacrifice. This was because when the gigantic sea serpent created the vortex, it had devoured the iron cigar case and many other items that were tainted with the gray fog's aura. This also means that I can attempt to locate its hiding spot in the spirit world, but I have to wait for it to die. It will no longer interfere with or resist my divination. This kind of search requires entering the spirit world. I can't keep using the gray fog. Just as Klein secretly exhaled, he felt an indescribable madness and hunger emanate from the glove on his left hand. It was as though it would devour the wearer if it couldn't wait for food. There aren't any sinful fellows nearby. Klein turned his head to look at Donna's at the door. Donna's mind suddenly tightened as he felt that he had been targeted by a monster and was about to become its food. The hunger at the level of spirituality made him tremble slightly, wishing that he could immediately turn around and flee. Then he heard German Sparrow's indifferent voice. "Close the door from the outside." "All right." Danitz endured the residual pain from the electric shock and pulled back the door that had been sent flying, barely blocking the hole. Klein seized the opportunity to hold a sacrificial ritual. He prayed to himself and responded to himself. He threw the creeping hunger, which was on the verge of losing control, above the gray fog. This mystical item, which had frightened Donna's to the point of not daring to resist, immediately became obedient, gentle, and tame. Please remember this book's original domain name, Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 552. After returning to the real world, Klein extinguished the candles, put away the remaining items, and carefully checked the situation in the warehouse. To his relief, the seawater whirlpool created by Cavituous had completely cleaned up the place, leaving behind only the rain that spewed out later, the charred parts of the lightning, the sparse amount of ash, and the ravine that Klein plowed with his feet. The traces are easy to deal with. I'll get Donna's to wash this place with fireballs later and disguise it as an internal conflict between pirates. Klein nodded indiscernibly, pulled out one of the few remaining paper figurines, and shook his forearm and wrist. The paper figurine flew out and burned on its own, turning into black ash. After doing all of this, Klein walked towards the door, frowning the more he walked. His leather boots had lost their bottoms, and the rest of his body was tattered. His clothes were also torn, wet, and charred. This was something that couldn't be avoided in that situation. It wasn't something that paper figurine substitutes could withstand. The tearing came from the massive suction force of the seawater whirlpool. The wet feeling came from the torrential rain spewed out by Calvetua, and the charred blackness was a result of being struck by a small amount of lightning while he was using paper figurine substitutes. Even now he had calmed down, but his right forearm still had some spasms from the electric shock. This set of clothes cost me 8 pounds and 6 soldi. I have to get a new set. I divined the danger and made preparations, but I never expected Cavituous to be stronger and crazier than I expected. I hope I can gain something from this. Klein silently shook his head, restrained his expression, and endured the pain. He came to the door that blocked the exit and knocked 3 times. Donna's, who had been feeling uneasy, hesitated for 2 seconds before moving the door. Realizing that German Sparrow had returned to his cold and reserved state, no longer emitting the hunger and madness that made one's spirituality tremble, Donna's heaved a sigh of relief. He looked inside and casually asked, "Is it over?" "No." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he revealed a gentle smile. "Not yet." Donna's jumped in fright. "W, what else do you want?" Klein maintained his maniacal smile. "It still needs cleaning." "This is courtesy." "Cleaning." Donna's was stunned. He raised his right hand and pointed at himself. "Me." Klein's grin grew wider. "Or me. I'll be eaten by the creeping hunger." Donna's laughed dryly. "How should I clean it?" "Use fireballs," Klein answered succinctly. As a part-time pirate, it did not take Donna's much effort to understand what German Sparrow meant. He walked past him and entered the warehouse. During this process, he muttered in his heart. He had quite a lot of doubts. Captain said that creeping hunger needs to devour a living person every day, but German Sparrow will only satisfy it once the battle is over. He usually doesn't care about it. Besides, there was a battle just now. German Sparrow also used Steel Mavadi's ice powers, but he didn't feed it afterward. Strange. What secret is hidden here? A seal of some sort? He, or should I say the organization behind him, can actually seal creeping hunger? While Donez was cleaning the warehouse, Klein stood outside and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, looking forward to what would happen next. I've already sent the iron cigar case that's stained with the gray fog's aura over. I'm just waiting for the fake sea god Cavituous to collapse and die. I hope that the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm and the Kingdom's military haven't found the place in time, or they've left behind some items of value that they don't value. Klein slowly took a deep breath and listened to the dull rumbling sounds behind him. In a hotel, Alger stood by the window and stared at the gloomy sky outside. Not long after the tarot incident ended, I obtained the Sanguine's anesthetic gas and prepared to head out to sea to gather the ingredients. In the end, almost a week has passed, and I'm still stuck in Byam. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. First, there was the matter of world hunting Steelmavady, which made him earn quite a bit. Then he had to wait for the bounty, and after he received the bounty, he encountered Cavituous, which caused the sea serpent to collapse. He was asked to find Letitia and the other adventurers and archaeologists. I heard that Letitia and the others were found during the investigation this morning. The mandated punishers and the military seem to have obtained some important clues, and many people have gone to Simim Island. Such matters will never happen to me. Alger retracted his gaze, pulled at his short robe that didn't reach his knees, and muttered to himself, "Let's end this as soon as possible." Once Cavituous was completely dead and the tsunami was no longer hidden, he could leave the harbor and leave the city of generosity, Byam. He could then work hard to advance to sequence 6, Wind-Blessed. As his thoughts raced, Alger's heart stirred as he turned to look out the window. He saw the clouds in the sky quickly disperse, and the crimson moon hung silently in the sky. Klein slept in the middle of the night when he suddenly woke up, vaguely aware of something. He got out of bed, went to the window, and pulled open the curtains. The crimson moonlight shone in, covering everything like frost. It was cold and dreamy. Klein cast his gaze out and discovered that the low-pressure clouds had disappeared. The crimson moon was bright in the sky, and the jade stars were sparse. Does this mean that the battle between Sea God and Sea King has ended? Klein pondered for 2 seconds, retracted his gaze, closed the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long mottled table, conjured a gold coin, and recited a divination statement. Cavituous is completely dead. After repeating it 7 times, he flicked the gold coin up with a clang and watched it jump up before tumbling down. Pah! The gold coin landed in Klein's palm with the king's portrait facing up. This meant that it was certain. It meant that sea god Cavituous was completely dead. Indeed, the ancient elven ruins on Simim Island are closely related to the hideout that Cavituous relies on to maintain its existence. The mandated punishers and the military had just obtained the Book of Calamity and learned about the ruins for less than 20 hours. But Cavituous couldn't hold on any longer. I originally thought that it would still be able to survive for another 2 to 3 days. Klein sighed and tried to divine if the official Beyonders had entered Cavituous's hideout. Unfortunately, due to the lack of the corresponding information, his divination failed and he didn't receive any revelations. After some thought, Klein changed his train of thought. He removed his spirit pendulum and divined if there would be any danger when he explored Cavituous's hideout. This involved him, and he quickly came to a conclusion. The topaz pendant spun counterclockwise. It wasn't too fast, nor was it too large. There's danger, but it's bearable. It's even less dangerous than the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein nodded gently and returned to the real world to begin preparations for his operation. He first locked the bedroom door, then set up a ritual to summon himself. Returning above the gray fog, Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and placed it in his spirit body. All of a sudden, he became so solid that he seemed to have flesh and blood. The dark mist that emanated from the surroundings stuck to the surface of his body and formed a majestic full-body armor that seemed to be solid. However, on his head was a pitch-black, gorgeous crown. Looking at the human-skinned glove on the table, Klein hesitated to wear it. Above the gray fog, Creeping Hunger was almost sealed, not daring to make any abnormal movements. But as long as he left this place, the uncontrollable hunger would cause harm to its carrier, be it a living person or a spirit body. Klein was considering if the Dark Emperor card's high level could suppress creeping hunger in his spirit body and allow it to remain normal. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll immediately end the summoning and return here. This won't take up much time, and there's no danger. Klein picked up Creeping Hunger and wore it over the iron-black glove. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the door of summoning, and with the help of the expanding candle flame, he arrived in the real world. Without any negligence, Klein's first reaction was to check the state of Creeping Hunger. He discovered that it was peaceful and had submitted to the Dark Emperor card's high level. Not bad. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and placed the mystical items such as Aztec's copper whistle, biological poison bottle, and sun brooch into his body. Finally, he picked up the black hardwood cane and prepared to use it to search for the lost iron cigar case that had been tainted with the gray fog's aura. Of course, to find Cavituous's hiding place, he had to first enter the spirit world and locate it from within. Otherwise, it would only result in failure. As for the problem of entering the spirit world, Klein didn't consider the 3 methods provided by Mr. Aztec. As a spirit body with intelligence and the ability to think, how could he not be able to find the spirit world and enter it? He calmed down a little and visualized the scene of countless spheres of light gathering. His body and mind quickly calmed down, and his thoughts gradually emptied. Bit by bit, his spirituality extended and unfurled. Soon, he discovered that his surroundings were filled with indescribable, illusory, and transparent objects. All the colors had become bright and distinct, but they overlapped with each other. The gray fog was so faint that it was like nothingness enveloped everything. In the depths, high up in the sky, there were 7 lustrous lights of different colors slowly swimming about. They seemed to be alive and contained endless knowledge. This was the spirit world. It completely overlapped with reality and was everywhere. If I happened to encounter the mandated punishers or military personnel, I'll end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Klein took a step forward and entered the spirit world in a simple manner. He felt his body turn illusory. The black cloak behind him gently fluttered as the hardwood cane in his hand stood upright. He spoke in a deep and dignified voice. The location of my exclusive iron cigar case. As he muttered, Klein inexplicably tensed up. This was because in the rich and distinct colors around him, pairs of indifferent and strange eyes looked over. After repeating it 7 times, Klein released his palm and waited for the revelation. The black hardwood cane floated up and floated forward at an unhurried pace. Klein followed it and flew through the real and illusory, strange and mysterious spirit world. Here, as long as one didn't have a fixed position, it was very easy to get completely lost and never get out. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Klein. If he really got lost, he could end the summoning and directly return above the gray fog. Klein chased after the black cane that was thrown up and down from time to time. He shuttled through the distinct and overlapping colors, passing by half-hidden spirit world creatures that couldn't be accurately described. It was difficult to know how far he was from his destination. Suddenly he saw an eye. It was a round eye with distinct black and white. The eye looked at him without blinking. It didn't have a head, nor did it have a corresponding body. P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 553. The huge black and white eye appeared translucent as it quietly floated behind the rich, bright, overlapping colors. There was no sign of hostility or friendliness. At that instant, Klein recalled a passage in Sights in the spirit world. The ancestor of the house of Abraham had said, "Try not to look into the eyes of any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. Try not to stare at any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. This is considered a provocation, unless they have already expressed a message that they want to communicate. Also, don't make yourself appear panicked and nervous, which will increase the desire of certain predators to attack." The corresponding words flowed through his heart as Klein retracted his gaze and continued to chase the hardwood cane flying in front of him at a moderate speed. He was wearing black full-body armor, a pitch-black crown, and a cloak of the same color. His figure entered the round eye and quickly flashed past, disappearing without triggering any changes. In essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place. If I'm not careful, I might encounter a terrifying existence at the demigod level. As Klein continued traversing, he realized that it was rather chaotic. Although the 7 lustrous lights, which could have marked his location, were always located high up, covering the sky, he could often see them beneath his feet left and right. If it weren't for the black cane's positioning, Klein wouldn't have been able to tell the direction at all. Suddenly, through the thin fog of nothingness, he saw a floating castle on his lower left. It was completely black, with a towering spire and covered in vines. It had a Gothic feel to it. At the top of the castle stood a translucent woman. She was almost as tall as the castle, and she wore a complicated, gorgeous, and gloomy black dress. She didn't have a head, and there was a neat cut on her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 blonde, red-eyed, and bright-looking heads. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these heads were identical. When Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, passed by, the 4 heads that the woman was holding blinked at the same time. Klein didn't respond as he continued flying forward as though he didn't see anything. The woman slowly turned around and let the heads in her hands watch him leave. What kind of monsters are these? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the black cane rapidly fall. He hurriedly chased after it and once again tasted free fall. 7 or 8 seconds later, a faintly discernible collapsed building appeared in front of him. Outside the building floated a spirit world creature that resembled a giant jellyfish. It extended transparent tentacles covered in mucus and made the surrounding area its territory. At the tip of each tentacle was a white skull with deep eyes. As the tentacles swayed slowly and gently, they swayed continuously. The black cane passed through the strange spirit world creatures and hovered in front of the nearly illusory, collapsed building. Found it? Klein was delighted at first, but then he looked at the giant jellyfish that was waving its skull. He was prepared for battle, but he didn't immediately take action. Instead, he attempted to emit the deep and dignified aura brought about by the Dark Emperor card's high-level characteristics. His gaze was indifferent as he looked into the dark and deep eye sockets. After 3 frozen seconds, Klein said in a deep voice in ancient Hermes, "That's right, it's not a problem." "Leave." The tentacle on top of the skull twitched twice, and the giant jellyfish slowly floated up and disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. This Dark Emperor card is still quite useful. I'm even considering if I should throw Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. A descendant of death should still have some reputation in the spirit world. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, descended, and held the black hardwood cane. Then he fell into the ruins of the collapsed building with a hint of anticipation. To him, even if the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army had already found this place ahead of time and taken away the most valuable items, he would still be satisfied as long as there were some leftovers. Even if there's nothing left, it's enough to study the elven ruins and see what information they left behind. Klein passed through the curtain-like barrier of nothingness and suddenly felt the surrounding air turn viscous and heavy. Waves of light appeared around him. It came from the dark blue seawater that filled the area. At the bottom of the seawater was an ancient and gloomy ruin. All the buildings had already collapsed or half collapsed. A huge pillar engraved with strange patterns and symbols extended out from the middle. It seemed to go straight to the top, as though it had supported this place in the past. But now it had snapped and was leaning against the top of a nearby building. Klein recognized this place and this pillar. This was where sea god Cavituous was hiding, a hidden place where reality and the spirit world fused. At this moment, an indignant, painful, angry, and crazy roar echoed for a long time without weakening. It was the resentful roar that Cavituous had let out before his death. It's indeed dead. Klein held the black cane and landed on the bluish-gray stone path in front of the ancient ruin. On both sides of the path were pillars that weren't considered thick or tall. On them were strange patterns that were different from the symbols and magic labels. And at the bottom of each stone pillar sat a figure. Some of them wore ancient robes, while others wore the trendy brown jackets. The moment they sensed someone approaching, they picked up their swords, axes, and other weapons. With stiff but agile movements, they got up and turned towards Klein, revealing their grayish-black faces that had been weathered for a long time and their shriveled bodies that were devoid of any flesh or blood. Their fanatical and numb gazes were cast at Klein, who was wearing a pitch-black crown and black armor. Cavituous's devout believer. However, this also means that the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army haven't found this place. Klein sighed and injected his spirituality into the brooch of the sun and muttered a word in ancient Hermes. Holy! He activated the holy oath that came with the brooch of the sun. Through the corresponding ancient Hermes word, he temporarily increased his attack's holy damage. Pah! Klein shook his wrist and swung his cane. He crouched down slightly and charged at the first sea god guard that ran over. While running at high speeds, Klein suddenly turned his left side and dodged the enemy's cleaving axe. He then swung his forearm and used his cane to leave a clear grayish-white mark on the enemy's body. Clear golden flames silently soared up from the mark, instantly enveloping the sea god guard, burning it until it was on the verge of collapse. Thud! Klein exerted force with his feet and leaped past the enemy. Behind him, the completely dried sea god guard finally collapsed, turning to ashes in the golden flames. Thud! 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 Klein kept his back low as he quickly moved forward. From time to time he would turn his body sideways, and at other times he would pass by the sea god guards. At the same time he brandished his cane, lashing, stabbing, slashing, and leaving different marks on the mummified guards. Thud! 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 Klein passed through this path and arrived in front of the half-collapsed ruin. Behind the black cloak he gently raised. The sea god guards turned into golden torches, illuminating the bluish-gray stone slabs and the patterned pillars. Amidst the chaotic dance, the guards collapsed one after another, never to move again. Klein walked up the stairs and entered the building where the half-collapsed pillar was. The first thing that entered his eyes was an unimaginably huge, bluish-blue sea serpent. Its scales were slippery and covered in patterns that resembled the various symbols in the ruin. It opened its huge mouth and bit down on the pillar, and its curved, milky white fangs pierced in. Below its head, its body hung to the ground, coiling around a third of the vast hull like an undulating blue hill. However, it was covered with all kinds of wounds, some of which were badly mutilated, and some of which even revealed its bones. Its body had already produced specks of mysterious bluish-blue light. They quickly gathered towards a tooth that was longer than a human's arm, causing the slightly curved, sharp bone to slowly straighten. Its dying howl echoed intensely, causing Klein's corporeal spirit body to show slight signs of instability. At this moment, beside Cavituous was an elder wearing a clergyman's bonnet. His hair was white, and his body was like gray rock. His face was close to the snake's body, and his throat produced an indiscernible sound. It was unknown what he was doing. Around the gigantic snake body were dried corpses that seemed to have been eroded by the wind. They were the same as the sea god's guards outside, but they were even more bizarre. Their abdomens were swollen and even ruptured. In addition, their mouths were stained with dark red blood, and there were greenish-blue strips of flesh hanging from them. Similarly, bluish-blue light seeped out from their bodies and surged towards the white fang that was gradually straightening. Before Klein could think about what such a scene meant, the elder who was sprawled on Cavituous's body and wearing a clergyman's bonnet shakily straightened his body and turned around. His eyes shimmered with a bluish-blue glow, and the corners of his mouth were blood-red as his teeth tore at a piece of meat. Where his face had been, Cavituous's snake body was in a mess. It was missing a lot of flesh and blood, and his bones could almost be seen. He was eating sea god Cavituous's corpse raw. This, Klein frowned as he roughly understood what had happened. After Cavituous died, the priests and guards in the hall lost control and began to crazily devour its flesh. At this moment, the Beyonder characteristic had yet to completely seep out. Cavituous's body contained a rather large portion of it, and as a result, many guards suffered from excessive potions or conflicting characteristics of different pathways. They collapsed on the spot and died completely. However, there were always lucky ones who survived the sudden death stage. They would either lose control and become a disgusting monster, or they would directly skip several sequences and become a powerhouse. Or, due to the mixing of different pathways characteristics, they would become lunatics with twisted and evil powers. And no matter which one it was a rather dangerous thing. Klein's gaze moved down from the surviving priest's face to his belly that was bulging like a pregnant woman's. It was bulging and contracting forcefully, as though there was a huge heart there. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday, Genius 1, second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 554. In the ruins filled with seawater and half-fused with the spirit world, the black-armored Klein stood by the door of the central hall. Inside was the blue snake that had been gnawed on, and the old priest whose abdomen was bulging. The latter's skin was grayish-black, as though he had been air-dried for a long time. His eyes shimmered with a blue glow as he stared intently at the guest, wearing a pitch-black crown, as though he was considering where to start. Without any hesitation, Klein reached into his body with his right hand and took out a brown, translucent bottle. Following that, he extended his left palm forward and quickly twisted open the lid. Then he casually threw the biological poison bottle into a corner of the hall. The environment here was half underwater. Apart from holy fire, which could incinerate the dead and evil, there were no other flames. This limited the two important powers of Klein's magician's sequence. Therefore, he could only push his other advantages to the extreme from the very beginning. At the same time that he threw out the biological poison bottle, Klein's left glove quickly turned resplendent, as though it was reflecting the afternoon sun. Around him, the surging seawater was dyed golden as it spread out layer after layer. This was the power of the priest of light in creeping hunger, purification halo. Having eaten a portion of sea god Cavituous's body raw, the old priest naturally wasn't polite. He watched as Klein prepared for battle in a chivalrous manner. The blue glow in his eyes suddenly brightened as his bulging abdomen swelled up. Woo! An ethereal but shrill sound came from his body, instantly enveloping the entire ruins. This sound was like the singing of a nightingale's soul. It was beautiful, pleasant, and serene, but it was also bone-chilling as it seeped into one's heart. Klein froze on the spot. All his thoughts instantly froze in his mind as though they had encountered an extremely cold wave. The old priest's body instantly swelled up, as though he was a revived Cavituous or a giant that walked out of myths and legends. Beneath his torn robes, blue, slippery tentacles drilled out. They swirled with silver lightning as they quickly reached out and danced in midair, lashing at the stunned Klein. Sizzle! With a burst of silver light, Klein was sent flying and crashed heavily into the doorway. The black armor on his body dimmed, and many cracks appeared on it. The cane in his hand was unconsciously thrown far away. His mind was abnormally calm. In a situation where it was almost frozen, He didn't even think of using paper figurine substitutes. He took the blow head-on. If it wasn't for the Dark Emperor card and Aztec's copper whistle reinforcing his spirit body, he would have definitely been severely injured or even killed instantly with his Sequence 6 essence. The tentacles surged over again, slapping downwards. Klein, who was electrocuted awake, rolled nimbly and barely dodged the attack. He glanced at the other party's physique, then immediately turned around and ran out of the door. He ran without hesitation, resolute and resolute. Thud! 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 Klein flew and ran, looking like he was fleeing for his life. The old priest's blue tentacles, which were wrapped with silver lightning, chased after him, hoping to pull him back into the hall. However, he would always nimbly turn around and nimbly roll away in time, seeing that it was impossible to get what he wanted. The old priest's abdomen swelled up once again. His clear and cold voice resounded throughout the ruins once again. But this time Klein was prepared. Although his body was stiff and sluggish, it was soaked through by the seawater, turning into a pile of rotten paper. The old priest finally moved. He took heavy but fast steps in an attempt to chase after his enemy. With his massive body, he rushed to the door and slammed into the collapsed roof and walls with a bang. The door here could originally allow a gigantic creature like Cavituous to pass through, but the collapse of the ruins and the madness of the sea god before his death had successfully caused the place to collapse. The door was only buried to a height of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter. As for the old priest, who was clearly in an abnormal state of mind, he slammed into it and nearly got stuck. Klein, who had been waiting for this opportunity, immediately stopped and turned around. He half closed his eyes, straightened his back, and opened his arms. A dazzling beam of light surrounded by some golden flames descended from the sky and hit the old priest's body. The pieces of his robe that were hanging on the surface of his body were immediately set ablaze. His grayish-black skin and flesh fell off piece by piece, melting and evaporating in the pure brilliance. It was only then that Klein clearly saw what was wrong with the old priest's abdomen. It was swollen badly, and a few areas were particularly obvious, forming the overall outline of 2 eyes and a mouth. It was as if there was a person hiding in the old priest's abdomen, and the person was sticking his face there, trying to crawl out. Bang! The old priest exerted force with his legs that were covered in burnt snakeskin, and his entire body crashed out of the collapsed door, sending rocks flying and seawater surging. He finally escaped the pillar of light, but his body was covered in hideous wounds caused by falling flesh and blood. Even the face on his abdomen was covered in melted marks. Tap, tap, tap. The old priest's greenish-blue tentacles danced, bringing with them silver lightning as they lashed at Klein from all directions. The face on his abdomen cooperated by letting out sounds that made the spirit body quiet from time to time. Klein was either running, rolling, or circling as he calmly dealt with the old priest. One on the left, one on the right, one on the front, and the other on the back, as though they were dancing a wild dance. During this process, he relied on paper figurine substitutes to withstand the ethereal but cold screams. Occasionally he would roar and use the wraith screams to agitate the old priest, forcefully interrupting the face on his abdomen before it could make a sound. As time passed, the crazy old priest suddenly raised his motionless hands and pressed them on his abdomen. With a tug of his arms, he forcefully tore the mouth that was only an outline into a gash. Greenish-blue pus spewed out from within, and dense and sharp teeth grew out. Another roar sounded as the surrounding seawater surged towards the mouth, forming a terrifying vortex that Cavituous had once created. Klein, who was dressed as the Black Emperor, was sucked over as the surrounding lightning tentacles retracted in a bid to hug him. Klein didn't panic. The glove on his left hand quickly turned as though it was made of pure gold. In midair, his eyes stared at the face on the old priest's abdomen and the seawater vortex below. 2 blinding bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in his pupils. Interrogator, psychic piercing. The old priest suddenly froze as the face on his abdomen scrunched up. The vortex that emitted a terrifying suction force instantly collapsed. Amidst the surging waves, Klein lowered his body and shuttled through the weak spots like a fish, dodging the flailing greenish-blue tentacles. Amidst the constantly flashing silver-white lightning, he rushed to the old priest's side. At some point in time, the color of his glove had turned a pale green. The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he punched out with both fists, hitting the old priest's thigh near his knee. Bang! 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 His fists emitted a cold aura, sending the old priest's flesh and blood flying. His right leg was covered in a thin layer of frost, and the surrounding seawater was completely frozen. This was a zombie's control over ice elemental powers. Amidst the old priest's tragic cries, the tentacles lashed back like whips as the silver-white light illuminated the entire ruins. At this moment, Klein wasn't greedy. He stopped in time and continuously rolled backward, dodging the crazy attack that had shattered the stone slabs on the ground. He stood up, and while the old priest was still frozen in place, he made the glove on his left hand emit a sun-like color once again. Klein straightened his body and took a pose that praised the sun. A thick, clear pillar of holy light descended once again, enveloping the huge old priest. Klein saw the enemy's grayish-black flesh rapidly disintegrating. He saw the face on his abdomen melt, revealing the situation inside. Inside the old priest's abdomen, the heart, stomach, intestines, and other organs were jumbled together, forming the face of a sea serpent. Cavituous actually still has some mental strength left. A demigod's will is truly stronger than I imagined. Klein rolled again and dodged the spear-like greenish-blue tentacles. The tentacles, wrapped in lightning, were melted by the holy pillar of light and stabbed into the ground, twitching, twisting, and squirming. The clear pillar of light quickly dissipated, and the sinister snake face on the old priest's abdomen stubbornly opened its mouth. At this moment, the old priest bent his waist and let out a series of violent coughs. The snake face's efforts came to an abrupt halt. The biological poison bottle was finally effective. Klein didn't let go of this opportunity. He stood up again, opened his arms, and embraced the sun. The pillar of light with many golden flames illuminated the area. The old shaman's figure was first stooped, then shrunk, as if he was evaporating. The snake face on his abdomen completely melted after a shrill scream. When the light dissipated, the old priest had already returned to his original size. His bones were almost melted, and pieces of grayish-black flesh hung from them. His aura rapidly dimmed, and his spirit rapidly disintegrated. Klein rushed over and, relying on his wraith state, performed spirit channeling. He wanted to confirm if the old priest was guilty. He believed that he had to stick to this bottom line. This was not only his own will, but also a precaution against degeneration and madness. In the blink of an eye, he saw scenes of the old priest presiding over the living sacrifice. Without any hesitation, Klein extended his left palm and let the long-starved glove taste the delicacy. The flesh, spirituality, and white bones quickly surged into the hideous mouth in his palm. Blue light seeped out, accompanied by some darkness. During the spirit channeling, Klein confirmed that the old priest was a soul assurer when he was alive. The potion formula and beyonder ingredients came from the Church of the God of Combat in the Fasak Empire. And when he became a sea god's guard, he had already lost his mind and only knew how to obey orders. After Cavituous died, he followed his instinctive desires and ate the flesh and blood of the deity he believed in. Finally, there was a clash of characteristics, and he was twisted into a monster. Just as creeping hunger was having its fill, all the beyonder characteristics on the ground suddenly surged, transforming into a hurricane that swept into the hall and into the white fong that was no longer curved. Klein looked over and saw that Cavituous's remains had completely collapsed like mud. As for the snake fong that had absorbed all the beyonder characteristics here, it had turned into a short scepter and was silently stabbed into a half-collapsed pillar. At the top of the white scepter were tiny blue gems. Some of them were dyed black with the light of dawn. Seeing that creeping hunger had satisfied its appetite, Klein hurriedly ran into the hall and carefully approached the scepter. Before he even came into contact with it, he heard layers of illusory pleas. Hallucinations appeared in front of him. He saw believers prostrating themselves in prayer, as well as the resistance who were wailing endlessly over the destruction of the statue. P.S. I've received 2 chapters today. Please recommend them. Also, correct the first 2 mistakes. Chapter 64, The Timeline in the Spirit World. Alger should have said yesterday morning, not this morning. Klein described Cavituous's death less than 20 hours after the mandated punishers obtained the Book of Calamity. He changed it to a little more than a day. I don't know why I got the time wrong back then. Also, Alger meant that he had obtained the anesthetic gas for nearly a week, which meant that he had skipped this week's tarot gathering. In order not to disrupt Sea God's rhythm, and since he had already explained the change in perspective, there was no need to repeat it. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 555. As the layers of illusory prayers entered his ears, Klein felt as though he had a physical body. Deep in his head, he felt a throbbing pain. He wished he could slam his head against the wall to stop the pain. The scenes of different people praying made him feel an uncontrollable and abnormally terrifying dizziness. It was as though he was walking on the edge of an abyss and would fall at any moment. It was only because he had the Dark Emperor card and Aztec's copper whistle that he was used to being prayed to. If it were any other non-demigod sequence beyonder, they would have lost control and collapsed in pain, transforming into a monster or collapsing into a pile of flesh and blood. All the beyonder characteristics here have been combined into a sealed artifact with the help of the snake tooth. Furthermore, the danger level and negative effects far exceed that of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Klein didn't blindly move forward. Instead, he took a few steps back and left the area where the prayers were concentrated to alleviate the pain and dizziness that could cause his spirit body to collapse. He stood beside Cavituous's mud-like body and stared at the white scepter that was stuck in the half-collapsed pillar, thinking about how to take it away. At the same time, he had already naturally given the sealed artifact a name. Sea God's Scepter. Yes, from the feeling and reaction just now, I can barely get close to it and pull it out, but I can only last for a few seconds. I can't carry it or use it. However, it doesn't matter. Once I get it, I'll end the summoning and return above the gray fog. That place can effectively shield me from the thousands of prayers and the temporarily unknown negative effects, allowing me to study it without worry. Klein quickly came up with an idea. There was no need to flip a coin. In his wraith state, he could instinctively communicate with the spirit world and receive a revelation. His spiritual intuition told him that there wasn't much danger. With his decision made, Klein began to clean up the mess and see what he could discover in the ancient elven ruins. He first walked to a corner, picked up the translucent biological poison bottle, screwed the lid back on, and stuffed it into his body. Then, when he turned his head, he realized that there was an iron cigar case half hidden under Cavituous's mud-like body. I thought it had been swallowed by Cavituous and corroded into dregs. Klein clicked his tongue in wonder as he quickly walked over. As he was a little numb from the electric currents dissipating from the seawater, he raised his right hand and let the iron cigar case slowly float up and land in his palm. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein saw that the surface of the iron cigar case was covered with signs of corrosion, but it was barely usable. As for the other items that had been sucked away by the whirlpool, there was nothing left. Did the aura of the gray fog make Calvetua uncomfortable, causing it to vomit on the spot, or did the iron cigar case undergo a certain mutation, slowing down the corrosion and allowing it to last until Calvetua died? While he was puzzled, Klein had already put the cigar case back into his body. In such a situation, he had to make every second count without any delay. This was because he didn't know when the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military would find him. As he could. There should have been a lot of murals here, but they had disappeared with the destruction of the wall. Klein flew all the way to the end and saw an exquisite throne that was buried by stones and pillars. Only about a third of it was exposed. On the left side of the throne, there was half of a mural. It was a confrontation between two figures. Looking down at the enemy from above was a man who was stepping on the waves with dark clouds above his head. He had a softer contour that resembled the oriental charm of Klein's previous life. In his hand was a spear made of pure electric light, and in the background was the ocean that drowned everything. Below the man was a man in a simple white robe. His face was blurry, and it was hard to tell his age. He could barely tell that he was a man. There was a halo behind the head of the white-robed man with a classical aura. It quietly radiated brilliance, like a sun. Under his feet, there was an illusory circle divided into 12 squares. Each square had a symbol that symbolized a different time. Behind him was a shadow that looked like a curtain, and there seemed to be an eye peeping outside in the shadow. With his solid foundation in mysticism and rich knowledge from various sources, Klein quickly made an interpretation. Waves, storms, dark clouds, lightning. This should be the ancient god, Elf King Sennaithrim. Indeed, just like the legends, the elves' facial features are rather soft. This ancient lord of storms doesn't give off a violent vibe, and he looks surprisingly good. Ha ha! This is a mural from an elf ruin. It's very normal to beautify one's own deity, a halo that resembles the sun, 12 circles that symbolize time. Isn't this Amon and Adam's father, the creator who is said to be the ancient god of the sun in the outside world, and the omnipotent and omniscient God in the City of Silver? Behind him, there's a shadow curtain, and there's an eye hidden behind the curtain. That's right, the true creator has an image of the eye behind the shadow curtain. Note 1. Indeed, this is the creator who took back the authority of the ancient gods and has 8 kings of angels following him. This mural describes the battle between Elf King Sennaithrim and the creator. Klein retracted his gaze and searched for other valuable items. Following his spiritual intuition, he came to the side of the throne, reached his hand into the bottom of the collapsed rocks and pillars, and took out an item. It was a golden wine cup that had been flattened. Its surface was engraved with complicated and exquisite patterns, and its legs were already bent. At the bottom was a line of elvish text, Calamity Kohainam. The original owner of this ruin is a high elf named Kohainam. He is called Calamity. It matches the Book of Calamity that Letitia and company discovered. The 2 ruins should belong to the high elf Kohainam, and there's a rather miraculous connection between them. Unfortunately, this golden wine cup is just a wine cup. It only has some spirituality because it's engraved with the true name of a high elf. If Kohainam hadn't perished, even if it's just a true name, it would have given the wine cup extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, Klein's initial judgment was that Kohainam was completely dead because, God Cavituous was his successor. However, Klein couldn't be sure. This was because, after hundreds or thousands of years, the Book of Calamity still had the trait of making a Beyonder like Letitia, who wasn't a low-sequence Beyonder, go crazy and lose control. Furthermore, this doesn't seem like something that sea god Cavituous can do. Could it be that the high elf Kohainam has a mystic technique that separates his Beyonder characteristics, and Cavituous only inherited a portion of it? The other portion is the source of the Book of Calamity's characteristics. Kohainam died, but didn't die? Of course, when Cavituous consumed Kohainam's Beyonder characteristic, he was just a beast without much intelligence. No one knows what happened back then. Perhaps a portion of the characteristic was lost and condensed into a sealed artifact. After Cavituous was defeated, it fell into the hands of the Church of the Storm. Yes, next week's tarot will ask Little Sun through the world. He should know who Kohainam is. Actually, there's no need to ask. He contributed 2 more pages of ancient mythology today. Next time, There might be a detailed description of the High Elves with a thought. Klein stuffed the wine cup into his body. After all, it was made of gold. Furthermore, even if the High Elf Kohainem wasn't dead and had a certain connection with the wine cup, the gray fog could shield and isolate it. After a round of inspection and seeing that there was nothing else, Klein quickly flew outside, picked up the black hardwood cane, and cleaned up the traces left behind from the battle. Then he took out a paper figurine, shook it, and threw it out. It quickly soaked in the seawater and turned to powder. I can interfere with the first part, but I won't have the time or chance to do so after that. Thankfully, I'm currently disguised as the Black Emperor. The flesh and blood of Cavituous's remains are no longer valuable, and the bones are too heavy. It might affect me from holding the sea god scepter. With the help of cogitation, Klein stabilized his condition and quickly flew towards the short-boned scepter that was stuck in the half-collapsed pillar. The illusory pleas drilled into his ears once again. The pious, crying, fanatical, or numb prayers vaguely filled his vision. The throbbing pain and dizziness became more and more intense. With his rich experience, the Black Emperor card, and the reinforcement of Aztec's copper whistle, Klein barely managed to hold on and finally arrived beside the sea god scepter. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the middle section of the bone scepter. As soon as the two came into contact, the scene in front of Klein instantly became clear. The illusory rumbling sounds in his ears instantly turned real. He saw the wheelchair-bound, bald member of the resistance, Kalat, fall to the ground and crawl towards the self-destructing statue of Cavituous with great difficulty. He repeatedly chanted the honorific name as his eyes were filled with despair. He saw Edmonton, who had a blue sea snake tattoo, prostrating himself in front of another statue of Cavituous that was strangely bleeding. He kept banging his head against the ground until it was a bloody mess. He saw believers hiding in their homes in the slums, crying and praying numbly. The black full-body armor on Klein's body could no longer hold on and quickly collapsed. At the same time, his corporeal muscles bulged as he exerted strength in his hands. Amidst the echoing prayers and clear and numerous scenes, he suddenly pulled out the short-boned scepter that symbolized sea god's authority. Splash! The seawater in the ruins surged violently, either shaking or collapsing into a whirlpool. Wearing the pitch-black crown, Klein calmly held the sea god scepter. His figure vanished as he returned above the gray fog. When the familiar towering palace appeared in front of him, the prayers in his ears and the illusory scenes in front of him had already vanished. Klein sat on the high-back chair that belonged to the fool. He raised his right palm and examined the sea god scepter that was embedded with blue gems and was dyed with darkness and the light of dawn. Around the sealed artifact, countless points of light floated. Each point seemed to correspond to a praying believer. This made the milky white body of the scepter glow, making it look both illusory and holy. At that moment, Klein felt that the scepter was sea god himself. Note 1. See Part 1, Chapter 93. Chapter 556. After some effort, Klein gained a basic understanding of the sea god scepter's powers. It could create tsunamis, create hurricanes, produce torrential rains, and bring about lightning strikes. It could allow a person to fly in the sky and wander the bottom of the sea without any restrictions. It was nearly indestructible and could directly smash an enemy's head. It could allow the wielder to never get lost without any other powerful factors stacking on top of each other. It could provide an unimaginable balance, controlling many underwater creatures and responding to the prayers of believers. It could also allow the wielder to obtain the strength of a sea monster, making them the ruler of a region of the sea. To Klein, this was truly at the level of a deity. Even on Earth, he could resist an aircraft carrier strike group. Although he was a Sequence 6 and had quite a number of practical, beyonder powers, making him a true powerhouse in the eyes of ordinary people, a figure that only existed in legends, he was essentially still weak. He was still closer to a person. If the situation was suitable, a revolver would be enough to finish him off. Of course, Reviving after death and opening the coffin was another matter altogether. As for the powers possessed by the sea god scepter, they all exceeded the level of person. It was the power of a deity or a devil in the eyes of the people in folklore. It's no wonder he's called a demigod from sequence 4 onwards. He's really more like a god than a person. Klein sighed silently before giving a self-deprecating laugh. If I could use the sea god scepter normally, I could already be a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, becoming one of the 20 or so people with the most authority in the church. If Insangwell didn't have 0-08 and was at sea, I could immediately seek revenge on him. I might even have quite a high chance of success. But can I use the sea god scepter normally? No. Klein had just discovered that the negative effects of the sea god scepter were astounding. In the Church of Evernight, it could easily obtain the evaluation of a grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, it was unknown how many researchers had to die to figure out the best sealing and usage method. The sea god scepter had a total of 3 negative effects. First, it would make the holder irascible. They would become easily enraged, and it would be easy for them to become hot-headed. The second was to periodically freeze the thoughts of all living creatures within a certain range and drain their blood, including the holder. As for how large the range was and the specific number of cycles, it was difficult for Klein, who was not a professional researcher, to give an accurate description. He could only make a rough estimate that the range was 600 meters to 1,000 meters, and the cycle was 20 to 35 minutes. The third method was to gather and display the prayers of the worshippers, complete with sound and images. This would easily cause non-semi-god wielders whose spirits weren't strong enough to directly collapse and lose control. The first one is still all right. If I only use it for a short period of time, anger and irascibility are acceptable. To put it simply, with such a powerful sealed artifact, I just need to act rashly. Third, there's actually a way to avoid it. Sea God's response to faith has a distance limit. That is to say, as long as I leave the Rorstad archipelago and the surrounding waters, I won't be able to receive the signal, so I won't be affected. Yes, if I keep it above the gray fog, it seems to be able to break through the distance limit. However, the sounds and images of the prayers will be blocked and reduced to points of light. It won't affect me at all, allowing me to freely choose whether to respond, who to respond to, and how to respond. And when I respond, I can use the power of the sea god scepter. The biggest problem is the second one. It's fine for me. When I transform into the Black Emperor, I'm a wraith without any blood, so I'm not afraid of being drained. However, the surrounding creatures are in trouble. This doesn't differentiate between friend and foe, and the cycle isn't easy to grasp. I can't just discuss with the enemy and change the time and location when I encounter danger, right? Klein thought carefully and imagined a few scenarios in which he could use the sea god scepter, but they all relied on the environment and accurate judgment beforehand. It wasn't very feasible. Phew! Could it be that its fate is to stay above the gray fog and give people like a Mona's shuttle, a bolt of lightning when they attempt to sneak up? Right, there's another use. When Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man pray for help, I won't only have the paper angel as an option. I can also provide rain or wind. Of course, this can be like the purification powers of the brooch of the sun. I can use the paper angel as a carrier. Seriously thinking about it, with the sea god scepter, I can act like a real demigod above the gray fog. Klein's mood gradually turned better because he realized that the sea god scepter wasn't completely unusable at the moment. This allowed him to do a lot more flashy things. He retracted his attention and cast his gaze back at the white bone staff with blue gems embedded at its tip. He considered another question, whether he should respond to the prayers of the sea god believers. Cavituous is already dead. There's no need to provide those people with a target of faith. However, even if the priests and upper echelons of the resistance are still alive, notice the abnormality, and don't receive any response, they won't truly accept the worst outcome for a very long period of time. Humans will always hope that they will get lucky. They are used to consoling and hypnotizing themselves. especially when they are in a dangerous environment where there's no light of dawn. Just like the City of Silver, more than 2,000 years have passed, but they are still offering sacrifices to the Creator. They believe that they have been abandoned and that they will one day receive a response again. In other words, if the fanatical believers of See God don't receive a response, not only will they not believe that Cavituous is dead, they will stop the live sacrifices. They will also increase their efforts, hoping to obtain the blessings of the deity once again. Without a few years or more of propaganda and blows, it will be very difficult for them to wake up. When the resistance loses the support of a native deity like Cavituous, I'm afraid they can only lean towards Fasak or Intis. At that time, with their extreme beliefs, they might very well be driven to do inhumane things. For example, attacking places where commoners gather, or letting those children who still have some innocence in their eyes stand in front of them. I need to give them some guidance. I need to tell them what the correct method of faith is. But I can't burden myself. All I need to do is give them some help within my capabilities. I'm not responsible for saving their fates. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers and suddenly chuckled. Aren't we going to do real acting? See God Cavituous is a good target. I just don't know if this counts as experiencing the gray fog's isolation, preventing me from receiving any feedback. Ha! I have to give it a try to figure it out. Klein quickly made a decision and felt inexplicably refreshed. He deliberated for a moment before conjuring the scene he needed. Then he held the See God scepter, emanated his spirituality, and made contact with one of the points of light. In a hidden cave in the Blue Mountain Islands forest, the bald resistance member, Kalat, fell off his wheelchair. His eyes were filled with despair and confusion as he crawled towards the self-destructing statue of Cavituous. He vaguely sensed something, but he was unwilling to believe it. This meant that all his persistence, all his sacrifices, and all his pain would be meaningless. No. He screamed silently as he kept chanting See God Cavituous's honorific name in an attempt to get a response from the deity. He propped himself up with his elbows and dug his fingers into the mud. Inch by inch, he moved in front of the shattered statue and picked up the sea serpent's head that was carved from stone. He discovered that its eyes had strangely sunken into black holes, and its teeth had fallen off one by one. Kalat nearly froze as his vision seemed to lose its light. At this moment, he suddenly saw a blurry figure. Behind the figure was a dark blue tsunami that surged into the sky and silver bolts of lightning that branched out like tree branches. In his shock, Kalat instinctively lowered his head as an unbelievable joy surged in his heart. He saw that the soles of the figure's feet were surrounded by waves, and that it was surrounded by hurricanes. Its entire body was dignified and sacred, lofty and vast. Then he heard an indifferent and grand voice. I have returned. As the voice echoed, Kalat inexplicably shed tears. 10 minutes after Klein left, in the underwater ruins that had fused with the spirit world, 10 minutes after he left, the seawater that filled the area suddenly splashed and poured out. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the elven ruins were as dry as land. Fresh hurricanes blew in, bringing in breathable gases. One figure after another descended from the hurricane. The leader was a tall and burly middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His facial features were chiseled, and his muscles were clearly defined. His loose storm priest robe was stretched out. He was none other than the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Roarsted Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, Sea King John Cotman. He had a pair of dark blue eyes, and his hair of the same color was twice as thick as in normal persons. They were like tiny worms with tentacles. Behind John Cotman were quite a number of mandated punishers and military members. They were looking at their surroundings with anticipation and caution, not relaxing their requirements just because there was a demigod protecting them. At that moment, they heard a grunt before they were swept up by the hurricanes and arrived at the entrance of the ruins hall in one go. They saw a gigantic sea serpent lying inside with its bones exposed. Apart from that, there was nothing else. "Who is it?" John Cotman suppressed his anger and growled. As he shouted these words, a wave crashed down from above. The waves reverberated in the half-collapsed hall, quickly calming down to the surface of a windless lake. The surface of the lake reflected the scene from before. An indistinct figure had pulled out a white staff embedded with a blue gem, causing the seawater to surge and the ruins to shake. John Cotman took a deep breath and turned his back to the crowd. "Find him." At this moment, Klein had already selected 10 or so relatively important believers and responded to them, one by one. He mainly gave a new, holy covenant. "I have returned. It is time to forgive the past and redeem you." First commandment: do not make living sacrifices. Do not use humans as sacrifices. Chapter 5:57. Second commandment: do not take my name in vain. Third commandment: there shall be no other gods. Fourth commandment: love your father, your mother, your husband, your wife, your children, as you love me. The fifth commandment: thou shalt not commit adultery. The sixth commandment: do not kill the innocent. Seventh commandment: do not lie, do not accuse, and do not break promises. The eighth commandment: serve me with your heart, not with a sacrifice. The ninth commandment: those who commit petty crimes must first atone for their sins before they are forgiven. The 10th commandment: help your compatriots and companions, praise my name. The holy covenants echoed in the ears of Kalat, the bald-headed rebel, making him completely kneel and bury his head on the ground. He could not help but shiver in awe, fear, and excitement, as a mid-sequence Beyonder, a member of the resistance who had once been educated in the Fasak Empire, he had sufficient knowledge. He knew that the worship of the sea god was mostly based on fear. Fear of powerful strength, fear of the natural risks that humans couldn't resist. Many rituals still retained primitive bloodshed, and it was an inhumane, uncivilized, and backward faith that would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the faith he had cultivated since he was a child made him not dare to disobey the oracle. He could only bury the idea of modifying the ritual process deep in his heart and try his best to avoid the parts that conflicted with his own ideas. Now, the sea god's sudden change made him extremely happy. It was as if he was watching a primitive totem evolve into a true god. We are blessed. The resistance is blessed. The true believers are blessed. Kalat raised his head, slightly his vision blurred. He spread his hands sincerely and pressed them to his lips. "I will follow your path as I praise your name." The blurry figure in front of him disappeared, the loud voice in his ears disappeared, and the scene in the cave returned to its original state. But Kalat knew that everything was no longer the same. He moved his elbows and quickly crawled back to the wheelchair. He sat on it again and turned to the other side of the cave. Kalat soon encountered Edmonton. The rebel with the blue sea snake tattoo stood in front of the strange, bleeding statue. His forehead was a mixture of red and black, dirty and ferocious. However, Edmonton's expression was one of joy, excitement, and satisfaction. He looked at Kalat and blurted out a question. "Did you receive an oracle?" "Yes, it's the breath of God, just like before." Kalat nodded excitedly. Not only has God returned to the earth, but he has also reforged his holy covenant. Edmonton heaved a sigh of relief. "I suspected that I was hallucinating. It seems that as long as an outsider touches the holy sword, God will be able to reappear on the earth. There's no need to lift it completely." Kalat agreed. That is indeed the case. The reason why the statues are broken and bleeding is because God has changed his image. We must build a new one. Just follow what we saw earlier. God also showed his sacred emblem. Above the symbol of the waves was a lightning-shaped scepter surrounded by strong winds, Edmonton said as he recalled. Kalat immediately patted the armrest of the wheelchair. "Let's go find the high priest now." He should have received the oracle as well. We will welcome the new world. Above the gray fog, Klein put down the sea god scepter and rubbed his temples in exhaustion. He had just noticed a problem. The sea god scepter could respond to ritualistic magic, which was to provide a certain amount of power to help the prayers complete the ritual and achieve their goals. However, it could only be concentrated in one's own domain, and it couldn't exceed the upper limit. What it could do was rather limited. For example, the Evernight goddess could influence fate to allow her believers to naturally obtain the money they needed to repay their debts. As for the sea god scepter, it could at most forge the white paper on the altar into cash. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long for it to lose its effectiveness and return to its true form. This is the difference between a fake god and a true god. Besides, outside the gray fog, as long as the procedures and the sacrificial chant are followed, the sea god scepter can automatically respond to ritualistic magic, unless more than half of its power is needed at once. This might be why the steps of ritualistic magic are very important. Above the gray fog, the prayers have been blocked and reduced to points of light. The sea god scepter can no longer automatically respond, and I have to handle it manually. This is rather troublesome. I can't stay here all the time. Of course, there's also an advantage to this. As long as the prayer isn't wrong and accurately points to the sea god scepter, no matter how perfunctory the ritualistic steps are, I can still receive a response. There's only one prerequisite. I'm in a good mood. When I have the time, I have to think of a way to make the sea god scepter become an automatic answering machine even above the gray fog. Making a paper angel, that's useless. Without injecting a soul. Becoming a mechanical puppet that deals with the repetitive and complicated ritualistic magic responses? I wonder if a marionettist has such abilities. At the very least, Rossigo only showed the trait of controlling people like puppets. Klein's thoughts gradually settled as his gaze moved to the iron cigar case. After some research, he discovered that the heavily corroded cigar case had undergone a certain mutation. It had become sturdier and more resistant to corrosion, but it was still within a range that normal humans could understand and accept. It doesn't possess any special qualities, but if I leave it here for a few years or decades, or if I store a beyonder characteristic or mystical item for an extended period of time, perhaps one day it can really evolve into a sealing box that will gradually lose its effects. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he turned his head to look at the junk piled in the corner. They were covered by the gray fog and were nearly one with the surroundings. Ha! Klein laughed dryly and retracted his gaze. He played with the golden wine cup that had been crushed and confirmed that there wasn't any problem with it. After doing all of this, he entered the real world, summoned himself again, and brought the sun brooch and other items back to his hotel room. At this moment, the clouds in the sky had dispersed and the moon was clear. The crimson tranquility sprinkled down, and the entire city of generosity, Byam, remained asleep in its dreams. 9 a.m, Cathedral of Waves. Alger was summoned and once again met the diocesan bishop, Chogo, in the name of confessing. Find this person. Chogo handed over the portrait in his hand. Another mission. What's going on recently? Alger muttered inwardly as he casually unfolded the paper. When he saw the contents of the portrait, he almost couldn't control his laughter. It was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman, or what they looked like. How was he to find them? In an instant, a thought came to him, and without hiding the changes in his emotions, he deliberately blurted out, "Who is this?" The portrait was of an abnormally blurry and mysterious person, without any characteristics that could help in the search. There wasn't this mission yesterday, but this morning, there's a sudden request for a pursuit. What happened last night? Cavituous has completely fallen. This way, the church and the military will definitely search for its remains. Saimim Island is the clue? This person took away the most important item before they did? Who is this person? Alger's heart trembled, and he almost didn't dare to look Chogo in the eye. Chogo nodded. A dirty, despicable thief. He might be from Intis or Faysac. He might belong to the Church of the Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Someone from Intis or Fasak, someone from the Church of the Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Why would there be such a guess and judgment? His Excellency John Cotman could only obtain very little information at the scene and was unable to identify the target? Under such circumstances, it can indeed be preliminarily determined that this person is from Intis or Fasak. This is because these are the two countries that support the resistance and Cavituous. Ha ha! There's reason to believe that they might have long known where Cavituous is hiding. It matches my previous guess. Of course, it could also be something else. Alger restrained his emotions and asked, "What did he do?" You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Just take note of any abnormalities from the Intis or Fasak people in Byam. Yes, that includes the locals who have already become Beyonders. In addition, find the person who posted the notice on the cathedral's main entrance. They might know something. There will be further information for you soon. Chogo instructed in a deep voice. This is indeed a direction. Doesn't this tell me that this person is related to the notice and the death of Cavituous? I wonder who has the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Cavituous. Who? Right, the world is in Byam. Not long after he came here. Something happened to Cavituous. Could this be Mr. Fool's goal? This will help him remove more seals and restore his strength? Alger's pupils suddenly constricted as he recalled his previous guess. When he woke up, Klein, who had gained a lot last night, was full of energy and in a good mood. He decided to treat himself well today. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner had to be sumptuous and delicious. Pushing the door into the living room, he saw that Donnas had already gotten out of bed and was removing the bandage and splint on his arm. He recovered so quickly, Klein was slightly taken aback. Seeing German Sparrow look over, Donnas chuckled and said, "My recovery ability is pretty good. My regenerative abilities aren't bad. My sequence, 9's name is Hunter. All aspects of my body have clearly been enhanced, exceeding that of a normal human. The parts related to combat have improved even more, and I'm now a sequence 7. Sequence 9 Hunter? I've killed one before, and I even know that the corresponding sequence 6 is Conspire." Klein suddenly recalled the first enemy he encountered when he first arrived in Bakeland. It made him fall into a huge vortex that he almost couldn't extricate himself from. "Sequence 8 Provocata?" Klein asked casually. He had long guessed at Donna's Beyonder pathway from the fact that he was good at using fire. It was the Red Priest pathway that Roselle called a true man of iron and blood. Sequence 7 was Pyromaniac, also known as Fire Mage in ancient times. Donnas was taken aback for a second, thinking that German Sparrow was suspecting him. He subconsciously raised his voice. "Do you think I'm not good at provocation? No, I'm an expert in this field. P.S. Promote a book, Marvel's Infinite Personalities, an old author's new account. With one book after another, the standard of his writing is getting better and better. Chapter 558. As Donnas threw the splint and bandages into the trash can, he stretched his left arm and said, "A typical pirate's provocation is a form of insult." A typical pirate's provocation is insulting, but I'm different. I'm insulting someone with a targeted purpose. This requires a large amount of information and rumors, as well as a sufficient understanding of the target you wish to provoke. Only by doing so can you use a single sentence or action to make him lose his mind and burn his brain out from anger. He paused for a second and said, "Just like steel." "Just like steel. It won't be of any use if you call him dog sh*t or call his father, mother, or the captain. However, as long as you make such an action and give him a word, he will definitely turn into a bull with red eyes." With that said, Danitz pressed his hands to his waist and did a buttocks motion. He shouted with extreme contempt. Don't even think about it. He shouted with extreme contempt. "Bitch!" I really want to beat him up, as expected of a provoker. Indeed, Steel Mavedi has such tendencies and hobbies. TSK. Klein unclenched his fists. This is what a professional provocation is. Donis spread his hands and concluded, if I encounter a beast, monster, or someone who has lost control and can't be communicated with, I can take the initiative to emit a feeling of abhorrence. This is a beyonder power. People with such beyonder powers are either especially good at taking a beating or especially good at escaping and dodging. Clearly, you belong to the latter. Klein lampooned inwardly. Donis finally didn't have to worry about the injury on his left arm. He was in a rather good mood as he continued. Actually, I'm very good at setting traps. Actually, I'm also very good at setting traps. Unfortunately, you didn't agree with my plan to hunt Steel Mavati. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth and calmly replied, You still have a chance. What chance? Donis asked out of curiosity. A chance to set a trap for a beyonder like Steel. 1-on-1. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. A chance to set up a trap for a beyonder like Steel. 1-on-1. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a beyonder like Steel. 1-on-1. I'll introduce you to him. Klein smiled. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a person who wasn't afraid of guns, arrows, fire, or water. Donis laughed dryly and turned to look out the window. The weather has cleared up. Does this mean that the snake cavituous is completely dead? Klein nodded and didn't try to hide it. Donis heaved a sigh of relief and hesitated. Regardless, after this city-wide manhunt, there probably won't be many pirates who will dare to come to buy him for a long time. Admiral of Blood is definitely one of them. You and the captain's plan to hunt him might have to be interrupted because of this. The Sonia Sea is so big, and it's very difficult to find a fleet that has deliberately hidden their tracks. Furthermore, they can still go to the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, North Sea, and Polar Sea. If it was so easy to kill a pirate admiral on the ocean, the church and the military would have done it long ago. Let me return to the Golden Dream as soon as possible. Donis silently cursed. Don't worry, I have a way, and this will be your job. Klein asked calmly, What's your captain's opinion? He had already spent £12 to obtain the radio transceiver from Furs, but as he had been busy with Sea God, he hadn't had the time to care about it. He hadn't moved it from the junk pile above the grey fog to the real world. Meanwhile, Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man's funds had all been transferred to his account. Klein's net worth had instantly swelled to £7,085 and 5 gold coins. Such wealth was enough to buy a relatively large manor with plenty of output anywhere. If it wasn't for revenge and finding a way to return to Earth, I could have already retired. Klein thought with some satisfaction. Captain's opinion. Donis forced a smile. Although in theory, Captain and the others should have entered 500 nautical miles and can attempt the Soulfall ritual. As you know, sea routes aren't absolutely safe. The pirates have to be extremely careful and constantly pay attention to not being caught by the military or the church's ships. For this, they often have to circle around. I think it's better to wait another day before using the Soulfall ritual, so as to avoid wasting energy and materials. Okay. Klein didn't say if it was okay or not. He turned around and walked to the washroom. He decided to head out again today in search of another opportunity for true acting. Looking at German Sparrow's back, Donis silently exhaled. I'll definitely have to contact Captain in private and convince her to let me return to the Golden Dream before I can use the Soulfall ritual in front of you. German Sparrow is someone who likes to go out. I have plenty of opportunities and space. Ha, don't tell me he likes to shop? Donis curled his lips as he thought. After leaving the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson went straight to Ralph Trading Company and found the boss, who was reading the newspaper. He knew very well that the middle-aged man in a formal suit, bow tie, and glasses was a veteran pirate who secretly supported the resistance and devoutly believed in sea god Cavituous. What's the matter, captain of our ghost ship? Ralph put down the newspaper, crossed his right leg over his left, and said with a leisurely smile, he was an illegitimate child. His father was an adventurer of both Rouen and Faysac descent, while his mother was a native. He started out as a pirate and later turned into a merchant who did business in both the underworld and the underworld. He established a huge network of connections and received steady help from the Governor General's office, the City Council, and the police. Upon hearing Ralph's question, Alger nearly frowned because the man's attitude and tone were rather abnormal. This abnormality referred to a situation that didn't match Alger's expectations. From his point of view, after sea god Cavituous completely perished, there would definitely be corresponding ominous signs in various parts of the Rorstad archipelago. The devout believers would definitely sense that something was amiss. They would either be filled with worry or pessimism. How could they remain relaxed and natural? Alger didn't directly mention Calvetua as he chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Do you know where Covaro has been recently?" Covaro was the pirate captain who possessed the characteristics left behind by a sanguine baron. It was said that he had once been a sailor on the Black Emperor and was part of the peripheral faction of King of the Five Seas Nast. Who knows? But he's definitely not in Byam. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the investigation 2 days ago. Ralph shrugged his shoulders. I heard that his ship headed south. Alger had actually agreed to meet Covaro. He had only deliberately used it to start a conversation. Of course, he knew very well that in order to avoid the tsunami crisis in the Rorstad archipelago, Covaro had definitely left this place. It would take some time before he returned to Byam. However, Alger wasn't too anxious. This was because he already knew that Mr. Moon had obtained a bank acceptance bill. If he withdrew it before the deadline, there would be a discount and he would lose a large amount of interest. He deliberately nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Upon saying that, Alger pretended not to know what had happened. I heard that the sea god statues in many places have shattered by themselves. He hadn't witnessed such a thing with his own eyes, but he could make a reasonable inference based on the church's documents. On many colonial islands and in the various countries of the southern continent, more than 1 or 2 false deities like Cavituous had been killed by the 7 churches. There were records of what would happen after their deaths. Ralph nodded frankly. Yes, there is such a thing, but this isn't bad news. His expression turned fervent. Because God has reappeared on the land with a new image. God has reappeared on the land with a new image? Alger's gaze was fixed on the land. He felt that this was both reasonable and beyond his expectations. From the reaction of the Church of the Storm, he was certain that Cavituous was dead. Then, which sea god was responding to the believers? Connecting it to his previous judgment, he quickly had a bold idea. This is Mr. Fool's embodiment? He used the death of sea god Cavituous to have a new identity? He can release his powers out of the seal and directly affect the identity of the world in the real world. This is the true reason why the world came to Byam. Man, Mr. Fool sure is generous. Alger secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Inside the Wind of Azurin, Klein, who had yet to leave, saw Captain Erland hand him a stack of cash. This is your payment, a total of £100. He didn't mention how much German Sparrow received or how much Blazing Donnas received. He only mentioned the total amount. As for how it was distributed, that was an internal matter of the other party. The military is still very generous. Klein thought to himself as he received the thick stack of cash. He instinctively pulled out 2 5-pound notes and threw them to Donnas. His wrist sank, and he finally pulled out 2 10-pound notes without any expression. German Sparrow is still very fair, more fair than the fair Erland. Donnas accepted the payment in pleasant surprise, feeling that his wallet, which had dried up during this period of time, had been replenished again. Looking at German Sparrow, who was dressed in brand new clothes, Erland, who held a boat-shaped hat in his hand, deliberated and asked, There's news from the Church of the Storm that the person who posted a notice at the entrance of the cathedral in the middle of the night to expose the problem between Letitia and sea god Cavituous was blazing Donna's. What do you think? He stared into Donna's eyes, waiting for the answer. Huh. Donna's laughed dryly. I don't know him. Klein was silent for 2 seconds. I went to Simeem to fulfill the wish of a dead adventurer and met Letitia and her companions at the hotel. There was a snake invasion in the middle of the night, but it was easily resolved by them. After returning to Byam, I went to the Resistance to buy items and found that they had actually set up the Holy Sword. Furthermore, there were 2 mid-sequence Beyonders guarding the small stronghold. I only came into contact with the Holy Sword for a moment before I was nearly invaded by a crazy will and lost control on the spot. They're still searching for Letitia. What Klein said was the truth, but not the whole truth. However, it was enough to infer the contents of the notice. Even if the kingdom's military and the Church of the Storm investigated further, they would at most unearth the fact that German Sparrow might be able to change his appearance. Erland listened carefully and sighed with a smile. If there's something like this in the future, there's no need to put up a notice in the middle of the night. You can come to me directly. This will allow you to obtain more generous rewards. He stood up, put on his hat, and said to Donna's, I heard that Raging Flame's bounty is going to rise again,